Chapter 400 A Summons. Chapter 400 A Summons. Iron Saber Lord was indeed generous. He had given them a lot of treasure, including about 100,000 raw gems. Raw gems were used as currency in Divine Land for trading and were very precious. Generally speaking, an ordinary pinnacle of the Saint Realm had at most several hundred raw gems. A Stage 2 expert, who possessed more resources, had at most several thousand raw gems. Everyone present would receive more than 10,000 raw gems. General Qing received 20% of the treasures and raw gems. The 6 commanders received 10% each, and the remainder was distributed to the ordinary Iron Saber Army sergeants. After all, those sergeants had also contributed to the battle efforts. Night had fallen, and after the treasures were distributed, the Iron Saber Army dispersed. Calm returned to the Iron Saber Army after the conclusion of the Demon Heart Canyon battle. 3 days later. Whoosh! A beam of flowing light flashed across the sky and appeared in the void above the Huio Palace where the Iron Saber Lord lived. A purple-haired elder with a wrinkled face appeared in the flowing light. As he looked at the huge palace below him, he felt an oppressive force emanate from it. His face showed a trace of fear. Iron Saber Lord! Iron Saber territory has lost heavily this time. When Iron Saber Lord knows about it. The purple-haired elder sighed softly. He isn't the strongest among the lords led by Drifting Blood Marquis. It's been said that he's good-tempered. But this time the loss is so heavy that he'll definitely be angry. I have to be careful. If the Lord is angry with me, I'm afraid I'll be killed. The purple-haired elder felt slightly uneasy as he entered the Huio Palace. Seeing the elder, Iron Saber Lord gave an order immediately. Tell the 2 generals, as well as all the commanders who stay in the Iron Saber territory, to come to see me at once. In the barracks of the First Army of the Iron Saber Army. The First Army had been in charge of guarding the Demon Heart Canyon. Although the Demon Heart Canyon cave mansion had already been compromised, the First Army continued to station themselves near the Demon Heart Canyon as they had no other task. In one of the camps, Jian Wushuang sat alone on a bed with his eyes slightly closed. He was surrounded by vast origin energy. Just a moment later, the origin energy dispersed. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes, shook his head slightly and thought, I have comprehended the extremely high level of the world origin and the slaughter origin. Nevertheless, I still can't cultivate the origin mark. Origin mark was the sign of a Stage 2 expert. By virtue of the spiritual power of heavenly creation skill and excellent physical strength, Jian Wushuang was not weaker than Stage 2 experts in battle strength. With various aces up his sleeve, he could even compete against Stage 3 experts. His battle strength was definitely nothing to scoff at. But his comprehension of the origin was too weak. There was no other way. After all, he was still too young. Lei Dao and other people believed that Jian Wushuang was actually an old man who had retained his youthful looks. Nobody knew that Jian Wushuang was actually very young. He was only 24 years old this year. It was already an incredible feat for someone as young as him to comprehend the origin to such an extent. Swordsman! Lei Dao called Jian Wushuang from outside the camp. Jian Wushuang rose from the bed and left the camp. He saw General Qing, Lei Dao, and other commanders waiting outside. What happened? Jian Wushuang asked. Lord Commander summoned us. Let's set out immediately, said General Qing. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded. The commanders of the First Army and General Qing headed for the Huio Palace. Many from the Second Army had already arrived when General Qing and his commanders reached Huio Palace. Like General Qing, the Second Army General was also a Stage 3 expert. Other commanders continued to stream into the palace. So many people have come, Jian Wushuang thought to himself as he sat in a corner and looked around. More than 20 people had gathered in the Huio Palace, which included a dozen commanders and several others, who, while not commanders, were as strong as them. It seems like all the Stage 2 experts who stay in Iron Saber territory are here, thought Jian Wushuang. Ordinarily, Lord Commander only summons the 2 generals and several related commanders. He summoned so many of us this time. I guess something must be wrong, and probably because of that place. Lei Dao whispered to Jian Wushuang, who was next to him. That place? Jian Wushuang's heart hammered, as he realized what Lei Dao was referring to. On the majestic throne at the top of the hall sat an untidy, grim-faced, dark-haired man. That was Iron Saber Lord. A purple-robed elder stood beside him respectfully. I have summoned you today for one reason, the Lord said in a loud and cold voice as he glanced at the purple-robed elder. The purple-robed elder nodded, bowed to the generals and commanders, and raised his voice. Your Excellencies, my name is Gu Man. Marquis Piaoxue sent me to inform you. A few days ago, on the flaming battlefield, the expert team from the Iron Saber territory was attacked. Losses were heavy. 5 of the 8 experts died. The purple-robed elder quietly watched the people in the hall for their reactions. What? 5 died at the same time? Such a devastating loss? What enemies did they encounter? The entire hall fell into chaos. Jian Wushuang was grave. Lei Dao had told him about Flaming Battlefield. He knew that people on the Flaming Battlefield were crazy and cruel. Flaming Battlefield was a battlefield of the experts. A Stage 2 expert like Lei Dao would be regarded as ordinary on the Flaming Battlefield. Jian Wushuang had not had much of an opinion on Flaming Battlefield previously. Now, knowing that 5 experts of Iron Saber territory had died there, he was quite shocked. The 5 who had died must be Stage 2 experts, perhaps stronger than Lei Dao. The Flaming Battlefield centers around the dispute between the 2 marquises and has a great reputation in the vast divine land. Iron Saber Lord spoke in a chilly tone. Chapter 401 A Quota for the Expedition. Chapter 401 A Quota for the Expedition. Flaming Battlefield is a land of opportunities and accessible only to experts. It's also a cold grave in which countless bones of the dead are buried. All territories belonging to Marquis Piaoxue will send their experts to the battlefield, and so have I. I've dispatched 9 commanders. 8 fight together in one team, while the remaining 1 made a breakthrough to Stage 3 during the expedition and is striking out alone. A couple of days ago, the team ran into trouble. They were ambushed. 5 were killed and 2 were badly injured. The fighting on Flaming Battlefield rages on, with many experts falling in battle. As the fighting continues, so does the killing. I will replace the 5 men I've lost on the battlefield. Now I'll announce the names of the 5 men who will take their places. Iron Saber Lord's words resounded like thunder through Huio Palace. Iron Saber Lord's announcement caused a state of frenzied excitement in the commanders present. They had been yearning to go to Flaming Battlefield for a long time. Their enthusiasm was not muted by the fact that it was a place rife with dangers and risks. It was, after all, through challenges and danger that experts refined their skills and strength. Flaming Battlefield was precisely a place that could test the mettle of these experts. I've been dreaming of going to Flaming Battlefield. I really hope I'm among the 5 lucky ones. Lei Dao growled in a low voice. Jian Wushuang also raised his head expectantly on hearing the announcement. Iron Saber Lord began to read the names of the selected experts. The first one, Yan Mo of the 2nd Army. A towering burly man who was over 2 meters tall came forward. While his expression was grim, his eyes belied his elation at being selected. Yan Mo, your strength is mediocre but your defense is excellent. When you arrive at Flaming Battlefield, make full use of your advantages to complement your teammates' strengths. Understood, Your Excellency. Yan Mo's voice was hoarse as he responded to the Iron Saber Lord's command. The second one, Bing Yu of the 2nd Army. A graceful woman clothed in white robes stepped out from the 2nd Army. 2 soft and thin swords were strapped on her back. Bing Yu, you're well known for your achievement in comprehending the origin of water drops. You're an expert among the commanders and highly skilled at trapping enemies. There will be many opportunities for you on Flaming Battlefield to stretch yourself to your fullest potential. However, you're not good at defense, so you can rely on Yan Mo when you get there, the Lord of the Iron Saber territory advised. Understood, Your Excellency. The woman nodded. Lei Dao of the 1st Army. The Lord continued. Lei Dao had been waiting in anticipation and was thrilled when his name was called. He strode forward and stood before the Lord in a respectful posture. Lei Dao. The Lord looked at him. You made repeated requests to be sent to the flaming battlefield. Today, I grant your wish. Your power is explosive and you're swift. You'll be a strong force in the team. However, you'll need to overcome your impatience when you are in flaming battlefield. Understood, Your Excellency. Lei Dao nodded. He was overwhelmed with excitement. Shi Ling of the First Army. The Lord continued. Shi Ling walked forward. Unlike the others, you have no special skills or strength, but you have no weakness. The Lord said to Shi Ling. You are well-rounded in all skills, including speed, power, and defense. I believe you'll find your stage there. Understood, Your Excellency. Shi Ling nodded gravely. Among the 4 that had been selected, the First and the Second Army each accounted for 2 people. Those who had not been called became anxious. Jian Wushuang realized that the 4 had been selected because of their respective advantages. Like Mo Yan, he was good at defending. Bing Yu was an expert at trapping enemies. Lei Dao could call upon an incredible amount of power and speed in an instant. As for Shi Ling, he was balanced in all aspects. The last one must have a unique skill. Jian Wushuang thought to himself. The last one. The Lord spoke slowly as he looked around. Everyone waited with bated breath. Swordsman of the First Army. All attention fixed on Jian Wushuang. He was astonished as he had not expected to be chosen. The commanders in the hall were similarly stunned. Jian Wushuang was a newcomer in the army. And yet he had been selected to fight on flaming battlefield? Jian Wushuang managed to shake off his shock-induced stupor and presented himself to the Iron Saber Lord. Swordsman! The Lord stared gravely at Jian Wushuang and said, You're only just joined my army, so I shouldn't have selected you. But you are mighty and most importantly, you have a unique realm technique. It's rare and would be very helpful to a strong team. Lei Dao, Shi Ling and those who had witnessed Jian Wushuang's blood river nodded their agreement. It was true that during the fight for blood gems, Jian Wushuang's blood river had nullified their disadvantaged position. This skill would be an advantage when they fought on flaming battlefield. Your skill will be of immense help to the team. It's possibly more useful than the skills of Lei Dao and the other 3 put together. Moreover, you have strong survival instincts. I believe you'll survive flaming battlefield if you don't encounter an expert of the heaven-defying Saint Realm or Lord's level. That's why I selected you as the last member of my team. Are you willing to go? The Lord looked at Jian Wushuang. Chapter 402 Flaming Battlefield. Chapter 402 Flaming Battlefield. Of course, I'm willing to go. Jian Wushuang nodded without hesitation. Like the other commanders, he had been longing to go to flaming battlefield. The Iron Saber territory is small and lacks real experts. Since I've been here, I haven't had a chance to show my full strength or tried my best to fight. On the contrary, flaming battlefield will have many experts in Stage 3 and at the heaven-defying level of the Saint Realm. When I get there, I can use my power to its full extent. Besides, His Excellency was right. I can always protect myself using my trump cards. Even if I encounter an expert at heaven-defying level of the Saint Realm, I could still survive. Since you are fine with the arrangement, don't tarry. Go prepare yourselves. Tomorrow, you'll go to flaming battlefield with Gu Man. The Iron Saber Lord said to the 5 commanders. Yes. The 5 nodded respectfully. Soon after, the people assembled in the palace dispersed. In the First Army, Swordsman, Lei Dao, and Shi Ling, congratulations to you all. I really envy you guys. Yao Mei, Boozer, and Yun He were full of admiration. The flaming battlefield is extremely dangerous. Please take care of yourselves when you get there. General Qing sounded grave. Swordsman can protect himself and Shi Ling is well-rounded, so I'm not worried about them. But you, Lei Dao. General Qing looked at Lei Dao and continued. His Excellency is right. You're too impetuous. This will give you trouble if you don't try to control it on flaming battlefield. I see. Lei Dao nodded heavily. The words of advice were seared in his mind. Okay, let's stop talking and have a good drink, General Qing said with a smile. The commanders of the First Army didn't need to be told twice to start celebrating. Early the next morning, Jian Wushuang, Lei Dao, and Shi Ling appeared in the void above Huiyou Palace with Yan Mo and Bing Yu of the Second Army. They greeted each other. Before long, Gu Man arrived as well. Your honors, if you're ready, let's go now, Gu Man said humbly. Gu Man worked for Marquis Piaoxue as a messenger, but he was inferior to the rest of them as he was only at stage 1 of the pinnacle of the Saint Realm. He had to show due respect to Jian Wushuang and the other 4, who were in stage 2. Let's go, Jian Wushuang answered. Led by Gu Man, the 5 commanders made their way to the flaming battlefield. During their journey, Gu Man said to them, Your honors, I have something to tell you about flaming battlefield. The 5 nodded and listened to him carefully. Flaming battlefield is named after the Flaming Mountains, an unbroken line of ridges. The whole battlefield is boundless and spans 4 million kilometers. The 5 were shocked at the information. 4 million kilometers? Even one territory was smaller than an area of 1 million square kilometers. Jian Wushuang's hometown, Nanyang Continent, covered only hundreds of thousands square kilometers. The flaming battlefield was just a battlefield, but yet its area was so vast. Even stage 2 experts like them would take a month or 2 at full speed to cover the entire area. Flaming battlefield stretches over 2 domains and is involved in a conflict between Marquis Piaoxue and Marquis Tsengyue. Both of them are top experts in Divine Land. They have been fighting for their own interests for a long time. Much of the fighting has taken place on flaming battlefield. Jian Wushuang nodded imperceptibly when he heard this. In the vast Divine Land, 3 ancestors were supreme. Second to them were 10 sovereigns. After the sovereigns were 72 marquises. Since Marquis Piaoxue and Marquis Tsengyue were among the 72 marquises, they had to be the top experts. Jian Wushuang understood that the 2 marquises were the top experts among those in the Cloud Realm. Iron Saber Lord and Silver Wing Lord were domain lords and were in the Cloud Realms as well, but they could not hold a candle to the marquises. Naturally, the battle between the 2 marquises was intense. Many experts from the 2 marquises' camps have gathered on flaming battlefield. The fighting between the 2 camps has been endless. The weakest experts are in at least stage 2 of the pinnacle of the Saint Realm. Usually, each territory has about 10 experts fighting on flaming battlefield. When they perish, their lords will dispatch other experts to take their places. Just like you guys, you're going there to replace those from our territory who have fallen. In addition to the experts from the 2 camps, there are also many experts from other domains on the battlefield. As a result, the number of the experts fighting on flaming battlefield is staggering. Gu Man's words stunned the 5 commanders. As there were hundreds of territories in each domain and 10 experts from each territory, the total number of the experts on the battlefield could be as high as 10,000. Everyone was shaken by the thought of so many experts at stage 2 fighting one another. It's indeed a battlefield of experts, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. By the way, you mentioned opportunities in flaming battlefield. What exactly are those opportunities? It can't be fighting all the time, right? Jian Wushuang asked Gu Man, frowning. If the opportunities referred only to killing one's opponents and challenging one's own abilities, there would not have been so many experts drawn to the battlefield. It's true that there are many opportunities on flaming battlefield, including many big ones. The opportunities one has access to depends on his achievements in battle, Gu Man answered. Battle achievement? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. One can get battle achievements by killing his opponents or accomplishing certain tasks, Gu Man explained. Chapter 403, Great Demon, Di Jing. Chapter 403, Great Demon, Di Jing. Battle achievement can be exchanged for a dizzying array of treasures and opportunities in the camp's treasure vault. The treasures are precious, but the experts on flaming battlefield value the opportunities more. The opportunities refer to the caves and mansions belonging to deceased experts, Gu Man explained. Caves and mansions? Jian Wushuang was in a daze. Lei Dao and Shiling exchanged glances. The first army commanders had explored an expert's mansion not long ago and had found many treasures and opportunities. The opportunities were eventually seized by the Iron Saber Lord, so they had no idea of what they were. Rumor has it that there are 330 cave mansions on Flaming Battlefield, and all of them were left behind by experts above the Cloud Realm. Really? The five were astonished. 330 cave mansions belonging to experts above the Cloud Realm? Yes, this rumor has been verified. It's true. Gu Man smiled. Those mansions could date up to 1,000 years ago. A millennium ago, there was a great and bloodthirsty demon named Di Jing who killed many experts. He massacred numerous domains. His cruelty enraged many and finally spurred many experts into action, who gathered to kill him. However, Di Jing was very highly skilled and had reached the top level of the Cloud Realm. He managed to escape every siege. At last, through a concerted effort, 8 marquises and 322 Cloud Realm experts chased Di Jing to Flaming Mountains. 1,000 years may have passed, but that battle is still praised by people today. It was one of the greatest battles in the history of Divine Land, and it left in its wake desolation and innumerable ruins in Flaming Mountains. All 8 marquises and 322 experts perished in the battle. Di Jing disappeared. He might have died with them. The 5 commanders were stunned by the story. 8 marquises and 322 Cloud Realm experts died fighting Di Jing? How could Di Jing be so terrifying? Before the battle began, the marquises and experts knew that Di Jing was very strong, so they had been prepared for the worst. They established their cave mansions on Flaming Mountains and left their treasures and belongings in them. After the battle ended, many experts explored the mountains to look for the mansions. As time went by, more and more mansions were found. With those valuable mansions scattered around it, Flaming Mountains became a hotly contested spot. In particular, Marquis Piaoxue and Marquis Tsangyue have been fighting fiercely for it, as it's located between their domains. The ferocious fighting led to the evolution of the mountains into the Flaming Battlefield. Gu Man continued. The 5 fell silent when they heard this. They had never imagined that Flaming Battlefield had so much history. The contents of the 330 cave mansions belonging to the Cloud Realm experts and 8 marquises had tremendous value. All the experts on Flaming Battlefield had come for the mansions. For the last 1,000 years, many of those mansions have been discovered. Close to 100 are now controlled by Marquis Piaoxue. While many of the treasures and opportunities have been seized, there are some that have not been unearthed. For certain mansions, you can get some opportunities as long as you enter them. You'll need battle achievements to enter the mansions. Having heard and understood Gu Man's explanation, the 5 commanders nodded. Battle achievements could be gained by killing enemies or accomplishing certain tasks. The battle achievements could then be exchanged for treasures in the treasure vault or used to enter the cave mansions. The mansions held vast opportunities. The warriors valued opportunities over the treasures. Jian Wushuang had achieved much for his young age because of the opportunities of heavenly creation skill and ancestors' land. In particular, heavenly creation skill had been of the greatest help to him. Gu Man, you said that among the 330 mansions on Flaming Battlefield, Marquis Piaoxue controls close to 100 of them. Does that mean there are many mansions yet to be found? Asked Jian Wushuang. Yes. Gu Man nodded. At present, we have only discovered 200 mansions. The other mansions, including those belonging to 2 marquises, have not been found. Flaming Battlefield covers a vast area and the mansions are deeply hidden, so it's almost like looking for a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, there are many experts on the battlefield. Generally, mansions have been discovered at intervals ranging from 2 to 10 years. However, new discoveries are always accompanied by fierce battles. Jian Wushuang agreed with Gu Man inwardly. Experts would be drawn to newly discovered mansions compared to those that were of common knowledge. Recently unearthed mansions would have more treasures. Naturally, experts would fight aggressively for them. While the 5 rushed to Flaming Battlefield, Gu Man continued to feed them with information about their destination. 6 days later, they finally arrived at Flaming Battlefield. Your Honors, the campsite of Marquis Piaoxiu is below us. Let's get down there, said Gu Man with a smile. The five stood in the void and stared down at the huge campsite several kilometers away. From their vantage point, they saw many figures with magnificent aura. After an exchange of nods, they charged down to the campsite. Chapter 404 The Treasure Vault. Chapter 404 The Treasure Vault. As there were numerous experts gathered in the campsite, Jian Wushuang and his 4 commanders attracted little attention. Your Honors, these are your ID tokens. Please refine them first, Gu Man explained as he handed them 5 tokens. Those tokens represent your identification and are in the same stage as you, which means stage 2. Each token can only be refined by its owner, so our rivals will not be able to pass themselves off as our men. On Flaming Battlefield, ID tokens claimed from experts you have killed represent your battle achievements. For example, the ID tokens of experts in Stage 2 can be exchanged for 100 battle achievement points. ID tokens of Stage 3 experts can be exchanged for 1,000 battle achievement points. As the 5 commanders listened to Gu Man, they refined their tokens. When the refinement was completed, they sensed the aura of the tokens belonging to experts near them. Experts within one camp can sense each other's token. So if I can't sense a token, it must belong to a rival camp, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. Jian Wushuang also realized that there was a number inside the token. The number in his token currently stood at 0. This meant that he had obtained 0 battle achievements. Your Honors, let me show you our treasure vault, Gu Man continued. The 5 commanders followed Gu Man to the treasure vault. The vault was essentially a big camp, inside which a gray-clothed elder sat with squinted eyes. As they entered the vault, the elder glanced at them and said, "The list of the treasures is beside you. Tell me what you want and pay me the corresponding battle achievement points. You'll receive the items you ask for 3 days later." The elder ignored them after he explained the treasure redemption procedure. The 5 commanders did not take offense at the elder's curtness. They took the list off the table and began to peruse it. The list mentioned various kinds of treasures, each of which required a specified level of battle achievement. Jian Wushuang spotted blood gem on the list with the number 1,000 written behind it. I need 1,000 points of battle achievement to exchange for 1 blood gem. So expensive, Jian Wushuang groused to himself. Gu Man had just explained how battle achievement points could be earned. Killing a Stage 2 expert would merely earn him 100 battle achievement points. He would need to kill a Stage 3 expert to get 1,000 battle achievement points. In other words, 1 blood gem was worth as much as the life of a Stage 3 expert. Luckily, I already have some blood gems and don't need more. Jian Wushuang was relieved. After a cursory look at the list, Jian Wushuang turned his attention to the list of the cave mansions. Marquis Piaoxiu had controlled a total of 99 mansions. These mansions were closely watched by many experts, and the mansions included those that had belonged to 3 marquises. Different battle achievements were required to enter different mansions. The level of battle achievement required to enter a cave mansion depended on the skill level of the mansion's owner. Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up when he read the names of the 3 marquises. One mansion had been left by a marquis named Beimo. Marquis Beimo had a comprehensive understanding of world origin and had made incredible achievements in it. He had left 3 opportunities in his mansion. Every expert who comprehended world origin would be attracted to them. Jian Wushuang, having comprehended world origin for a long time, naturally hoped that he could explore this mansion. As the 3 marquis mansions were the most precious ones, gaining entry demanded a higher price. The price of a single entry of Marquis Beimo's mansion was 100,000 points of battle achievement. Earning 100,000 battle achievement points would require killing 100 experts at Stage 3. Having gone through the lists, Jian Wushuang left the treasure vault sighing. Your Honors, it's now time to meet your captain, Sir Axe, Gu Man said. Sir Axe? Lei Dao looked excited. Yes, it's him. Shiling smiled. Lei Dao and Shiling had been in Iron Saber territory for a long time. They had been on good terms with Sir Axe, as the latter had been from the First Army as well before he left for Flaming Battlefield. The 5 commanders followed Gu Man into another camp and saw a burly dark-skinned man drinking alone. The man appeared to be in low spirits. There were 2 origin marks on his exposed arms. "Ha ha, Sir Axe!" Lei Dao and Shi Ling laughed heartily when they saw their old friend. The man snapped his head up. "Lei Dao, Shi Ling, it's you!" "Sir Axe!" Yan Mo and Bing Yu greeted the man as well. They were acquainted with Sir Axe but did not know him as well as Lei Dao. Among the 5 commanders, Jian Wushuang was the only one who had never met Sir Axe before. "Your Honors, I gotta go now. Enjoy your time here." Gu Man bowed. Gu Man had completed his task to escort the 5 commanders to Flaming Battlefield and to apprise them of information about the battlefield. It was now time for him to leave. "Sir Axe, please allow me to introduce Swordsman. He had only recently become a commander and is now here with us," Lei Dao said to Sir Axe. "Sir Axe?" Jian Wushuang greeted him. Sir Axe nodded at Jian Wushuang and forced a smile. It was evident that Sir Axe was in a foul mood. This was no doubt because he and his team had just encountered an attack on Flaming Battlefield and had suffered a great loss. "Sir Axe, what happened to you and your team several days ago?" Lei Dao frowned as he asked. "Alas," Sir Axe sighed. "I'm a total mess. Several days ago, 2 teams attacked us suddenly for no reason while we were doing our own jobs. They seemed to have known that we would be there. We were trapped by them and had no chance to escape. If not for the flaws in their teamwork, we would all have died there." Chapter 405 The Outer Area. Chapter 405 The Outer Area. Sir Axe looked glum as he described the incident. They had lost 5 teammates in that fight, and only 3 had survived the attack. Jian Wushuang and the others sighed. Everyone had to accept his own fate. Adventuring in Flaming Battlefield was just like dancing on a blade. "Who are the other 2 who survived with you?" Lei Dao asked. "Feng Zi and Zhang Feng," Sir Axe answered. "They were badly wounded and are still recovering. I guess they'll regain their peak fitness in 2 to 3 days. We'll have to wait until then before we can fight again." "No problem." Lei Dao nodded gravely. Since they were very close to the battlefield, they did not mind waiting another 2 or 3 days. 3 days later, the 2 wounded teammates had both recovered. The 8 men gathered to prepare for a new adventure. "Listen up, Flaming Battlefield is dangerous. Your carelessness could kill you. You'll have to follow my orders when we're on the battlefield. Do not hesitate to kill or escape when I tell you to, okay?" Sir Axe warned. "Okay." Jian Wushuang and the others nodded. Among the 8 of them, apart from Jian Wushuang, Sir Axe was the strongest. He also had the most experience, and was therefore highly regarded and trusted by his teammates. "Before we leave, tell me your strength and best skills. Let's get a better understanding of each other," Sir Axe added. "I'm good at defense." Yan Mo spoke first. Lei Dao, Shi Ling, and Bing Yu described their strengths to Sir Axe as well. When it was Jian Wushuang's turn, he smiled. "My body's quite strong and I have strong survival skills. I also know 1 realm technique." The words were barely out of his mouth when Lei Dao chimed in. "His realm technique is brilliant. It's helped us a lot." "That's fine." Sir Axe glanced at Jian Wushuang, but he didn't take Lei Dao's words seriously. "Well, let's go now." The 8 of them left for Flaming Battlefield. Flaming Battlefield was both a battlefield and grave for experts. It stretched across 4 million kilometers and was divided into 3 parts: perimeter, outer area, and inner area. It took Jian Wushuang and his team 5 days to arrive at the outer area of Flaming Battlefield from their camp. "From this moment on, we must be careful," Sir Axe said solemnly. Unlike the edges of the battlefield, they would encounter many rivals once they stepped into the outer area. "We are a strong team and won't face too much danger unless we encounter another extremely strong team, or a joint attack from more than 1 team. But we should still be careful," Sir Axe said while surveilling the immediate environment. "Zhang Feng, you have the most acute senses among us, so you go on ahead of us. Okay. Zhang Feng, who was clothed in green robes, led the way. Yan Mo, you have the best defensive skills, so you stay behind us as a defender. The rest of you, line up between them. Sir Axe ordered. Understood. The teammates nodded and obeyed the order. They marched forward slowly. I hope we don't have to wait too long for our first battle, Lei Dao said excitedly to Jian Wushuang, who walked beside him. Hearing his words, Jian Wushuang could not help but smile. He shared Lei Dao's feelings. But it was not easy to run into rivals in such a vast land. They did not see a single soul for the next 3 days on the battlefield. 3 days have passed, and there has been nothing, not even a ghost. Lei Dao was impatient. Lei Dao, don't you remember what His Excellency told you before we left? Shiling looked at Lei Dao. Lei Dao curled his lips. He was raring to fight. At this moment, Zhang Feng suddenly shouted from ahead. Someone is coming! Everyone looked ahead and saw several black figures in the distance. The black figures were far away but were rapidly closing the distance between them and the Iron Saber commanders. They are from our own camp, Zhang Feng said as he sensed the aura of black figures' tokens. Only experts from the same camp could sense each other's tokens. Everyone was relieved, but Lei Dao was disappointed. He was upset that the fight he had expected would not materialize. Everyone stay alert. On Flaming Battlefield, experts from your own side could turn against you because for treasures and battle achievements, Sir Axe warned. Jian Wushuang was contemplative when he heard Sir Axe's cautionary words. The black figures finally arrived in front of the team. A bare-headed man led the team of 7. This man, who had a huge axe mark on his body, looked at Sir Axe with interest. Sir Axe, it's been a while since we last met. The man smiled coldly and continued. I heard that you suffered a devastating defeat and lost most of your men during the fight several days ago. I really admire your courage to return. Where I go is none of your business, Feng Zhu. Sir Axe replied coolly. Yeah, you're right. I'm just wondering how many men from your new team will join the bones that are already buried underground. Feng Zhu smirked and gestured to his men. Let's go! Feng Zhu cast a final look at Sir Axe and led his men away. This guy. It was obvious that Sir Axe and Feng Zhu held grudges against each other. Decades ago, when I wandered alone, I clashed with him and left that axe mark on his body, Sir Axe said in an expressionless tone. 2 years ago, we met again on Flaming Battlefield and fought a fierce battle. We were equally strong and from the same camp, so the fight ended without a result. Since then, he has held a grudge against me. Oh, I see. Sir Axe's explanation clarified the situation for Jian Wushuang and the rest. Well, enough about him. Let's continue our march. Sir Axe continued his journey with the others. Chapter 406 The First Fight. Chapter 406 The First Fight. It was a sweltering summer day. The sun baked the ground and the air was hot and dry. Jian Wushuang and his teammates had traveled outer area for several days, but they had not encountered any teams from the hostile camp. Lei Dao, who was easily irritable, looked impatient, while the other members were calm. Lei Dao, it's been a long time since we last met. You still haven't changed. Sir Axe cast a slight smile at Lei Dao. I've always been like that, Lei Dao replied with a shrug. Suddenly, boom! A violent roar sounded from a distance, followed by a faint stream of power. What's this? They immediately looked in the direction of the noise. A fierce fight ahead? Sir Axe's eyes lit up. Ha, it's time for us to fight. Lei Dao laughed. There were only 2 camps on the entire Flaming Battlefield. If there was a fierce fight, it must have been initiated by a group from the rival camp. Let's go. Hurry up. Sir Axe hustled the rest along. The group sped up toward the fighting ahead. As they approached, understanding dawned on them. The 2 groups engaged in the raging battle were both strong. However, one side had lost 2 members and seemed to be at a huge disadvantage. This squad began to run in the direction of Jian Wushuang and his teammates. The leader of this squad, a brown-haired man, had been pleasantly surprised when he saw Jian Wushuang's group approach. "We're in the same camp. Please do me a favor," the brown-haired man said. Sir Axe looked from the brown-haired man to the squad of Marquis Sangyue. He nodded. "Okay. Go!" Sir Axe issued his command discreetly. Jian Wushuang, Lei Dao, and the other commanders charged toward the squad of Marquis Sangyue. The brown-haired man turned to rejoin the fight. Hey, this our first fight in flaming battlefield. We have to win." Lei Dao licked his lips. His eyes were eager. Jian Wushuang considered the Marquis Sangyue squad. Their leader was a young man in cyan clothes who radiated evil. When he realized that he could not sense the tokens of the newcomers, his face fell. "Damn it! Another squad from Marquis Piaoxue!" The young man's eyes were flinty as he gestured to his squad. "Leave now!" His squad obeyed and retreated. Their squad was not strong enough to fight against more than a squad of 8 people. They did not have the ability to deal with 2 squads. Lei Dao was anxious as the rival squad retreated. He shouted to Jian Wushuang. "Swordsman, we're depending on you. Don't let them run away." Lei Dao was unwilling to miss this rare opportunity to fight. "Understood." Jian Wushuang nodded imperceptibly. An overwhelming surge of sword essence rose from his body. Invisible waves of sword essence rapidly radiated outwards and covered the entire area. As the Marquis Sangyue squad was close to Jian Wushuang, they immediately felt the effects of his sword realm and were suppressed. "What?" The Marquis Sangyue experts were astonished as their movement was greatly hampered. It was as though they were stuck in mud. Sir Axe and his comrades were elated. "Swordsman, good job!" Sir Axe praised Jian Wushuang. They began to hunt down their opponents. Crap! The Marquis Sangyue experts panicked, but they could only try their best to resist the advances of Sir Axe's squad. As they launched counterattacks, they realized that Sword Realm also had an effect of suppressing their strength. "What an odd skill this is!" The rival squad's leader looked terrified. With the help of Sword Realm, Jian Wushuang and his comrades gained an advantage over their opponents. Furthermore, the overall strength of 2 squads was far superior to that of the Marquis Sangyue squad. They were therefore able to overwhelm the latter with ease. The Marquis Sangyue squad managed to hold out for a while. Then they started losing ground. "Run! Run in a different direction!" The rival squad's leader looked grave as he cried out. His escape was blocked by Sir Axe and the brown-haired man. Being team leaders, all 3 of them were at the peak of Stage 2 and had 2 origin marks. However, the rival squad leader had to fight 2 leaders while being under the influence of Sword Realm. He faced imminent death. "You can't run!" Lei Dao sneered, eyes shining with frenzied excitement. Together with his comrades, he continued to pursue the rival experts. The Marquis Sangyue experts were terrified. Under the influence of Sword Realm, they were unable to escape. But right at this moment... "Haha, Sir Axe! You're very lucky!" Laughter reverberated through the area. A squad appeared nearby. The Marquis Sangyue experts were in despair. The squad that had just appeared was also from Marquis Piaoxue camp. This squad had previously fought with Jian Wushuang and his teammates. Their leader was Feng Zhu, who had a grudge against Sir Axe. At the sight of Feng Zhu, Sir Axe's face darkened. His team had been on the cusp of winning this fight. They would have shared the battle achievements when their opponents were killed. Now that Feng Zhu had appeared with his squad, it did not bode well for them. Chapter 407 Swordsman's Realm. Chapter 407 Swordsman's Realm. "Feng Zhu, why are you here?" Sir Axe asked in an icy tone. "Why? I'm here to help you, of course." Feng Zhu sneered. I don't need your help. You'd better leave immediately." Sir Axe snorted. Heh. It's not up to you." Feng Zhu laughed. He gestured to his squad. "Take action!" Feng Zhu and his people rushed toward the squad of Marquis Sangyue. "Damn it!" Jian Wushuang and his teammates were annoyed by the turn of events. Feng Zhu claimed that he had come to help, but his real intention was to get the battle achievements that would be up for grabs once the Marquis Sangyue squad was vanquished. You want to grab our battle achievements? Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold. His aggression and fury were palpable. His killing intent materialized as an immense blood-colored river. It was road to the underworld. Blood River tumbled and covered the whole area. Gosh! The strength of the Marquis Sangyue experts had already been weakened by Sword Realm. The deterioration in their strength was now exacerbated by Blood River, and they were unable to stabilize their stances. Their strength was suppressed to a new low. The Blood River surged toward Feng Zhu and his people, causing their speed to decrease. What's this? Feng Zhu and his people looked at the Blood River in shock. Hurry up! Go kill the experts of Marquis Sangyue! Jian Wushuang shouted. Okay. Lei Dao and the other commanders started to strike with their best moves. As the Marquis Sangyue experts were greatly weakened, they were unable to withstand the attacks. All of them perished, including their leader, who was killed by Sir Axe. Calm was restored to the area. Feng Zhu and his people looked grave as they fixed their eyes on Jian Wushuang. This man has a powerful skill. That realm he displayed was so powerful. The Blood River slowed the Marquis Sangyue squad so much that they were unable to escape. The realm is too terrifying. It was terrifying indeed. Jian Wushuang's realm technique would make it possible for one squad to defeat an equally skilled squad. The realm technique could also restrict speed of opponents so that they could not run away. Any squad that had such an odd and terrifying technique at their disposal would be a force to reckon with. Feng Zhu was envious of Sir Axe. Feng Zhu, sorry, it looks like you will get nothing from this trip. Sir Axe sneered as he looked at Feng Zhu. Feng Zhu and his squad had been affected by Jian Wushuang's realm technique. They had not been able to attack the Marquis Sangyue experts and therefore could not share the battle achievements. You're lucky to have such brilliant expert. Feng Zhu considered Jian Wushuang. Sir Axe could not help but laugh as he looked at Jian Wushuang with the same appraising look. He recalled Jian Wushuang's words. I have a strong body and won't be easily killed. I've also mastered one realm technique. Jian Wushuang's tone had been casual. Lei Dao had commented that Jian Wushuang's realm technique was formidable and would be of great help to the squad. At that time, Sir Axe had not taken him seriously. Sir Axe now knew that he had a valuable asset. Jian Wushuang's technique was something that every squad desired. Jian Wushuang had fully exerted the effect of the realm technique. Boy, what's your name? Feng Zhu looked at Jian Wushuang and asked. Swordsman, replied Jian Wushuang indifferently. Swordsman? Feng Zhu frowned. Your realm technique is very useful. Would you be interested to join my squad? If you agree, you'll get 30% of all the battle achievements we earn. What do you think? Feng Zhu. Sir Axe voiced his objections. Lei Dao and his teammates looked at Jian Wushuang. Feng Zhu had given Jian Wushuang very attractive terms. However, Jian Wushuang did not hesitate and shook his head. Sorry, I'm not interested. Oh? Feng Zhu frowned. In that case, let me know if you change your mind. Feng Zhu then left with his people. Gentlemen, thanks a lot. See you. The experts who had been attacked by the Marquis Sangyue squad clasped their hands with Jian Wushuang and his teammates. Then they left. All the battle achievements belonged to Jian Wushuang and his teammates. Sir Axe began to distribute the battle achievements to his squad. Allocation was easy. They had killed 8 opponents and received 8 ID tokens which represented 800 battle achievements, so each of them would get 100 battle achievements. But if the treasures were distributed equally, it would be unfair to Jian Wushuang who had contributed the most. Therefore, Sir Axe decided to give Jian Wushuang more treasures. The 8 dead experts had held numerous treasures in their interspatial rings. Jian Wushuang received 30% of the treasures. No one disagreed with it. It was an unspoken agreement that whoever contributed the most in Flaming Battlefield would get the most treasures. Chapter 408 The same ending? Chapter 408. The same ending? Scenes of slaughter were seen throughout Flaming Battlefield. Jian Wushuang and his teammates had been on the battlefield for half a month. A magnificent blood river spread across the vast sky and cast a shadow over the entire area. A squad of Marquis Sengyue experts was mired in the blood river. Being heavily suppressed by the blood river, they were in a state of fright and shock. "Ha! Kill them all!" Sir Axe growled a command and his people charged forward. Helped by the blood river, they had an advantage over their opponents. The Marquis Sengyue squad could not escape as their mobility was curtailed under the influence of the blood river. A ferocious battle ensued, with the 7 experts killed by Jian Wushuang and his comrades. "This feels so good." Sir Axe was delighted. He looked over at Jian Wushuang. "Swordsman, your realm technique is really awesome." The other commanders shared his sentiments. Over the past half-month, they had encountered 3 squads from Marquis Sengyue. For the first encounter, they had vanquished an enemy squad with the help of realm technique. The second time, they had met a more powerful squad. Fighting had been intense and they had almost lost. Fortunately, the realm technique had enabled them to eventually draw with the hostile squad. The third time, they had slaughtered the enemy squad they encountered. Their success on the battlefield could be attributed to Jian Wushuang's blood river. The powerful technique affected strength and speed, rendering their opponents helpless against their attacks. This made it easy to dispatch their opponents. Sir Axe and the other 6 experts were ecstatic at their battle successes. While they were engaged with slaughtering the third squad, Jian Wushuang and his comrades were unaware that a black-robed woman had appeared on a barren mountain a distance away. "Shadow, what's up?" An elder with sword-shaped eyebrows looked over. The black-robed woman belonged to a powerful squad. 2 of its 10 members had reached the peak of Stage 2. "I left a mark on that magic weapon. Now I can feel it," the black-robed woman said tonelessly. "Oh?" the elder responded, eyes lighting up. "That means that the person I intentionally released has returned to Flaming Battlefield?" "Yeah, I think so." The black-robed woman nodded. "It seems that we'll be getting more battle achievements." The elder smirked. He issued an order to an expert next to him. "Tell Wu Hong to bring his squad." "Yes." The expert responded and left to deliver the message. Half a day later, a squad of 10 experts arrived. They were led by a savage-looking man with unruly hair. The elder smiled. "Wu Hong, my brother, will make a bundle." "A bundle?" Wu Hong was surprised. "Is it the man whom we released?" "Yes, it's him." The elder nodded with a smile. "When I let him go, I guessed that he would return." "Just as I expected. This time, I'm sure he must have brought a squad with him." Wu Hong grinned. "Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go right now." "No hurry. Shadow left a mark on them so they can't escape us. We don't need to rush," the elder explained laughingly. "You need to exercise caution. It hasn't been peaceful in outer area recently. Many squads disappeared without a trace. They must have been killed by others. Don't follow in their footsteps," Shadow said with a frown. "Our 2 squads are strong. Do we need to worry? Moreover, we've done this several times. It'll be easy for us to manage." The elder sneered. The 2 squads, including 3 experts at the peak of Stage 2, set off from the mountain. They headed toward Jian Wushuang and his comrades. Jian Wushuang and his comrades slowly glided through the sky. His comrades were in a celebratory mood as they had gained much over the past half-month. However, Jian Wushuang was ambivalent. He had felt unchallenged during the fights. He had come to the battlefield to test himself against experts at higher levels. In outer area, squads were usually comprised of Stage 2 experts, who posed little threat to him. Jian Wushuang was raring to enter inner area to fight with more powerful experts. As Jian Wushuang was deep in contemplation, 10 black figures appeared on the horizon. "Someone is coming." Zhang Feng, who was leading the group, sounded a warning. The others raised their heads to look. They were surprised to see the approaching figures in front of them. Soon, they realized that another 10 figures had appeared behind them. "What?" The sudden appearance of these people startled the group. Sir Axe stared at the leader of the approaching squad and was shocked when he realized who it was. Zhang Feng and Feng Zi were also dumbstruck. That's them! Sir Axe, Zhang Feng, and Feng Zi recognized the group. Not long ago, before Jian Wushuang had arrived at Flaming Battlefield, their squad had encountered the same people in outer area. Then, they had been surrounded by 20 people, making it impossible for them to escape. 5 of their teammates had been killed, 3 of them were lucky enough to escape. But now, the same people, the same situation. Would the outcome be the same? Chapter 409 Jian Wushuang Erupt. Chapter 409 Jian Wushuang Erupt. How can it be possible? Sir Axe, Zhang Feng, and Feng Zi were petrified. There were so many squads in the vast outer area that it was almost impossible for 2 squads to meet twice. However, they had now run into the same people. The situation was exactly the same. It's a trap! These people must have left marks on us or on our treasures. Having fallen for the same trap twice, Sir Axe realized that the rival squad had specifically targeted them. Lei Dao, Shiling, Yanemo, and Bingyu looked sick with worry. The 2 hostile squads had surrounded them, cutting off all openings for escape. It was difficult for them to escape, but if they had a head-on confrontation, 3 of the 20 opponents were experts at the peak of Stage 2. As for Sir Axe's squad, only Sir Axe himself had the battle strength of the peak of Stage 2. The immense gap in strength between the 2 groups could not be bridged even with Jian Wushuang's realm technique. It's over. Sir Axe involuntarily trembled in fear. Swordsman, Zhang Feng, Feng Zi, Lei Dao, Shiling, Yanemo, Bingyu. Sir Axe called. There was a hint of despair in his eyes. The 2 squads must have left a mark on me or on one of my treasures. I'm afraid that they deliberately released me after they ambushed my squad the last time. Their intention was to ambush me again. They have 20 experts, including 3 at the peak of Stage 2. We will not be able to fight them, so follow my orders later and find an opportunity to escape. We might yet survive with the help of Swordsman's realm technique. Let's do our best. Sir Axe roared. Bastard, even if I have to die, I'll drag you down with me, Lei Dao said. His eyes were frenzied. Try our best. We won't make it easy for them to kill us. Zhang Feng, Shiling, and the other comrades were resolute. Crazed determination shone in their eyes. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed. I have to use my full strength this time. The 2 hostile squads approached. Jian Wushuang and his comrades were besieged by them. The elder with sword-shaped eyebrows looked at his opponents and sneered. I let them go the last time to catch a bigger fish. It's now time to take my hook back. Right, we can't use the same trick again. A fat middle-aged man, an expert at the peak of Stage 2, said. We don't need to show mercy. Let's kill them all. The elder with sword-shaped eyebrows responded in an icy voice. Let's do it. The 2 hostile squads obeyed the elder's order and charged forward. Boom! 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 Strong waves of power propagated through the area and shook the ground. The 20 experts darted toward Jian Wushuang and his comrades from all directions. Most of them had fevered looks in their eyes. Some of the attackers cackled loudly. Swordsman, display your realm. Gentlemen, let's fight, Sir Axe said, barely hiding the desperation in his voice. The battle started. A terrifying sword essence suddenly erupted from the squad of 8 experts. Sir Axe and Lei Dao looked toward its source and saw 2 tremendous sword soul phantoms rise. Each being almost 100 feet tall, the sword soul phantoms towered above them like mountains. Splendid, terrifying sword essence radiated from the 2 sword soul phantoms. 30 feet of sword soul phantom was 3rd grade, while 100 feet of sword soul phantom was considered 1st grade. This meant that there were 2 1st-grade sword souls. It was therefore not surprising that the sword essence was so powerful. Gosh! What's this? Sword soul phantom? Sir Axe, Lei Dao, Shiling, Yan Mo and other comrades were stunned. The two sword soul phantoms were so close to them that they could feel their effects more than the others. Swordsman. Sir Axe looked at the owner of the two sword soul phantoms. It was Jian Wuxuang. Jian Wuxuang was emotionless as he turned his palm upwards. The triple kill sword appeared in his hand. The power of the first-grade magic weapon immediately radiated outwards. This was accompanied by a mighty blood river which swept out and covered the entire area. The two hostile squads were trapped in it. The invisible sword realm hung over the blood river. Jian Wuxuang had just performed Road to the Underworld and Tenfold Realm. The power from the double first-grade sword souls gathered in Jian Wuxuang's body. Jian Wuxuang had reached his peak strength when he produced the triple kill sword. He stepped forward, crossed in front of his comrades and stood in front of the elder, who had been leading the charge. Jian Wuxuang brandished his triple kill sword ruthlessly. The strike was silent and was accompanied by neither sword light nor shadow. Nevertheless, the elder with sword-shaped eyebrows and his squad felt an impending sense of doom. Damn it! The elder had recognized the two sword soul phantoms. The blood river also imposed great pressure on them. Jian Wuxuang's strike chilled the elder's blood. Quick, let's block him together! The elder with sword-shaped eyebrows shouted. His people started to display their best killing moves. The elder with sword-shaped eyebrows and the fat middle-aged man also exerted their full strength. However, Shwa! An invisible wave gave off a faint glow in the dazzling sunshine. It was a streak of sword light, which was almost imperceptible as it flashed across the sky. Chapter 410 Solitary Travel. Chapter 410 Solitary Travel. How is this possible? The Marquis Sangyue experts were hysterical. They looked at Jian Wuxuang in fury. They were well aware that the strike had been powerful. This stroke! The elder widened his eyes and murmured. He spat out a mouthful of blood. With the exception of the fat middle-aged man, all his people were terrified. Some had their bodies cleaved into halves. Others had their magic weapons smashed. Still others had been decapitated or had their organs pulverized. 8 of his people collapsed while he and the fat middle-aged man were seriously injured. It had only been one strike. He is in stage 3. The elder with sword-shaped eyebrows thought in a daze. Jian Wuxuang's attack was more powerful than that of an ordinary stage 3 expert. Jian Wuxuang's realm had suppressed the strength of the elder and his comrades. This had resulted in 8 of them perishing. Stage 3 experts are rare in the vast outer area. How did I run into one? The elder was petrified. Using their special tactics, he and his squad had been relatively successful in hunting the squads of Marquis Piaoxue. Nonetheless, setting a trap was not foolproof. Now, he was encountering a powerful opponent. A stage 3 expert was much stronger than a stage 2 expert. He would be able to take on an entire squad on his own. A stronger stage 3 expert would even be able to slaughter all its members. With double first-grade sword soul and realm technique, Jian Wuxuang's battle strength could be compared to a more powerful stage 3 expert, so he was able to kill 8 opponents with ease. Whoosh! A lightning bolt flashed across the blood river and appeared in front of the elder and the fat middle-aged man. 2 streaks of sword light slashed out. Aided by the sword soul's power, the sword light pierced the air and headed towards the 2 opponents, who tried to parry the attack. However, they were much weaker than Jian Wuxuang. Chi! Chi! The 2 streaks of sword light easily penetrated their bodies. Jian Wuxuang had just killed all 10 opponents. The barbarian witnessed Jian Wuxuang's massacre of the other squad and immediately beat a hasty retreat with his people. Having dispatched the elder and the fat middle-aged man, Jian Wuxuang realized he could not hunt the other squad down as they had disappeared. Calm was restored in the area. Jian Wuxuang's comrades had witnessed the events and were in shock. Jian Wuxuang withdrew his aura. The 2 sword soul phantoms and the blood river gradually dissipated. Jian Wuxuang walked over to them. Swordsman, you! Sir Axe stared speechlessly at Jian Wuxuang. This was an intense battle, and must have aroused the attention of many people. Let's leave now and talk later, Jian Wushuang suggested. Okay. Sir Axe nodded. The squad departed. Half a day later, they stopped at a mountain. Ha, Swordsman, you're amazing! Lei Dao, who was on good terms with Jian Wushuang, gave him a big hug. Swordsman! Swordsman! Sir Axe, Shi Ling, and the other comrades looked at Jian Wushuang in admiration and gratitude. They had been prepared to fight to the death. Unexpectedly, Jian Wushuang had killed all members of the Elder's squad. I should have thought of it. How could an expert who owns realm technique be only at stage 2? Sir Axe exclaimed. Sword Soul Phantom has always been something we aspired to. On the topic of Sword Soul Phantom, the other experts could not hold back their acclaim. The soul strength was powerful but strange. There was a level higher than the 3 ultimate stages of the Saint Realm, the nature-defying level. An expert at nature-defying level was not much weaker than a lord, a Cloud Realm expert. This was because he held the power from the awakening soul. Jian Wushuang had awakened double first-grade sword souls and would be the subject of much envy. You have great battle strength, although you have not condensed any origin marks. When you do so, your strength will increase exponentially. Then, you may become as strong as experts at nature-defying level. If you condense more origin marks, you will catch up with lords, Sir Axe said enviously. Swordsman, you hid your strengths well. Too powerful! The other sighed with emotion. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly, but his expression soon turned grave. Sir Axe, gentlemen, I have to tell you something. Lei Dao and the others looked at Jian Wushuang. I want to go to inner area alone, Jian Wushuang said. His comrades exchanged looks and laughed. We've all guessed what you want, Sir Axe said with a smile. All experts who possess the battle strength of Stage 3 travel alone in flaming battlefield, and most of them will stay in inner area. Only we, experts at Stage 2, team up and stay in outer area. Based on your battle strength, you're even stronger than an expert at Stage 3. Inner area is the right place for you. Sir Axe and others were not surprised by Jian Wushuang's decision. His realm technique was useful and they were reluctant to let him go. But they knew that someone with his abilities should go to inner area. Outer area was a place for experts at Stage 2. It would not challenge Jian Wushuang. Inner area, which was full of the experts at Stage 3, was more suitable for Jian Wushuang. Chapter 411 The Inner Area. Chapter 411 The Inner Area. I've never been to inner area, but I do know something about it since I've been on the battlefield for a long time. Sir Axe handed a file to Jian Wushuang. This is information on the experts who adventure there all year round. Information on experts? Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up as he took the file. Thanks a lot! Hey guys, I have to go now. Jian Wushuang exchanged some words. Sir Axe bid his farewells to the rest and departed. Sir Axe, Lei Dao, and Shi Ling watched Jian Wushuang's retreating figure with complex expressions writ over their faces. Inner area, Lei Dao muttered. When can I take my adventure there? I really envy Swordsman. When you've condensed 3 origin marks and stepped into Stage 3, you can go. Sir Axe looked at Lei Dao and said. Lei Dao smiled bitterly. Condensing an origin mark was a difficult process. At present, Lei Dao had condensed only 1 mark, so he didn't know if that day would come. Well, now Swordsman is gone. Without his realm technique, our team will be weakened significantly. Let's go back to our camp before making further plans, Sir Axe suggested. Okay. The others nodded at Sir Axe's words. On the vast flaming battlefield, Jian Wushuang read the file that Sir Axe had given him as he slowly walked forward. He wasn't worried about running into trouble at outer area as the experts would only be at Stage 2. If they caused him trouble, they were courting death. Inner area is not as vast as outer area, but the killing there is crueler, and the experts there are numerous. Jian Wushuang was excited. From the file, he gleaned a lot of useful information. The data covered over 1,000 experts who fought in inner area. These experts were either at Stage 3 and had condensed 3 origin marks or had excellent techniques with mighty power equivalent to Stage 3. Jian Wushuang belonged to the latter category. The strength of different experts at Stage 3 would differ. In the file, Stage 3 experts were divided into 3 groups: ordinary level, high level, and the top level. Between levels there was a small but not negligible difference in strength. In addition to this, the file had also recorded 6 experts at heaven-defying level, but they only showed up in inner area occasionally. Heaven-defying level! Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed. Most of experts at this level had awoken their souls like Jian Wushuang and were super geniuses. Few such experts could be found in one domain, so it was really rare to see 6 such geniuses on flaming battlefield. With my current power and the power from my active sword soul, I should be at the ordinary level of Stage 3. I should be able to survive on the battlefield unless I encounter an expert at heaven-defying level. Not even a top expert at Stage 3 can kill me now. Jian Wushuang thought to himself as he approached the inner area. Several days later, Jian Wushuang arrived at his destination. Compared to the outer area, the air in the inner area was hotter and filled with more red mist. When will I meet my first opponent in inner area? Jian Wushuang wandered around expectantly. In inner area, an encounter with an expert depended on chance. With a bit of luck, he might meet 2 or 3 experts from rival camps in a single day. Otherwise, he might have to adventure in vain for a prolonged period. In the void, a slender elder in green robes walked forward. His face was expressionless. His pace appeared slow, but with each step, he crossed hundreds of meters. In the space of several steps, he crossed mountains and plains. Just as the elder passed a mountain, he noticed a black-robed youth who was moving slowly not far away. I can't sense his token. He's an enemy. The elder narrowed his eyes, which were as sharp as an eagle's eyes. Taking one step forward, the elder drew close to the youth. Eh? The youth, Jian Wushuang, raised his head when he sensed the elder. He smiled. Lucky me. I've been in inner area only for half a day, and here comes my target. Jian Wushuang smirked as he quickly recalled the information on related experts. The file that Sir Axe had given him included portraits of the experts. That information helped Jian Wushuang recognize the elder. Wind Demon. Jian Wushuang's smile widened. Boy, I've never seen you before. Are you a newcomer? The elder stared at Jian Wushuang with a frown. Experts like the elder had been in inner area for a long time and were familiar with each other, so new faces stood out to them. I'm Swordsman, and you are the first person I'm meeting in this place, Jian Wushuang said flatly. Swordsman? Never heard of you, said Wind Demon coldly. Not everyone deserves to be in inner area, but since you are here, let's see whether you're qualified to make a living on this land. As the elder's words fell, a fierce wind rolled up from his body. A strong aura rose like a storm and encircled him. Boom! The storm stirred the air and swept toward Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang looked impassive. He stood still and looked at the storm with his eyes flickering. This will be my first battle in inner area. It'll also be my first battle in divine land that I'll have to try my best to fight. Wind Demon, don't let me down. Chapter 412 The First Battle in Inner Area. Chapter 412 The First Battle in Inner Area. Jian Wushuang was filled with anticipation for the battle. He had been waiting for this moment for so long. After he entered Divine Land, he had held his power back for every battle. He had wanted to push himself to his peak power during the fights, but he hadn't been forced to that point. For the battle where he and his team had been trapped in outer area, he had erupted with his full power and killed all his opponents. However, it had happened so quickly and was over before he could enjoy the fight. He had not had a chance to show his real strength until this moment in inner area. Let's fight! Jian Wushuang directed a fiery gaze at the coming storm. Abruptly, the storm's progress stopped and a spooky figure dived out from it. This figure split the void and approached Jian Wushuang swiftly. So fast! Jian Wushuang was shocked. Based on what he had read, he knew that while Wind Demon was an ordinary expert at Stage 3, he was good at comprehending Gale origin and had a terrifying moving speed, of which many top experts at Stage 3 were jealous. Jian Wuxuang was cautious and unleashed his triple-kill sword, which struck forward like a dragon. The skill he displayed was the dragon-killing sword technique, a first-grade sword technique that he had gained in Sword Tower. This was just the first move, but its power was astounding. Wind Demon looked calm. With a twist of his hands he made a fist. As his fist collided with Jian Wuxuang's sword, the sword shook. Wind Demon then gathered a large amount of Gale origin and shaped it into a long spear. The spear radiated with a chilling aura as it targeted Jian Wuxuang's head. The spear pierced through the void at an amazing speed. Jian Wuxuang managed to lift his longsword just in time to hold the spear off. He was forced backward several hundred meters before he could stabilize his stance. "Boy, don't tell me that is all you have." Wind Demon looked down at Jian Wuxuang from the void. Wind Demon hadn't shown his full strength, and yet he had overpowered Jian Wuxuang. From the moves they had exchanged, he could tell that Jian Wuxuang was far from reaching Stage 3. Jian Wuxuang remained silent, but his eyes grew bright as powerful killing intent swept over him. Azura secret skill, Road to the Underworld. Boom! A blood river spread across the sky. It covered most of the area and hung over Wind Demon. Sword Realm, Tenfold Realm. Slaughter Domain. Jian Wuxuang displayed 2 more techniques. The 3 skills worked in concert to press Wind Demon downward. How powerful his realm is! Even I'm suppressed by it. As Wind Demon was lost in thought, he suddenly sensed an overpowering sword essence. He immediately looked toward its source and paled visibly when he saw 2 huge Sword Soul Phantoms rising behind Jian Wuxuang. Sword Soul Phantom. 2 Sword Soul Phantoms of 30 meters tall. Wind Demon was stunned. Few experts on Flaming Battlefield had awakened souls, and Jian Wuxuang was the first expert he had met with 2 awakened souls. Wind Demon, let's try another round. Jian Wuxuang's eyes sparkled. Swish! Covered by sword essence, Jian Wuxuang turned into a sharp sword that cut through the void toward Wind Demon. As Jian Wuxuang swung the triple-kill sword at Wind Demon, the 2 Sword Soul Phantoms attacked with him. The power of the Sword Soul flowed to the sword and elevated the force of the attack to a new peak. Wind Demon looked grave as he saw the approaching sword and heard its piercing scream. He showed his power of top stage 2 in the previous attack. Now, with the help of double Sword Souls, his attack has become more powerful than mine. Wind Demon was experienced in fighting, so he was able to assess the situation. Streams of green energy rose up from his feet like wind. Jian Wuxuang's sword pierced Wind Demon's chest, but he quickly realized that it was a shadow and not Wind Demon's real flesh. Wind Demon reappeared beside Jian Wuxuang. How could he be so fast even when affected by my realm? Jian Wuxuang was puzzled. He thought he had been fast, but Wind Demon was swifter even when being repressed by the Blood River. Wind Shadow Kill! Wind Demon stretched his hands at Jian Wuxuang. From his fingers, streams of green energy gathered together into more than 10 sharp spikes. The spikes glowed with cyan light under the sun. They turned into beams of light that rushed toward Jian Wuxuang. Jian Wuxuang tried to dodge all the spikes, but one spike found its target on Jian Wuxuang's shoulder and cut his skin. Eh? Wind Demon was astonished. The spikes were not that powerful, but with so many of them and at their high speeds, they should have done more damage than just causing a superficial wound to Jian Wuxuang. He has a very strong body, Wind Demon reasoned. Suddenly he felt a fierce wind behind him. He turned around and found a scarlet palm formed by the Blood River aimed at him. The palm slapped at Wind Demon. Wind Demon regained his balance. His body flashed, leaving shadows in the Blood River. In the very next moment, he appeared in the sky far away, beyond the reach of the river. Standing at the center of the river, Jian Wuxuang glanced at Wind Demon. Swordsman, you're indeed powerful. I'm looking forward to fighting you next time. After saying this, Wind Demon disappeared. Is he gone? Jian Wuxuang sighed as he watched Wind Demon leave. Chapter 413 Shui Luo. Chapter 413 Shui Luo. How terrifying his speed was! He was faster than me even when repressed by my realm. It seems that few in the inner area would be able to take his life, Jian Wuxuang thought. At his full power and with the help of his realm, he had barely overpowered Wind Demon. With Jian Wuxuang's current skills, it was impossible for him to kill Wind Demon. But having been in this fight, I now know my power much better, Jian Wuxuang mused. Wind Demon was just at the ordinary level of Stage 3, far from the top level. However, with his speed, he still stood a chance of holding his own against an expert at the top level. This meant that Jian Wuxuang, who had overpowered Wind Demon in the recently concluded battle, should be at the high level of Stage 3. It was an achievement. By the way, Jian Wuxuang's expression changed as he waved his hand. A scarlet figure immediately appeared beside him. It was a burly man clad in red armor, boots and a helmet. The man looked emotionless, and his eyes were cold. He was none other than the blood puppet. Jian Wuxuang had owned this puppet for a long time, but he did not know the full extent of its power. As he had a supply of blood gems, he was eager to find an opponent on whom he could test the puppet's strength. He would be able to do this in inner area. The puppet fighter made by Sword Ancestor. I'm anticipating witnessing your power. With these expectations, Jian Wuxuang resumed his adventure in inner area. A strong man dressed in a short coat and long pants walked with quiet footsteps. He towered over 2 meters and had hair as yellow as a lion's, a snub nose, and big mouth. Marquis Piaoshua's underlings are all cowards. They run from me like rabbits running from a lion. The man scanned the area with his golden eyes, trying to find his target. His overwhelming aura radiated from him in waves. He did not care that his display would attract attention, even in the inner area that was full of experts. In inner area, even the experts at the top of Stage 3 would try to keep a low profile. Otherwise, they would attract too much attention as well as enemies. This man was cognizant of the situation but did not hide his strength, which showed his confidence. In fact, his strength lived up to his confidence. An expert nearby was drawn to the man's aura. However, when he discovered the identity of its bearer, he was frightened. He managed to calm himself down. "Shueluo, it's you," said the expert to the man. He was a benevolent-looking white-robed elder. "Well, it's you, Wu Yu. So you want to fight me?" Shueluo responded in an arrogant tone as he looked at the elder with his arms crossed in front of his chest. "No, not at all." The elder smiled and continued. "I happened to be around and followed your aura here. I'm leaving now." The elder left immediately. "Coward!" Shueluo mocked the elder. He and Wu Yu were from 2 different camps, but neither of them intended to fight each other. Shueluo knew that he could not kill the elder, and Wu Yu had no guts to challenge him. Shueluo continued to move forward, and before long, he came up to a small hill. "What's this?" As he looked down, his eyes brightened. He had spotted a moving figure. Shueluo grinned. "I can't sense his aura. He is a rival." He rushed toward the figure. That figure, Jian Wuxuang, sensed an overbearing aura approaching him and stopped. He turned around and saw a burly golden-haired man charging toward him. Jian Wuxuang was startled for a moment and stared at the man. "He is..." In an instant, Jian Wuxuang recognized the man. "He is Shueluo. No wonder his aura is so aggressive." Jian Wuxuang looked grave. Jian Wuxuang felt extremely pressured at Shueluo's arrival. Based on the file Sir Axe had given him, Shueluo was an expert at the top of Stage 3 with a strong body and mighty power. Besides, his attack and defensive skills were excellent. His only weakness might be his slow speed. Moreover, he was ranked among the top 20 experts in inner area. The file also mentioned that Shueluo had once fought head-to-head with an expert at heaven-defying level. Shueluo had been overpowered by him, but he had managed to escape in one piece. In other words, Shueluo was a monster who feared nothing in inner area. "I'm so lucky to encounter him." Jian Wuxuang was excited. Shueluo had presented himself just when Jian Wuxuang wanted to find someone on whom he could test his blood puppet. Jian Wushuang waved his hand. The blood puppet appeared and swallowed a blood gem that Jian Wushuang gave him. Show me your power as a blood puppet made by Sword Ancestor. Jian Wushuang waited with bated breath for fight to commence. After swallowing the gem, a sliver of light flashed in the puppet's eyes. Bang! The puppet turned into a streak of red flowing light and rushed toward Shueluo. Shueluo had been watching Jian Wushuang closely during his charge toward him. He was taken aback when the blood puppet suddenly appeared in front of him. The puppet swiftly dived at Shueluo, clenched his right hand into a fist and threw it at Shueluo. You want to play hard? I'm fine with it. Shueluo sneered. Shueluo transformed into an ape as a giant demonic ape materialized from thin air and appeared behind him. He then made a fist and attacked. Two overwhelming forces collided. Chapter 414 The Horrifying Blood Puppet. Chapter 414 The Horrifying Blood Puppet. Bang! A booming sound resounded in the area. Explosive forces expanded in all directions. Where fists met, squeezing noises were heard, as if the space could not bear the forces. Shueluo looked at the puppet in astonishment. He felt a slight pain in his arm. His power had always been his biggest advantage and helped him succeed in every battle. Now, in a battle of brute strength, he was hurt, while the puppet was unscathed. The puppet struck two more punches which were as powerful as the first one. Shueluo's eyes were glacial. He waved his hands and ran toward the punches. Bang! Bang! Two booming sounds echoed. Shueluo fell backward several steps while the puppet remained standing where he was. Blood puppet overpowered him. Watching from the ground, Jian Wushuang was surprised by the result. Shueluo is a super expert, well known for his defense. Even someone at heaven-defying level can't hurt him. However, he lost to the puppet in that battle of power. That means the puppet is more powerful. In the next moment, Jian Wushuang saw the puppet attack again. Boom! 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 The puppet rained blows on Shueluo, like a storm that refused to let up. The blood puppet was unintelligent, and attacked his enemy simply by punching and sweeping his legs. However, while his strikes lacked skill, he possessed an overwhelming power that frightened Shueluo. With such power and incredibly fast speed, the puppet was definitely as strong as an expert at Stage 3. As for the puppet's defense, it was even more impressive. When the two had collided, Shueluo had felt pain and numbness. The puppet had been completely unaffected. The puppet did not have fighting skills but still frustrated Shueluo with his considerable power. I'm less powerful than him. I'm slower in speed than him. I'm even much weaker in defense than him. As these thoughts ran through his head, Shueluo lost all his will to fight. Who the hell made this puppet? How could it be so powerful? He roared in a barely suppressed voice and looked livid. He did not know that the puppet had been created by Sword Ancestor, a person who could match 3 ancestors. Such a puppet was never meant to be just an ordinary fighter. I can't go on like this. Gnashing his teeth, Shueluo cast a sharp glance at Jian Wushuang, who stood nearby. Domineering and arrogant, he had bowed to no one in inner area. He had thought that the puppet was an ordinary one, and had not taken it seriously. He had tried to dispatch it before attacking Jian Wushuang. He had not expected it to be so strong, and that he would fail. Now, he had no other choice but to change his target to Jian Wushuang. Since the puppet is controlled by the boy, killing him will stop the puppet's attack. Then, his interspatial ring and the puppet will be mine. Having made up his mind, Shueluo flashed and turned away from the puppet, heading toward Jian Wushuang. Kill him! Killing intent surged in his eyes. As soon as Shueluo changed his target, Jian Wushuang understood his intention and smirked. Though you have a strong defense, you have no chance to kill me at your normal speed. Jian Wushuang sneered. From Jian Wushuang's body, blood rivers spread out and covered Shueluo with sword realm. Repressed by the two techniques, Shueluo was slowed to a snail-like pace. He could never approach Jian Wushuang at this speed. How could it be possible? I never expected that he has realm techniques. Shui Luo shot Jian Wuxuang an amazed look. Just then, the puppet dived at Shui Luo again. Bastard! Shui Luo looked pale. He was already weakened by the blood river. Another fight with the puppet would exacerbate his situation. A short while later, he had sustained scratches all over his body, but he was not badly injured. He gazed at Jian Wuxuang and the puppet from a distance in the void. Noticing that the puppet's breath had weakened, he realized that its store of energy from the blood gem was depleted. Boy, without your puppet, what else can you rely on to fight me? Shui Luo scowled and his eyes burned with rage. Well, do you really think that I only have one gem to power my puppet? Jian Wuxuang smiled coldly and produced another blood gem. Shui Luo narrowed his eyes. Shui Luo, if you want to suffer some more, just try it, Jian Wuxuang said coolly. Shui Luo's mouth twitched. Horror filled his eyes when their gaze fell on the puppet. He was still traumatized from being overpowered by the puppet, who was stronger than him in power, speed, and defense. Damn you! All you have is a puppet. Without it, I can kill you as easily as crushing an ant. Shui Luo raged. Jian Wuxuang sneered. Even without the puppet, you won't be able to stop me if I want to escape. Shui Luo's countenance changed, and he snorted. Fine. Boy, you're lucky that I'm letting you go this time, but there won't be a second time. Shui Luo headed away in fury. Chapter 415 Winning Fame. Chapter 415 Winning Fame. Shui Luo is indeed powerful. No wonder he is called Monster, Jian Wuxuang thought. As he looked back at the blood puppet, he smiled with joy. However, he was still defeated by my puppet. My puppet must be more powerful than him. One blood gem was adequate to simply power the blood puppet. If 10 gems were used, the puppet would reach the heights of his power. Shui Luo is an expert at the top of stage 3, but my puppet still overpowered him. That means that powering the puppet with 1 gem put it almost at heaven-defying level of the Saint Realm. How powerful would it be when powered by 2 or more gems? By 10 gems? Jian Wuxuang was full of anticipation as he thought to himself. The puppet is indeed one of Sword Ancestor's creations. It requires too many blood gems. During the fight with Shui Luo, the energy supplied by 1 blood gem to the puppet had been depleted in less than 10 minutes. Exchanging 1 blood gem from the treasure vault required 1,000 battle achievement points. A stage 3 expert would need to be defeated to gain that number of points. The puppet is powerful, but I should only use it in dire situations. I don't have that many blood gems, so I can't use the puppet indiscriminately. With the puppet, Jian Wuxuang felt more confident about his future. If I unleash all my power, I should be at the high level of stage 3. This level is ordinary for inner area, but with realm techniques like Road to the Underworld and Tenfold Realm, I will survive even if I encounter an expert at peak of stage 3. Even if I can't, Blood Puppet will help me. Let's begin our adventure. Jian Wuxuang continued his journey in inner area, a place filled with numerous experts. Some of them had lived for hundreds of years or longer. They had brilliant martial techniques and skills to protect themselves. Jian Wuxuang's skills should be considered at the top level among theirs. Half a year had elapsed since Jian Wuxuang first entered the inner area. A small yellow stone fort stood among bare mountains. The owner had to be a very strong expert who was confident about his power, for he had dared to build his fort in inner area, a battlefield known for its slaughter and violence. This man was called the Heavenstone Castle Lord. An expert at the top of stage 3, he was more notorious than Shui Luo for his cruelty. In the entire area, only the 6 experts at heaven-defying level could possibly overpower him. A man in green with a saber strapped on his back approached slowly and entered the fort. He sat down at a stone table and started to drink alone with a gloomy expression. "Third brother, what's wrong with you?" A skinny elder with a goatee walked up to him. This elder was the famous Heavenstone Castle Lord. Heavenstone Castle Lord had 2 buddies who were as close to him as brothers. Both were at stage 3 and had adventured with him in inner area. Unfortunately, one of them was killed many years ago. Now, the Lord only had his third brother. Nothing's wrong. It's just that I'm frustrated from my fight with an expert from a rival camp that happened on my way back, said the third brother after a sip of his wine. Not many from Marquis Piachua's camp can frustrate you as you're now at the top of stage 3. So, who the hell did you meet? The crazy Kintao? Tiani? Or the devil Qing Ling? The Lord mentioned 3 people who were well known for their powers and were as strong as him. None of them. It was a young man who used a sword. I guess he is that swordsman, who has gained a lot of notice recently. The third brother answered with a frown. Swordsman? The Lord was slightly surprised. I've heard of him, a man with awakened double sword souls and a promising future. In the past 6 months, he won fame in inner area and has drawn attention from many. But he is no match for you, isn't it? Yes, he isn't. His power is weak. Fighting head-on I can easily defeat him, and even kill him. However, he has a weird realm technique, which suppressed my powers, the third brother said helplessly. He relied on his realm and challenged me. I had to let him go for he has a strong body and many trump cards. I see. The Lord smiled and said, I'm not surprised that you were repressed by his realm. After all, it's a powerful technique. Even I envy him. Moreover, he has sword soul to help him. If he achieves new heights in origin, I guess it'll be hard for me to beat him as well. I know. I'm just a little depressed. The third brother curled his lips. As for the man they were talking about, Jian Wushuang, he hadn't returned to his camp during his half-year-long adventure. He had encountered and fought many opponents, exposing his realm technique and double sword souls to the experts in inner area. For this reason, he had left a deep impression on many people and had won some fame. His technique had caused much trouble to his opponents, and was regarded as a unique skill. Chapter 416 Origin Mark. Chapter 416 Origin Mark. Jian Wushuang sat quietly in a cave in the inner area. The cave was rarely visited and was surrounded by vast amounts of slaughter origin. Slaughter origin rushed into the armlet on his left arm and condensed gradually into a black mark. This black mark had the faint appearance of a flame, but it did not look like a regular one. Origin mark! When the black mark condensed, Jian Wushuang opened his eyes with pleasant surprise. Origin mark would condense only when his comprehension of this origin had reached an extremely high level. When Jian Wushuang had entered inner area half a year ago, he had been a step away from condensing origin mark. As he battled stage 3 experts during the past half year, he had made great progress in all aspects, including his sword principle and origin comprehension. This had finally culminated in his achievement of condensing his first origin mark. Origin mark! Jian Wushuang stared at the origin mark on his arm. Using his will, he directed the origin mark's power into his hand. He waved his hand and a terrible blast swept the cave with a loud roar. What immense power! Jian Wushuang was ecstatic. Origin mark had greatly improved his strength. Jian Wushuang estimated that his strength had trebled. When the origin mark was condensed, my overall strength increased by nearly 3 times. My battle strength now should be equal to that of an expert at the peak of stage 3, Jian Wushuang whispered. Before this moment, he had reached the high level of stage 3 by virtue of double first-grade sword soul, blood river realm, physical strength, and heavenly creation skill. While it was just a single slaughter origin mark, it had strengthened his overall power by 3 times and elevated him to the peak of stage 3. Experts in the inner area have special means or abilities to stay alive, even if their strength is weak. Before I condensed the origin mark, it was already difficult to kill me because I had the assistance of the realm. Now, Jian Wushuang curled his lips into a playful smile. Experts who dared to adventure in the inner area were generally confident of their own strength, or their ability to survive. During his half-year in the inner area, he had fought many experts from the opposite camp. He had only managed to kill 2 of them, who were ordinary stage 3 experts. While they had skills that would have saved their lives, they had been restrained by his realm and had failed to escape. It had taken a long time for him to kill them. Only 2 experts. He had also suffered several crises. The most dangerous one was a battle with an expert at the peak of Stage 3. That man was weaker than Shui Luo, but he was well-rounded with no obvious weaknesses. Under Blood River Realm's suppression, he had still been faster than Jian Wushuang. At the beginning of the fight, Jian Wushuang had already sustained serious wounds and had been thoroughly outclassed. Thanks to his blood puppet, he had narrowly resolved the crisis. Now, he was at the peak of Stage 3 because of the power of origin energy. With the assistance of his realm, he would be threatened by few experts. In the vast void, a burly purple-haired man, clothed in a black shirt with 2 long spears on his back, slowly marched forward. He cast his eyes warily at the surroundings. The 2 long spears could be connected together. Suddenly, he saw someone rush toward him. That's... The purple-haired man recognized the man. Swordsman. In the past half-year, Jian Wushuang had earned a reputation in the inner area. He had fought the purple-haired man before. At that time, the purple-haired man had an absolute advantage, but he had failed to kill Jian Wushuang as the latter had escaped with the help of his realm. Dong Ming. Jian Wushuang stood in front of the purple-haired man and looked at him. What? I taught you a lesson last time. Do you want me to beat you again? Dong Ming, the purple-haired man, sneered at Jian Wushuang. I was indeed not strong enough the last time. I've improved my strength since then, so I'll test it on you. Jian Wushuang laughed. Test it on me? Dong Ming snorted. An intense and horrifying aura began to surge from his body. Haha, let's start. Jian Wushuang laughed and released his Blood River realm. This realm again? Dong Ming's face darkened. He had failed to kill Jian Wushuang the last time because of this realm. Damn, if it weren't for this realm, you would just be a bug in the inner area. You would have been killed countless times. Dong Ming growled. Really? Jian Wushuang smiled coldly. A freezing sword light penetrated the void and roared toward Dong Ming. 2 tall sword soul phantoms stood behind Jian Wushuang. They also brandished long swords with torrential sword light. In this slash, Jian Wushuang released his full power of sword soul and physical strength. He also brought his origin mark to its extreme. Dong Ming did not take Jian Wushuang seriously at first. After all, he had fought Jian Wushuang a few months ago and had outclassed the latter. He did not expect Jian Wushuang to improve much during such a short period. Dong Ming realized his mistake in underestimating Jian Wushuang when the sword light appeared. This? Eyes widened in surprise, Dong Ming swung the long spear in his hand and stabbed forward. The movement was similar to a poisonous snake striking out of a hole. Clang! A deep crash sounded. What? Dong Ming's face darkened. His long spear point had been twisted sideways by the sword light. The sword light continued to sweep toward him with great momentum. Dong Ming immediately pulled his long spear back and swung it. He narrowly dodged the sword light, but he was blown backward by its power. Peak of Stage 3? Dong Ming was stunned. Dong Ming was close to the peak of Stage 3, but he was swept away by Jian Wushuang's slash. It seemed that Jian Wushuang was much stronger than him in battle strength and had truly reached the peak of Stage 3. Chapter 417 Triple Shift. Chapter 417 Triple Shift. How could it be possible? How could he have made such rapid progress in such a short period of time? Dong Ming was shocked. He clearly remembered that he had been able to overpower Jian Wushuang a few months ago, though the latter had the help of his realm. How had Jian Wushuang reached the peak of Stage 3 so quickly? How could he become even stronger than me? Dong Ming was unaware that Jian Wushuang had not yet condensed the origin mark in their last exchange. With the origin mark, Jian Wushuang's battle strength had increased several times and now exceeded his. I'm in big trouble! Having realized the full extent of Jian Wushuang's battle strength, Dong Ming's face fell. It had only been a minor inconvenience for him to be trapped in the realm when he was stronger than Jian Wuxuang. But now that Jian Wuxuang's power had grown, the realm became a nightmare. Jian Wuxuang rushed forward and brandished his sword to attack Dong Ming. The latter barely managed to parry the strike. "Run! I have to run quickly!" With a trace of madness in his eyes, Dong Ming looked desperately for an opportunity to flee. "Dong Ming, are you expecting to escape from my realm? You must be kidding," Jian Wuxuang sneered. "Damn!" Dong Ming swore under his breath. Dong Ming was close to the top of Stage 3 in terms of battle strength and had excellent power, speed, and defensive ability. He would not be afraid to challenge some experts at the peak of Stage 3, who were even stronger than Jian Wuxuang. After all, he would still be able to escape if he failed. But Jian Wuxuang, his realm was too strong and too unpredictable. Experts in the inner area had already made judgments on Jian Wuxuang's realm. Someone much stronger than Jian Wuxuang could outclass or compete with him even when trapped in his realm. Otherwise, he would need special skills to survive. For example, Wind Demon could easily escape from Jian Wuxuang's realm with his extraordinary speed. These were the two types of people who could calmly face Jian Wuxuang's realm. Others were doomed to die in Jian Wuxuang's hands. Dong Ming was far weaker than Jian Wuxuang, and he had no special abilities. His death loomed large before him. "No, no!" Dong Ming's face was distorted with fury and panic. His continual attempts to flee were thwarted by Jian Wuxuang. Dong Ming grew desperate. He could not escape. He was completely crushed by Jian Wuxuang. As the attacks continued to rain on him, he grew too exhausted to resist. The only thing waiting for him was death. "I won't accept it!" Dong Ming roared in anger and gathered the last of his energy, and to make his final struggle. "Won't accept it? You were quite arrogant the last time you met me," Jian Wuxuang sneered. He vaguely remembered that Dong Ming had mocked him a few months ago. Furthermore, Dong Ming was from the rival camp. Jian Wuxuang would not show him mercy. Finally, Dong Ming's resistance broke down. Jian Wuxuang's sword pierced his chest in a killing blow. Jian Wuxuang waved his hand and retrieved Dong Ming's interspatial ring. He glanced at the treasures in it and broke out into a smile. "Great, he has lots of treasures, even more than the 2 Stage 3 experts I killed earlier. There are even 2 blood gems." Jian Wuxuang's eyes lit up with pleasant surprise. In the interspatial ring, there were 2 blood gems and plenty of treasures and raw gems. More importantly, the ring contained Dong Ming's ID token. "Another 1,000 battle achievements. Now I have 4,000 battle achievements." Jian Wuxuang held Dong Ming's ID token in his hand and curled his lips. Before entering the inner area, he had adventured in the outer area with Sir Axe, Lei Dao, and the others, where he had killed a 10-member team on his own. Though they had just been Stage 2 experts and were worth only 100 battle achievements each, he had obtained 1,000 battle achievements in that fight. During the half a year in the inner area, he had fought many times and killed 2 Stage 3 experts using his realm technique. That earned him 2,000 battle achievements. By killing Dong Ming, he now owned 4,000 battle achievements. There was a manual in the treasure vault list that I couldn't afford. But now it seems that I've earned enough battle achievements to redeem it. Jian Wuxuang laughed and left the inner area, heading for the campsite of Drifting Blood Marquis. He passed through the inner area and outer area in a hurry. His journey was uneventful and he did not encounter any challengers. A few days later, he arrived at the campsite of the Drifting Blood Marquis. It was bustling with activity, as it always did. Jian Wuxuang entered the campsite treasure vault and glanced casually at the gray-clothed elder sitting there. Jian Wuxuang perused the treasure list. A few moments later, he found the manual he sought. Triple Shift, a first-grade manual. Although first-grade manuals were rare and precious in the vast divine land, there were a few of them in Drifting Blood Marquis' treasure vault. However, most of them were incomplete. The only complete one was Triple Shift. Triple Shift was a body technique manual. It was much stronger than Wrath of Gale and Thunderbolt, which Jian Wuxuang had cultivated. My biggest advantage is the Blood River realm superimposed by road to the underworld and tenfold realm. Once the realm is released, I can choose to fight or escape a battle. However, experts who have excellent speed can easily escape from my realm. Jian Wushuang thought to himself. His Blood River realm was not invincible either. For example, Wind Demon, the first expert he had met in the inner area, had managed to flee from his Blood River realm. This was because he had been too quick, making it impossible for Jian Wushuang to kill him. At that time, Jian Wushuang had been impressed and envied Wind Demon's speed. If he wanted to elevate the use of his realm, he needed to move faster. Triple Shift would help him meet this requirement. Triple Shift had 3 levels, and its first level would enable him to travel 100 miles in a single breath. Being able to perform the astonishing feat of traveling 100 miles in a breath by studying this manual demonstrated its great worth. It was not easy to acquire a first-grade manual such as this. It would cost him 4,000 battle achievements. Chapter 418 The Bone King's Invitation. Chapter 418 The Bone King's Invitation. I want to exchange my points for the first manual of Triple Shift, Jian Wushuang said. The gray-clothed elder looked at Jian Wushuang and said, 4,000 battle achievements. Jian Wushuang took out a large number of enemies' tokens. The gray-clothed elder counted them and nodded. He made a record on his paper and said, Wait at the campsite. In 3 days we'll send it to you. Thanks, Jian Wushuang said before leaving. 3 days later, a man sent the first manual of Triple Shift to Jian Wushuang. He immediately started to meditate on it. Triple Shift, as a first-grade manual and an extraordinary one, was naturally enigmatic. It was different from Wrath of Gale and Thunderbolt which Jian Wushuang had once cultivated. The latter had certain origin comprehension requirements. At that time, Jian Wushuang had barely mastered it. Triple Shift did not require much of origin but demanded a strong body. Regardless of his depth of origin comprehension, an ordinary expert would not be qualified to cultivate this manual if his body failed to meet the requirements. This was the reason why Jian Wushuang valued the manual. After he became a venerable master, his biggest advantage compared with ordinary experts of the Saint Realm was his strong body. His body was as strong as a magic weapon and grew stronger the longer he stayed at this level. With the passing of time, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. It was obvious that his body met the requirements of practicing Triple Shift. What he needed to do now was to meditate on the manual and practice it. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Jian Wushuang stood quietly on a hill near the campsite. Suddenly he moved. Chuu. Like a flowing light, he flashed through the void. The movement was so fast it would have escaped the notice of ordinary warriors. Jian Wushuang's residual shadow slowly dissipated. Before it completely disappeared, Jian Wushuang returned and his form solidified. He traveled back and forth within a breath. In the space of a single breath, he had traveled 10 miles away and returned. Less than a breath. It's so fast. It's worthy of a first-grade manual. Jian Wushuang's eyes glinted. It was said that the first manual of Triple Shift would allow one to travel 100 miles in a breath. 100 miles sounded like an exaggeration, but it was close to that. If Jian Wushuang released the Wrath of Gale and Thunderbolt, and transformed his body to lightning, it would take him at least 4 or 5 breaths to travel 10 miles and return. With Triple Shift, it only took him 1 breath. My speed has soared thanks to Triple Shift. Now I'm nearly as fast as Wind Demon. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists. Wind Demon's speed was impressive and highly regarded by all in the inner area. Jian Wushuang acknowledged that he was still a little slower than Wind Demon under ordinary circumstances. However, if he superimposed the road to the underworld and tenfold realm to form the Blood River realm to suppress Wind Demon, the latter would definitely be slower than him. Jian Wushuang was sure that Wind Demon would not be able to escape in their next encounter. Jian Wushuang returned to the campsite. As he entered his tent, someone approached him. Mr. Swordsman. It was a black-robed old man, who was an ordinary expert at pinnacle of the Saint Realm level and had not entered stage 2. "What's up?" Jian Wuxuang glanced at the old man, a little surprised. Jian Wuxuang had not been in Flaming Battlefield long, and had been fighting alone. He knew some experts from the same camp but had no close friends in the inner area. Except for the experts of Iron Saber territory, he was not expecting any visitors. "Mr. Swordsman, my master wants to meet you. I have come to invite you to his cave mansion," the old man said. "Who is your master?" Jian Wuxuang asked. "My master is Bone King." The old man laughed. "Bone King?" Jian Wuxuang was curious. Flaming Battlefield was accessible only to experts. Countless top experts gathered in the inner area, including plenty of experts at the peak of Stage 3. Among them, there were some formidable beings. Those formidable beings, though also at the peak of Stage 3, could fight with experts of heaven-defying level. Each was regarded as an overlord in the inner area, and no one dared to provoke them. Average experts would flee if they met these overlords in the inner area. Shui Luo, who Jian Wuxuang had once met in the inner area, was one of them. Shui Luo was much stronger than other experts at the peak of Stage 3 in terms of power and speed. Bone King was a super expert who was even stronger than Shui Luo, and he was notorious for killing. In terms of battle strength, Bone King was invincible as long as he did not encounter the 6 experts of heaven-defying level, who rarely appeared. "I've never met Bone King before. Why does he want to talk to me?" Jian Wuxuang looked puzzled. Naturally, he would not refuse the invitation from a super expert. "Where is your master now?" Jian Wuxuang asked. "Please come with me." The black-robed old man led the way forward. The Bone King's magnificent cave mansion stood in an immense rift not far from the campsite. Jian Wuxuang entered the cave mansion with the old man and soon saw Bone King. "Ha, Swordsman!" A barefoot middle-aged man in a loose robe smiled as he walked toward Jian Wuxuang. "Bone King!" Jian Wuxuang greeted him. A youth with a cold expression and sword-shaped eyebrows stood behind Bone King. "Shui Yang!" Jian Wuxuang also greeted him. The young man nodded impassively. Shui Yang was also an extraordinary expert at the peak of Stage 3, though a little weaker than Bone King. Jian Wuxuang had met Shui Yang in the inner area but had not fought him as they belonged to the same camp. Chapter 419 Occupation. Chapter 419 Occupation. I heard that a new expert named Swordsman had appeared in the inner area and his realm technique was amazing. Finally, I have the chance to meet you, Bone King said kindly. Thank you, Jian Wuxuang responded humbly. May I ask why you invited me here? No hurry. Several other experts will come later. I'll tell you when all of you are gathered here, said Bone King. Okay. Jian Wuxuang nodded. They sat down at a round table. Swordsman, you're very famous in the inner area for your realm technique. Would you please show it to me? Bone King asked casually. I would like to see it too, Shui Yang said. Of course. Jian Wuxuang nodded. He knew that Bone King wanted to test his strength. Bone King must have invited him for his realm technique. Be careful, Jian Wuxuang cautioned and released his invisible sword realm. Oh? Bone King frowned slightly. That's all? Of course not, Jian Wuxuang smiled. In the next moment, a blood river surged up with a roar and tumbled around him. The superposition of road to the underworld and tenfold realm produced a formidable oppressive effect. Bone King's eyes lit up as he felt the enormous power of the blood river. What a powerful realm! With it, our chances of accomplishing the task will improve by at least 20%. This realm is indeed strong. Shui Yang nodded gravely as he looked at Jian Wuxuang. Not long ago, I met Wu Ming from the opposite camp in the inner area. He had been weaker than me, but he had obtained a treasure which could release a realm. A treasure? Jian Wuxuang was intrigued. His realm resulted from his sword skill, a secret skill. He had never chanced upon any treasure which could create a realm. It was a ring which contained a special formation. Once he used it, a realm was released. Because of that, he was able to compete with me. However, that realm was much weaker than yours, Shuiyang said. Jian Wushuang was silent, but he continued to contemplate the new information. A ring which could release a realm and exert an influence on Shuiyang was undoubtedly powerful. Jian Wushuang's realm was powerful, but it could be improved if he could get his hands on that ring and superimpose its realm with his. Soon, other experts arrived. They sat themselves at the round table. Besides Jian Wushuang and Shuiyang, Bone King had invited 3 other experts. Among them, Jian Wushuang was a newcomer. The others had enjoyed fame for a long time and had reached the peak of stage 3. Shuiyang! Shu Hua! You must be Swordsman? They greeted and talked to each other. Since they belonged to the same camp and were all top experts, it was natural for them to socialize with one another. Everyone, said Bone King, who sat at the head of the table. The experts quieted down and listened to him attentively. They had been invited by Bone King, but did not know his reason for doing so. I invited you to come here for a task, Bone King said in a magnificent voice. It was ordered by the high officials of Drifting Blood Marquis. The task is extraordinary and quite difficult, but it's also rewarding. If the task is completed, everyone will get at least 10,000 battle achievements, as well as other rewards. 10,000 battle achievements? Hearing that, their eyes lit up. 10,000 battle achievements was nothing to scoff at. They could only get 1,000 battle achievements by killing a Stage 3 expert. All Stage 3 experts who ventured into the inner area were confident of their battle strength. Experts who were weaker were equipped with skills that would help them survive, such as the Wind Demon with his amazing speed. Therefore, even though the experts present were at the peak of Stage 3, it was an uphill challenge for them to kill a Stage 3 expert in the inner area. The reward of 10,000 battle achievements was equal to killing 10 Stage 3 experts. This made the incentive for completing the task very attractive. A substantial reward also meant that this task would be complex. Bone King, tell us what this task is, a burly, rough-looking man named Beast said impatiently. Many experts used aliases on the flaming battlefield. I'll be candid. Our task is to occupy a cave mansion controlled by the opposite camp, Bone King said in a low voice. Occupy a cave mansion? The gathered experts were surprised. On the flaming battlefield, there were 330 cave mansions, many of which were still hidden and had not been discovered, but more had fallen under the control of the 2 camps. Drifting Blood Marquis controlled 99 mansions in total. The number of cave mansions occupied by Pale Moon Marquis was not insignificant as well. These cave mansions were guarded by experts of the 2 camps, with more precious caves being guarded by stronger guards. But these guards were not top experts. This was as the cave mansions were equipped with formations. Even the lords of Cloud Realm level could not break the formations and occupy the cave mansions. As such, it was not necessary to dispatch top experts to guard them. Occupy a cave mansion? Bone King, are you kidding? Beast responded in a bear-like voice. All the cave mansions controlled by Pale Moon Marquis are protected by powerful and indestructible formations. Even a lord can't destroy it. How would we occupy it? The other experts quietly nodded their agreement. Chapter 420 Jiosha Cave Mansion. Chapter 420 Jiosha Cave Mansion. Don't worry. They wouldn't have assigned an impossible task. The power of the formation is extraordinary, but I have my methods to break it. Bone King laughed. Oh? The experts were surprised. The most indestructible part of the cave mansion is the formation. If it can be broken, those guards aren't a great threat, thought Jian Wushuang. Everyone, don't worry about the formation. I guess you'll have no problems dealing with the cave mansion guards. The most difficult part of this task is to guard it after we occupy it, Bone King said seriously, and then clapped his hands. A woman in a purple robe walked in immediately. Nice to meet you, I'm Lady Red. As an ordinary expert at the pinnacle of the Saint Realm, the lady was humble and respectful to Jian Wushuang and the other experts. Lady Red was sent by high officials and has great attainment in formation. After we occupy the cave mansion, she'll set the formation. That will definitely take some time. While that's in progress, we can expect Pale Moon Marquis to send experts to attack us. We have to fight the experts of Pale Moon Marquis camp to buy time for her. Don't let anyone interfere with her. Once the formation is finished, the cave mansion will be controlled by Drifting Blood Marquis camp. We will then be able to use the formation to stop those experts. Bone King explained as he looked around. The experts understood what Bone King said. The cave mansions were the most coveted objects on the flaming battlefield. All cave mansions were valuable to the two camps. Pale Moon Marquis camp would dispatch experts immediately if they lost a mansion. What they had to do was to hold off the experts until Lady Red finished setting the formation. I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to stop those experts of Pale Moon Marquis, Beast said in a low voice. Indeed. That's why the reward is huge. The cave mansion is also an opportunity. It's up to you to seize it. I've specially invited Swordsman for this task. His realm will be of great help to us. Bone King laughed. Swordsman? Beast glanced at Jian Wuxuang. His eyes carried a trace of disdain and a hint of violence. All the experts present were at the top of Stage 3 and were famous in the inner area. Jian Wuxuang was merely a newcomer with ordinary battle strength, at about the high level of Stage 3. That was why Beast had not paid him any attention. He was not aware that the Jian Wuxuang had condensed the origin mark. Jian Wuxuang's battle strength had increased by several times, and he had reached the peak of Stage 3. With the assistance of his realm, Jian Wuxuang was confident that if he had to fight Beast, it would end in a draw. Beast, don't underestimate Swordsman's realm. Shuiyang and I witnessed it just now. Even I was greatly oppressed by his realm and my strength dropped sharply. His realm will be of immense help for this task, Bone King said. I hope so. Beast curled his lips. Bone King, Jian Wuxuang suddenly said. Our task is to occupy a cave mansion, but which one? The other experts turned to look at Bone King. Pale Moon Marquis controlled numerous cave mansions, including extremely valuable ones and ordinary ones which were nearly empty. They would naturally pay more attention to the valuable ones. Our target is Jiosha Cave Mansion, said Bone King. Jiosha? Jian Wuxuang and the other experts were surprised. Pale Moon Marquis camp controlled many cave mansions, including 3 Marquis cave mansions. The 3 Marquis cave mansions were the most valuable, and their defenses were unassailable. Occupying those mansions would only be possible for experts of Lord level rather than Stage 3 experts of the Saint Realm like them. Jiosha Cave Mansion was not a Marquis cave mansion. However, it was very precious and just slightly less important than the 3 Marquis cave mansions. Jiosha Lord was a famous Cloud Realm expert who had died 1,000 years ago. In terms of strength, he was second only to a Marquis. The cave mansion he had left behind was extremely valuable. It had been discovered less than 10 years ago. That meant that it would still contain hidden treasures or opportunities, which would be of great help to any warrior. Its importance to Pale Moon Marquis was only second to the 3 Marquis cave mansions. Jiosha Cave Mansion, we're going to occupy the Jiosha Cave Mansion. The Pale Moon Marquis camp will be enraged if we occupy the Jiosha Cave Mansion. Jiosha Cave Mansion is not an ordinary Lord's Cave Mansion. The experts were excited and broke into a discussion among themselves. Jian Wuxuang sat at the table, his eyes slightly closed. Jiosha Lord had been an expert of sword principle. Therefore, there must be several opportunities for warriors of sword principle in his cave mansion. Jiosha Cave Mansion was quite attractive to him. Everyone, Bone King spoke again in a loud voice. That's all I have to say about the task. It's very difficult and dangerous, however, it's also rewarding. You'll have to weigh its risks against its benefits. Take it or leave it, it's up to you. The experts quieted down and considered their options. The rewards were tempting, but the task was also extremely dangerous. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. I'm in, Shuiyang said. Since Shuiyang is going, I must go too. Life in the inner area is boring now. I need to find some excitement. Beast grinned. The remaining 2 experts hesitated, but nodded their assent after a moment. If you don't mind, I'll go with you and help you as much as possible, Jian Wuxuang said. Ha, Swordsman, your realm technique is a powerful weapon for us. Bone King laughed. When should we start? Jian Wuxuang asked. Now! A glimmer of anticipation shone in Bone King's eyes. Chapter 421 Breaking Array. Chapter 421 Breaking Array. Within the flaming battlefield were 330 cave mansions, of which most were located in the outer area. This included the discovered cave mansions which belonged to the 6 marquises, and so to the Jiosha cave mansion. There was nothing special about a particular sallow and desolate mountain to the naked eye. However, beneath this mountain was the presence of a cave mansion, and near the mountain was a faint sign of an immaterial halo. The halo shrouded the entire mountain without leaving even an inch of gap. It was the formation outside the Jiosha cave mansion. It was precisely because of this formation that even though many of the experts from Drifting Blood Marquis Camp knew that beneath the mountain was a cave mansion which promised many opportunities, they could only admire it from afar. Right at this moment, there was a party of 7 people, including Lady Red, standing abreast in a void not far from the mountain. Bone King, how are you going to break this formation if even Lord-level experts can't do anything about it? Beast grunted. Don't fret, just wait and see. Bone King laughed mysteriously. Jian Wuxuang took a glance at Bone King and said, That formation is extremely powerful. It's absolutely impossible for us to break it by force on our own. The only way is to get someone from inside to collaborate with us and destroy the foundation of the formation. In Jian Wuxuang's view, this was the only possibility. He had employed such a method in Nanyang Continent before. At that time, he was bringing people to Ice Nether Valley to kill and turn the place upside down. Right at the start, he got his men to break the array core of the valley's protective array so that the valley could not deploy it. Things were happening in the Jiosha cave mansion beneath the mountain as Jian Wuxuang and company waited in secrecy. The cave mansion was incomparably huge, and it extended in all directions. Within it were numerous secret chambers. A bald elder was seated in one of the chambers, and in front of him was an extremely difficult chess composition which he had not found the solution to despite having pondered for many months. Suddenly, the door of the chamber opened, and in walked a black-haired youth. Brother he! The black-haired youth laughed, carrying a pot of wine in his hand. The bald elder raised his head. When he saw the pot of wine in the youth's hand, his eyes sparkled, and he immediately swept the chess composition to one side. Brother he! I came especially to drink with you. The youth sat down in front of the elder and poured some wine for him. Younger brother Yunchong, I don't understand you. With your strength, you're definitely capable of making your way in the inner area, where you'll have many opportunities to attain battle achievements. You don't have to stay here like me, the elder remarked. Experts are a dime a dozen in the inner area. Won't I be courting death by going there? The youth laughed. Not necessarily. Even though it's dangerous in the inner area, you are, for better or worse, a stage 3 expert, which means you should be more than capable of gaining a foothold there. The bald raised his cup and sniffed it after he finished speaking. His eyes began to scorch at once. Good wine indeed! How could I possibly dare to offer it to you if it wasn't good? The youth replied solicitously. Ha! The bald elder's smile widened. He began to drink without any more hesitation. However, the moment he raised his head once again, he saw that the facial expression of the youth had turned from a constant warm smile into a hideous look. A wicked killing intent burst forth violently from the latter's eyes. Die! An amazingly fast icy ray of light began to illuminate the secret chamber. At such a close distance, the elder was utterly unable to react. What? Shock and anger began to fill his eyes as his body was thrown backward forcefully. However, when he got on his feet, he immediately felt a sharp pain in his heart. He subconsciously lowered his head to check. What he saw frightened him out of his wits. A gaping hole had been punctured in his chest area. Huge amounts of flesh and blood were streaming out of it, while his heart had also ruptured. You! The elder looked in disbelief at the black-haired youth. The latter had, just a while ago, been that courteous and complaisant, but quickly turned hostile. He finished off the elder with a single stroke. The elder could not even ask, "Why?" before his body began to collapse gradually on the floor. The youth stood in the secret chamber and, with a cold and pitiless look, observed the body of the collapsed elder. He subsequently took away the elder's interspatial ring, and after making it recognize him as its owner, he pulled a token out of it. Relying on the token, he found his way to another secret chamber in the cave mansion. It was the location of the array core of the formation near to the cave mansion, while the chamber also had its own formation. What he had just taken from the bald elder was the only token which granted entrance to this secret chamber. After entering this chamber, the youth immediately began to destroy the array core of the formation without any hesitation. In the void outside the cave mansion, Jian Wushuang, Bone King, and their companions waited quietly. All of a sudden, they saw that the immaterial halo which had for long been shrouding the mountain began to quiver frantically. "It has begun!" Bone King's eyes lit up. Shuiyang, Beast, and others revealed looks of pleasant surprise when they saw the violent movement of the formation. The immaterial halo quickly reached the verge of disintegration. "Let's go. It's time for us to get to work. We shall break the formation completely," Bone King said. With the exception of Lady Red, the other 6 experts moved forward at once and projected waves of attacks of every kind toward the formation. The formation, which was already on the brink of disintegration, was sundered by the attacks of the 6 people. Once the formation was broken, Jiosha Cave Mansion became rather like a naked young woman standing daintily in front of them. Right at this moment, a figure dashed out of the cave mansion and appeared in front of them. This person was none other than the black-haired youth who had just murdered the bald elder and completely destroyed the array core of the formation. "Aren't you He Yunchong?" Shuiyang instantly recognized who he was. "Bone King, Shuiyang, Beast!" The youth greeted them one by one. "Ha! When I accepted this mission, I already knew that an insider would collaborate with us to break the formation. However, I didn't know who it would be and certainly didn't think it would be you." Bone King laughed in delight. "I was originally from Drifting Blood Marquis Camp, and was sent as a mole to Pale Moon Marquis very early on. I only exposed myself today for the sake of capturing Jiosha Cave Mansion." He Yunchong laughed as well. Upon hearing this, Jian Wushuang and the others finally understood it all. "Okay, let's not waste any more time. Since the formation has been broken, we should get started." A gush of killing intent surged from Bone King's body. Chapter 422 2 Days. Chapter 422 2 Days. As one of the most highly valued cave mansions in Pale Moon Marquis Camp, the place was not only protected by a powerful formation externally but also by several experts internally at all times. However, these experts were mostly mediocre, and only 2 of them were any outstanding. One of them was He Yunchong, while the other was the bald elder He. They were both stage 3 experts. He Yunchong, of course, turned out to be a mole deployed by Drifting Blood Marquis, while Elder He had just been murdered by the former. Consequently, there remained only a bunch of Stage 2 experts. They, too, had detected the changes which had taken place to the formation. "What's going on? The formation is actually breaking? It's He Yunchong. He killed Elder He and has now destroyed the array core of the formation. Damn it! I can't believe He Yunchong is a spy. Quick, send word to the campsite." A commotion kicked off throughout Jiosha Cave Mansion. These Stage 2 experts, who served under Pale Moon Marquis, would turn pale in shock when the formation was completely broken and Jian Wushuang and company appeared in front of them. "I've killed the only Stage 3 expert in here. The rest are just Stage 2s. They carry no threat to us," He Yunchong said. "Move!" Bone King issued a terse order before transforming himself into a beam of flowing light which shot forth with a terrifying vigor. Jian Wushuang and company followed up without hesitation. "Block them!" Pale Moon Marquis experts were able to put up a resistance at first. However, they lost their courage after Bone King charged at them and, with a casual slap, turned several of them into smithereens. Run! Fast! Oh gosh! We can't fend them off at all without the formation. Pale Moon Marquis Stage 2 experts began to flee disorderly. Various figures were seen scampering in all directions. Kill! Bone King's killing intent was soaring. Ha! These all count as battle achievements. Beast laughed maniacally. Only Jian Wushuang and Shui Yang did not act. Shui Yang's temperament was laid back, and he had no interest in killing people who were merely Stage 2 experts of the same realm. As for Jian Wushuang, even though he was innately battle-hungry, he never enjoyed slaying the weak. The entire Jiosha cave mansion quietened down after only a short while. Save for a very small handful who fortunately escaped, most of Pale Moon Marquis experts, who had been guarding the cave mansion, were ruthlessly massacred. Under He Yunchong's lead, Jian Wushuang and company arrived in the secret chamber where the array core had been. Lady Red, how long will it take you to fix up a formation? Bone King inquired. Lady Red looked around the place with a heavy face before replying. The floor area of this cave mansion is extremely large. It'll be rather tedious for me to fix up a formation. It should take at least 2 days to complete. 2 days? Bone King frowned slightly. The news of us capturing Jiosha Cave Mansion will spread very quickly to Pale Moon Marquis Camp. That should take a day at most by their usual speed. A fresh group of experts will then come to kill us. Pale Moon Marquis Camp valued Jiosha Cave Mansion greatly. Many of the experts who were guarding it possessed a messaging slip, which could send word to the Marquis in a short time. In fact, the camp already received news when Jian Wushuang and company had just started to capture the cave mansion. And knowing Pale Moon Marquis' speed, he was very well able to organize a group of experts to come killing within a day. But most of the experts of Pale Moon Marquis Camp are out and about in the flaming battlefield, and not many are left in the camp. Even if the camp can deploy experts within a day, there shouldn't be too many of them. At most, it will be a small team that comes. We just have to think of a way to fend off such a small team. Bone King noted. Understood. Jian Wushuang and company nodded their heads, albeit their expressions remained somewhat solemn. They all understood that in this mission, capturing Jiosha Cave Mansion was not the hard part. The real difficulty was in fending off the counteroffensive from Pale Moon Marquis' camp. Only that was the most difficult and dangerous part. Lady Red, you shall go and fix up the formation first. As for the rest, go and have a look around the cave mansion while the Marquis experts are not yet here. Who knows what you might find? After all, people from the Marquis camp need to amass 8,000 battle achievements before they are granted a single trip here. Bone King spoke once more. Upon hearing this, Jian Wushuang laughed involuntarily. Every cave mansion in the flaming battlefield possessed its own unique opportunities. Furthermore, the cave mansions controlled by the 2 large camps required unique battle achievements as payment for a single visit. For instance, even the most average cave mansions under Drifting Blood Marquis required the expenditure of between 2,000 to 3,000 battle achievements for a single visit. And for a cave mansion on Jiosha's level under Pale Moon Marquis, 8,000 battle achievements were required for a single visit. This meant that the cave mansion was considered to be among the highest level, and was only secondary to the Marquis' personal cave mansions. Besides, the owner of Jiosha Cave Mansion, known as Jiosha Lord, was a sword principle expert. Jian Wushuang was desirous of some of the opportunities which the former had left behind on several sword principles in the cave mansion. Jian Wushuang, Shui Yang, Beast, He Yunchong, and company began to look around the cave mansion without hesitation. He Yunchong, you have been guarding Jiosha Cave Mansion for a long time. Haven't you looked around the place before? Beast questioned. Although I was guarding the place, I stayed only in the outer layer. The inner layer, where the opportunities are, was off limits. He Yunchong revealed a forced smile before he continued. I know exactly which opportunities there are in this cave mansion, however. Oh? Jian Wushuang shot a glance at He Yunchong. Follow me. The latter walked up front and led the way. As Jian Wushuang and company were capturing Jiusha Cave Mansion, things were happening far away in Pale Moon Marquee Camp, which was situated at the edge of flaming battlefield. In the middle of a huge tent were 3 thrones, upon which 3 people were seated. These 3 people each had an abnormally terrifying aura. They were way above the level of the Saint Realm, and were apparently 3 Lord-level super beings. However, their expressions were rather hideous at present. Several experts were standing deferentially in front of them. We have just received news that Jiusha Cave Mansion has been captured by experts from the enemy camp. The leader among the 3 lords was a burly middle-aged man with purple hair. His thunderous voice began to sound within the tent, causing the hearts of the stage 3 experts standing in front of him to shudder involuntarily. Chapter 423 Touched. Chapter 423 Touched. How is that possible? Jiusha Cave Mansion has actually been captured? There's a brutally powerful formation set up by my camp outside Jiusha Cave Mansion. It should have been very difficult to break through even if several lords worked together. The experts who were standing respectfully were shocked when they learned about the formation. The burly middle-aged man with purple hair continued. He Yunchong, who was one of the 2 Stage 3 experts guarding Jiusha Cave Mansion, is a spy sent by Drifting Blood Marquis. It was he who conspired with the enemy experts and helped them to capture the cave mansion. I hereby decree that He Yunchong shall be classified as a top priority assassination target, and that any expert in the camp who is related to him will be thoroughly interrogated. Anyone found to be closely related to him shall be immediately executed. The burly middle-aged man with purple hair resumed speaking after the series of orders were handed down. My camp controls 101 cave mansions, among which Jiusha Cave Mansion is only secondary in value to the 3 Marquee Cave Mansions. Such an important cave mansion should never be allowed to fall into the hands of Drifting Blood Marquis. Send orders to assemble a group of experts immediately, and for the group to head to Jiusha Cave Mansion in the shortest time possible. Seize back Jiusha Cave Mansion while the enemy has yet to gain a firm foothold and fix up a formation. Yes. The Stage 3 experts acknowledged solemnly. By the way, hasn't Deng Hui just set out toward the inner area a while ago? He should be reaching the outer area by now. Send word to him immediately to take a trip to Jiusha Cave Mansion. The recapture won't be difficult with his assistance. The other 2 lords nodded their heads. They apparently had full confidence in Deng Hui, who the purple-haired man mentioned. After this order was handed down, it took only half a day for a group of experts to be assembled and to set off. Because of the tightness of time, the experts simply teleported using their space travel spells and quickly reached the outer area. Jian Wushuang and company were still looking around inside Jiusha Cave Mansion. There are 3 spots of opportunities in Jiusha Cave Mansion. He Yunchong was naturally very familiar with Jiusha Cave Mansion, having stayed here for so long. These spots can be classified into 2 different types. One is meant for origin enlightenment, while the other is for sword principle. Sword principle? Bone King, Shui Yang and several others could not refrain from looking at Jian Wushuang. Including He Yunchong, there were 7 experts present. However, among them, only Jian Wushuang specialized in sword principle. Jian Wushuang subconsciously touched his own nose as a result of the attention he was getting. Swordsman, some luck you have. Bone King laughed. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Regarding the 2 spots of opportunities for origin enlightenment, exactly which origins are they meant for? Beast asked. The Raging Fire origin and the Thunderbolt origin, He Yunchong answered. Immediately, odd looks appeared on several faces. Those who had practiced either of these 2 origins were naturally delighted, whereas those who had never practiced either origin could only laugh bitterly. The opportunity for sword principle is right in that secret chamber. You can go in, Sword Master, He Yunchong said. Without hesitation, Jian Wushuang nodded his head and walked toward the secret chamber. Guys, don't you want to go in and have a look too? He Yunchong looked at Bone, Shui Yang, and company. Never mind. We aren't proficient in sword principle at all. The opportunity for it is useless to us, Beast replied. If it's an origin opportunity, we can try meditating for a while whether or not we're proficient in it. After all, knowing an extra origin may bring some benefit. However, I'm sure that no one here still specializes in sword principle, right? Bone King commented. The others nodded their heads in agreement. Subsequently, they walked toward the spots of opportunities for origin enlightenment. Jian Wuxuang stood alone in the middle of the secret chamber, which was so empty and unfurnished that there was not even a stool. The only thing in the room was a giant painting which was hung on the stone wall directly in front of the swordsman. The painting was 3 meters high and 2 meters wide. It almost covered the stone wall completely. The painting displayed the scene of a man practicing his sword under a tree. His posture was that of thrusting his sword out. This sword. Jian Wuxuang began to concentrate his attention on the painting. Under his gaze, the man in the painting suddenly began to move. Jian Wuxuang saw the man thrust his sword forward viciously. The thrust caused, in the man's surroundings, a whirlwind which carried a relentless essence. It was as if the sword would stop at nothing to kill the enemy. Jian Wuxuang was completely smitten by the ingenious and mysterious sword. He stared fixedly at the sword and felt its relentless essence. After a good while, the sword stopped moving and the painting came to a still. Jian Wuxuang, however, had already entered the midst of enlightenment. That never say die sword. Jian Wuxuang was recalling in his mind the sword he had just seen. The sword was astonishing, and it somewhat touched Jian Wuxuang in the bottom of his heart. This touch was from a different sword skill school. It was the heart-killing sword technique, the most powerful sword skill invented by the sword ancestors. Jian Wuxuang had memorized every one of its 9 sword movements when he was still in Ancestors' Land. And he mastered its first move early on when he was in Nanyang Continent. However, Traceless, as the first move was named, was nothing more than the starting point of heart-killing sword technique. Among the 9 sword movements, it was the least powerful and also the easiest to understand. As far as its power was concerned, Traceless was only about as good as first-grade sword techniques. Because of its mediocre power, people often doubted whether the move was truly invented by the sword ancestors. In reality, however, Jian Wuxuang understood that the first move was put in place because the sword ancestors were worried that the sword skill, as a whole, would be too profound and difficult to understand. It was specially crafted to attract more people to practice the subsequent moves. There was no doubt that Traceless was mediocre in power. However, beginning from the second move, the frightening might of the sword technique would start to reveal itself. The second move was definitely near 10 times more powerful than the first. The name of the second move was Desperation. Desperation referred to a tireless essence which was similar to, albeit different in approach from, the essence seen in the painting. This was why Jian Wuxuang felt a twitch in his brain when he saw the Never Say Die sword. Never Say Die! Tireless? How could it be like this? After Jian Wuxuang closed his eyes, the Lonely Heart sword appeared in his hand. In pace with the movement of his wrist, thrust after thrust of the sword would be exerted. Chapter 424 Desperation. Chapter 424 Desperation. Every thrust of the sword was exerted explosively at the void ahead. The technique was not much different from that of the man depicted in the painting. However, the power and speed of the sword technique rose insanely with every thrust. Furthermore, there gradually emerged the consolidation of a resolve and a tireless essence. When the essence had consolidated to its peak, Jian Wuxuang's eyes opened violently, only for a beam of intense light, which was akin to an electric arc, to shoot across the void. Subsequently, the long sword in his hand transformed into a beam of lightning and shot forth as well. Carrying a resolve and a tireless essence, the sword swept across and struck on the void directly ahead. Though the sword clearly did not hit any material object, and instead only struck the air in the secret chamber, it nevertheless caused the spread of an immaterial ripple. Boom! The air emitted a loud roar as if it was about to shatter completely. Desperation! Jian Wuxuang sheathed his long sword. In his eyes flickered an intense radiance. What a terrifying move! It has not only a resolve but also a tireless essence. Although it expends an abnormally large amount of spiritual power, its power is truly incredible. Compared to the first move, Traceless, it's stronger by nearly 10 times. It has certainly proven itself to be the strongest sword skill personally invented by the sword ancestors. He felt that Traceless, the first move of heart-killing sword technique, was not powerful enough, and therefore he rarely used it to fight. The second move was completely different, however. My offensive power has increased by nearly 10 times simply by understanding the second move. Jian Wuxuang felt pleased inwardly. It should be noted that his strength had spurted when he consolidated the origin mark, which thereby enabled him to compete with Stage 3 peak experts. Now, having understood the second move of heart-killing sword technique, his maximum offensive power had shot up by nearly 10 times. This meant that, in terms of offensive power, he had surpassed the vast majority of Stage 3 peak experts. At least, among the Stage 3 peak experts who had come along, Shui Yang and Beast could surely not compare to him in terms of offensive power. Neither was it clear whether Bone King, who was the strongest among them and was unrivaled at the heaven-defying level and below, could. And this was only regarding offensive power. It should be known that Jian Wuxuang also possessed realms. If he used their suppressive abilities, he would remain capable of exerting his full power, whereas Bone King and the others would find their strengths affected and their offensive power greatly diminished. My speed and defensive skills are outstanding, and my self-preservation methods are extremely strong. Among the countless experts of the Saint Realm and Flaming Battlefield, only a handful are my match. My only weakness was that my offensive skills weren't the most powerful. But now, having understood the second move of heart-killing sword technique, this weakness has been offset completely. My overall strength has reached an entirely new level. A bright glint surged in Jian Wuxuang's eyes. Previously, by relying on his realms, he gained the confidence to fight against experts on the same level as Beast and Shui Yang. However, the realms could only ensure that he would not be defeated. They did not help him to win outright against such experts. He would have been utterly trounced by enemies on Bone King's level. Now, however, he no longer needed to be afraid of facing Bone King. If they really fought, he could even confidently use his realms to stifle the latter somewhat. I have to thank this painting. After a brief moment of pleasant surprise, he looked at the painting once more. This time, he noticed that at one corner of the painting was a line of tiny words. It turns out that this technique is the most powerful skill invented by Jiosha Lord. Jian Wuxuang gasped silently. Jiosha Lord was a peak expert in the Cloud Realm and was only inferior to the Marquis. Experts of his level were qualified to invent their own sword skills. The technique in the painting was the most powerful one invented by Jiosha. Among first-grade sword techniques, it should be one of the most powerful as well. However, because it was a single move, it could not be considered a truly complete sword skill. In any case, I still have to thank Jiosha Lord. After laughing briefly, he bent his body and bowed toward the painting. Only then did he quietly turn his body and walk out of the secret chamber. He made his way to the main palace of the cave mansion, only to see Bone King there alone. He guessed that Shui Yang, Beast, and the rest were still at the 2 spots of opportunities for origins. So fast? Bone King was surprised to see Jian Wuxuang coming over. He subsequently laughed while asking, "How was it? Did you gain anything?" "Indeed." Jian Wuxuang nodded his head, laughing. "Based on the look on your face, the gain must have been quite substantial," Bone King remarked with interest. Jian Wuxuang did not reply but nodded internally. The gain was indeed huge, to the extent that he felt pleasantly surprised. He would not feel bad even if the ultimate task of this mission could not be completed and the 10,000 battle achievements could not be attained, for his gain was already very substantial. Bone King began to chat idly with Jian Wuxuang in the main palace, but suddenly boom! Several strong auras traveled forcefully toward them. An icy voice accompanied the auras and sounded thunderously in every corner of the cave mansion. What audacity y'all have to capture Jiosha Cave Mansion! None of you shall leave here alive! The faces of Jian Wuxuang and Bone King turned grave like never before. They have arrived! There was a slight heaviness in Bone King's voice. It has only been half a day. Pale Moon Marquee Camp is quick indeed, Jian Wuxuang muttered. Swish! 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 Almost immediately, Shui Yang, Beast and Company appeared within the main palace. Lady Red, you shall continue to fix up the formation. Everyone else, follow me out. As soon as Bone King spoke, the party except for Lady Red hurriedly headed toward the exit of the cave mansion, and swiftly reached the upper void outside. As soon as he had stepped out of the cave mansion, Jian Wuxuang saw that there were many figures standing erect in the middle of the void ahead. They consisted of men and women, young and old. There were altogether 9 of them, and their auras were all exceptionally strong. Every one of them was a Stage 3 peak expert. The leader among them was a blood-haired demonic youth whose demonic eyes could cause one's heart to lurch. Duo Xian Marquis? Upon seeing the demonic youth, even Bone King could not help his pupils from constricting. Like Bone King, Duo Xian Marquis was one of the experts in Flaming Battlefield who were the closest to the heaven-defying level. His way of doing things was eccentric, and he had given himself the title of Marquis. While he was similar in strength to Bone King, his fear factor was significantly greater than the latter's. Aside from him, the other 8 arrivers were each extremely famous in the inner area and exceptionally powerful. Including Duo Xian Marquis, the 9 of them's combined strength was way above that of Jian Wuxuang's 7-man party. Chapter 425 A Fierce Battle. Chapter 425 A Fierce Battle. So it's actually you, Bone King? The blood-haired demonic youth, Duo Xian Marquis, glanced at Bone King and company. You certainly have some guts to lead your men to capture a place as highly valued within Pale Moon Marquee Camp as Jiosha Cave Mansion. Duo Xian Marquis, I'm sure you haven't come to talk nonsense, right? Bone King responded in an indifferent voice. Aren't you pleased to say a few last words before your death? The former mocked. You think you can kill me? The latter was even more disdainful. You shall know right away whether I can. The Marquis did not waste any more breath. Kill him! Swish! 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 Beams of flowing light sped through the air murderously. Leave Duo Xian Marquis to me, and be careful while taking care of the others. He Yunchong, being the weakest, you just have to ensnare one of them. After speaking, Bone King turned toward Jian Wuxuang. Swordsman, it's time to see what you're made of. Yes. Jian Wuxuang nodded his head, and immediately summoned Road to the underworld and Tenfold Realm. The 2 realms formed into a blood river which surged toward the enemies. The onrushing Duo Xian Marquis and company were momentarily stunned. These strange realms are causing me great suppression just by being in their midst. This person is probably the swordsman who came to prominence in the inner area recently, right? I've long heard that his realms are something else, and it does appear that they live up to their repute. Duo Xian Marquis' face turned grim. However, it's only his realm techniques which are troubling. His strength is terribly average. Spectre, find an opportunity to act and kill him. Yes. Following behind Duo Xian Marquis was a petite woman, veiled in a black robe, who acknowledged softly. They were both clear that Jian Wuxuang's realms were a concern which was best taken care of as soon as possible. Kill! A killing intent surged in Bone King's eyes. He was the first to advance murderously at the enemies, while beside him, Shui Yang, Beast, and company quickly followed. Swish! 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 Fast as thunderbolts, these figures quickly traversed the blood river and appeared in front of Pale Moon Marquee experts. Their speeds are considerably faster than ours under the suppression caused by the realms. Duo Xian Marquee gaze was somber. He would be the first person Bone King came for. Duo Xian Marquis, it's been a long time since we fought. Time to play. Bone King sneered. Who's the scared one? Duo Xian Marquis snorted. A fan-shaped arc light swept forth and a blood-red wicked machete, which held a monstrous power, appeared in his hands. Although it was not first grade, it was certainly among the very best of the second grade. Bone King was indignant and brutal in response. He promptly slapped a palm, which was akin to a majestic mountain, forth. While Bone King and Duo Xian Marquis were exchanging blows, the other experts on both sides quickly did the same. At first, Pale Moon Marquis party was considerably stronger than Jian Wushuang's squad, and because it had 2 more Stage 3 peak experts than the latter, it should reasonably have had an absolute advantage. However, this advantage had been reduced to an extremely small amount thanks to the suppression from Jian Wushuang's realms. Take Shuiyang for example. His strength was already immense, but because of the realms, he could now easily fight alone against 2 Stage 3 peak experts. This went for Beast as well. Among the others, only He Yuchong was somewhat weaker. But because of the realm's effect, he managed to ensnare a rival Stage 3 peak expert who was unable to break from his grasp. As for Jian Wushuang, everyone had believed that although his realm technique was powerful, his actual strength was average at best, and that he would at most be able to deal with 1 Stage 3 peak expert. Instead, whoosh, 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 Jian Wushuang struck out beam after beam of sword light. Although he seemed to be doing so casually, in reality, every strike contained great power. Behind him, 2 giant sword soul phantoms rose up. With their assistance, every one of his strikes reached the threshold of the peak of Stage 3. His opponent was a green-clothed elder who was also at the peak of Stage 3 in terms of battle strength. However, under Jian Wushuang's unceasing stream of sword light, the elder became helpless like never before. The latter laboriously swung the long staff in his hand and exchanged blows with the former time and again, but came off worse in every exchange. Bastard, who was it that said this swordsman's strength is average even though his realms are strong? The elder whined in his heart. Every one of his strikes reaches the threshold of the peak of Stage 3. Even without these realms, I might not be able to defeat him. And with them, I'm completely not his match. From different sections of the battlefield, Bone King, Shuiyang, Beast, and the rest noticed what was going on, and could not help revealing their joy. Swordsman, good job, Bone King remarked. Haha, seems like I underestimated you, Swordsman. Beast laughed brazenly. Previously, when they met at Bone King's cave mansion, he was somewhat derisive of Jian Wushuang, and felt that the latter was only good in realm technique. He completely belittled the latter's actual strength. But now, seeing the latter's fight against an expert from Pale Moon Marquis, he finally understood that Jian Wushuang's importance to this mission was far above his. It was only because of the swordsman's realms that they were able to contend with experts from Pale Moon Marquis camp despite having a severely weaker lineup. Furthermore, Jian Wushuang himself had displayed amazing strength and utterly outclassed a Stage 3 peak expert. Conversely, the expressions of the experts from Pale Moon Marquis camp were rather awful. This swordsman's strength is obviously much stronger than the rumors suggested. It has reached the peak of Stage 3. His realms are a huge problem. Spectre. Duo Xian Marquis called out softly. A silent ghost-like figure drifted forth. It was the petite woman who was veiled beneath a black robe. She had been waiting for an opportunity throughout, and had yet to act. However, she finally got moving upon hearing Duo Xian Marquis' words. Jian Wushuang was still fighting against the green-clothed elder. His casual strikes were packed with the battle strength of the peak of Stage 3, and together with the effect of the realms, were causing great misery to the elder. But right at this moment, ha! He felt a shudder in his heart. It was a sense of danger. Killer. He was all too familiar with this feeling. He had been the target of numerous assassination attempts by Blood Feather Tower in Nanyang Continent, and each time a Blood Feather Tower killer sneaked up on him, he would have a feeling like the one he was currently having. Humph! With a grunt, Jian Wushuang abruptly transformed his body. He exerted the first phase of the triple shift. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang's body split open, and at once, a beam of black light shot out from it, which did not spill a single drop of blood. Residual shadow? The petite black-robed woman was astounded on the spot. Chapter 426 A Frightful Sword Move. Chapter 426 A Frightful Sword Move. There was an invisible wave rippling around the black-robed, emaciated lady. At the same time, Jian Wuxuang approached her quietly. "He is so fast!" The emaciated lady was shocked. "Humph!" Jian Wuxuang snorted, then his triple-kill sword lunged in her direction. Immediately she leaned to one side and narrowly dodged the sword. However, a sudden vast power gathered behind her, which was the long blood river that turned into a giant hand, crashing onto her. There was no more time for her to react after dodging the sword. Therefore, she was beaten back helter-skelter. "It's time!" A sharpness flashed in his eyes. Jian Wuxuang suddenly moved. "Danger!" The green-clothed elder who had been suppressed by Jian Wuxuang shouted and jumped in front of the emaciated lady, trying to hold off Jian Wuxuang's attack. Seeing it, Jian Wuxuang sneered and said, "You are asking for death." Jian Wuxuang drew his sword. With a straight lunge, the triple-kill sword turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed out. Decisive and desperate. It went towards the green-clothed elder directly. The second move of heart-killing sword technique, desperation. Rumble the world was shaking as the sword light shot out. This, the green-clothed elder couldn't help narrowing his eyes. Though the sword moves Jian Wuxuang displayed before were powerful, when he fought with Jian Wuxuang alone, he could fend off this attack if he tried his best. However, he felt helpless while facing the sword this time. A strong sense of crisis rose and his whole body broke out with gooseflesh. "Oh no!" Without hesitating, the green-clothed elder did his best to use his most powerful move. A pitch-black stick poked out. The pitch-black stick and the long sword clashed. Boom! The blood vessels of the green-clothed elder's hand burst. The long staff in that hand was flung away and his chest contained a big hole. The sword shadow continued rushing towards the emaciated lady behind the green-clothed elder. How could this be possible? The emaciated lady was in shock. But at this moment, she could only make a small move. Boom! The sword shadow hit her. Immediately her right body burst, and her whole right hand was disintegrated. A fierce pang of pain shot through her. She squeaked out shrill cries, but at the next moment, she turned and fled, not daring to look at Jian Wuxuang again. "Run! Run! Run!" The emaciated lady roared, and she had lost her nerve to fight. It was a sword of terror and intimidation. On the battlefield, experts of the two camps were in a fierce fight. When the sudden strong power broke out, they all looked at it, seeing the body of the green-clothed elder falling and the emaciated lady fleeing. "What? This is—" Everyone was stunned. Though they didn't see how Jian Wuxuang did it. They were all in great shock. Two peak of Stage 3 joined hands and fought with Jian Wuxuang, but one died and the other fled. How could this be? They heard that it was the realm that Swordsman used, which was strange, but his real strength was weak and hadn't reached peak of Stage 3 yet, had he? So how did he do it? Realizing what had happened, their faces changed. On the one hand, Bone King, Shuiyang, Beast and the others who were in the same camp with Jian Wuxuang were all amazed and happy. On the other hand, experts of Pale Moon Marquis camp were sullen. "What the hell is going on? He is much stronger than we thought. He could make us lose 2 peak of Stage 3 with one blow. That terrible realm has been so troublesome. How could his strength be so strong?" Duo Xian Marquis' face was grim. He shot a look at Jian Wuxuang and cursed in mind. "Damn it, Master Denghua, where are you? Why don't you show up?" Duo Xian Marquis didn't attach any extravagant hope that they could do anything to Jian Wuxuang. They had an advantage at first for having 9 experts. But now, one of them was killed, one had lost her battle strength. The number of their experts was the same as the opposite side. Looking at their rivals, Jian Wuxuang's realm and his terrible strength, they could easily be suppressed. The situation had been reversed. "Ha ha, we will win!" Bone King, Beast, and the others laughed, even cool Shui Yang smiled. They all saw the hope of winning. But right at this moment, dung! A muffled sound rose from the far horizon. The weak sound was getting louder at an astonishing speed, beating like battle drums in their hearts, and all people on the battlefield stopped. They all looked at where the sound came from. They saw a sun. The sun was dazzling like the sun and moon. Seeing this sun, Duo Xian Marquis relieved sighed. Finally he has arrived! All other experts of Pale Moon Marquis camp were happy while seeing the sun coming. They knew who he was. This is... Bone King also gazed at the far dazzling sun. Realizing who he might be, his face changed instantly. The muffled footsteps were still on and the sun approached. Then, a white-robed figure walked out of the light. It was a white-robed and barefooted elder, who was gentle and mild like sunlight. Recognizing the white-robed elder, Bone King narrowed his eyes. Deng Hua! Chapter 427 Deng Hua's Arrival. Chapter 427 Deng Hua's Arrival. Deng Hua? Hearing his name, even though it was Jian Wushuang, he couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. On the flaming battlefield, there were experts like Bone King, Duo Xian Marquis, and Shui Luo overlords, who few dared challenge. They were strong but not invincible. The real invincible ones were the 6 super experts of heaven-defying level. 6 heaven-defying experts for the 2 camps, each camp had 3. Deng Hua was one of those heaven-defying experts in the Pale Moon Marquis camp. On the entire flaming battlefield, they were the true supreme and invincible ones except for the lords. Heaven-defying level? Shui Yang, Beast, and their companions had both eyes widely opened. They were all frightened while looking at Deng Hua. How could this be? Bone King roared. There are 3 heaven-defying experts in Pale Moon Marquis camp. Their status was even higher than some normal lords. They seldom come to the flaming battlefield. How could one appear here today? Bone King couldn't believe what he had seen. Experts of heaven-defying level came to the flaming battlefield only once in a long while. Even if they came, usually they went directly to the inner area. Once they went to the inner area, it took time for the Pale Moon Marquis to send them here. Today, how could an expert of heaven-defying level arrive within a day? There had to be a reason. Was Deng Hua just in the campsite of Pale Moon Marquis or setting out to the flaming battlefield when we attacked Jiosha Cave Mansion? Bone King was thinking. Yes. Deng Hua set out from the campsite, and as soon as he arrived at the outer area he got the message, asking him to help Duo Xian Marquis take back the Jiosha Cave Mansion. Therefore, he came immediately. Though he arrived later than Duo Xian Marquis and his companions who used a space travel spell. Master Deng Hua! Master Deng Hua! Duo Xian Marquis and the other experts of the Pale Moon Marquis camp saluted the white-robed elder. Deng Hua, an expert of heaven-defying level, was much stronger than those at peak of Stage 3. Even it was Duo Xian Marquis, he would respectfully address him as Master. Deng Hua, the white-robed elder who seemed like standing in sunlight, assessed the situation quickly. When he saw the body of the green-clothed elder below, and the emaciated lady, he turned sullen. 9 peak of Stage 3 joined hands. Instead of defeating them, one of you died and another was heavily wounded. Such a humiliation. Deng Hua's cold voice echoed in the void. Hearing this, the experts of the Pale Moon Marquis camp felt embarrassed, but no one dared contradict him. If it were another expert who said that, Duo Xian Marquis would have been angry. But it was Deng Hua, so he dared not express his discontent. And stupid. Deng Hua continued. You are here to take back Jiosha Cave Mansion. However, you're trapped in a fight with them outside the cave mansion. Given more time, people in the cave mansion will finish the formation, and then, what can you do even if you kill them all? Then the Jiosha Cave Mansion will be taken away from us, wouldn't it? Experts of Pale Moon Marquis camp were all stunned and bitterly smiled. They knew what he meant, but what could they do? No one was able to get past the fight to enter into the cave mansion. Deng Hua looked at Jian Wushuang and the others. I'm going to seek opportunities in the cave mansion, It's better to settle the fight here as quickly as possible. As he finished talking, Deng Hua turned into a dazzling light and rushed towards the entrance of Jiosha Cave Mansion below. Damn it! Jian Wushuang and Bone King, as well as the others, immediately realized his intentions. Lady Red was alone establishing her formation in the Jiosha Cave Mansion. She was just a normal pinnacle of the Saint Realm. If Deng Hua found her, she would be killed easily. If he did that, they would fail their task. I'm going to stop him. Bone King was going to try to stop Deng Hua, but before he could leave, Duo Xian Marquis immediately stopped him. Bone King, where are you going? Duo Xian Marquis said with a cold smile. Bastard! Bone King cursed and sighed. He had to stop and deal with Duo Xian Marquis first. As for Shuiyang, Beast, and the others, their strength was not high enough to stop Deng Hua. Even if they could, they were busy fighting with others. Only Jian Wushuang could do it. You stay here and stop Duo Xian Marquis and his companions. I will deal with Deng Hua, Jian Wushuang said with a stern face. Swordsman! Bone King, Shuiyang, and the others frowned, not because they didn't believe Jian Wushuang, but rather Deng Hua was too strong and only Bone King was capable of fighting with him. Even if it was only for a short while. Now they could do nothing but pray that Jian Wushuang could survive. Though it was a slim chance. If Jian Wushuang failed, they would have to flee as soon as possible. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang followed Deng Hua and rushed into the Jiosha Cave Mansion. Once Jian Wushuang left, the blood river vanished. Experts of the Pale Moon Marquis camp felt a sense of relief. Duo Xian Marquis clenched his right hand with light flashing in his eyes. Bone King, I could not fully use my strength under the realm just now. Let's fight again, Duo Xian Marquis said in a deep voice. Humph, bring it on. Bone King's face was cold and stern. Shuiyang, Beast, and others were also eager to battle. If it were moments ago, it was difficult for them to fend against those experts without the help of Jian Wushuang's realm. But now, the green-clothed elder was killed and the black-robed emaciated lady was heavily wounded. Their battle strength was almost the same and an equal fight was possible. Come on! Bone King roared. The two camps erupted into a fierce fight. Chapter 428 Fight with a Heaven-Defying Expert. Chapter 428 Fight with a Heaven-Defying Expert. Bang! As soon as Deng Hua entered the Jiosha Cave Mansion, he started searching desperately. Soon he found Lady Red, who was building the formation in the main shrine. There she is! A coldness flashed in Deng Hua's eyes. Lady Red was establishing the complicated formation. She needed to arrange it involving many areas within the cave mansion, including its main shrine. Suddenly, a thunderous sound boomed. Lady Red turned and was astonished to find Deng Hua rushing towards her. Before Deng Hua reached Lady Red, Jian Wushuang, who followed Deng Hua all the way, shot a look at Deng Hua. Whoosh! The vast blood realm stretched and surrounded Deng Hua. Suppressed by the realm, Deng Hua slowed down a little. Triple shift! Jian Wushuang shot forward like a flowing light. Flying through the void with a residual shadow left in the air, he passed by Deng Hua and arrived before Lady Red first. Oh! Deng Hua stopped and flashed a look of surprise at Jian Wushuang. Nice speed! Swordsman! Lady Red was relieved after seeing Jian Wushuang. Leave him to me, continue your work, Jian Wushuang said. Okay. Lady Red nodded and stepped back. She knew that there was nothing she could do for the fight. Who are you? Deng Hua stared at Jian Wushuang with a cold and haughty face. Swordsman, Jian Wushuang replied. Swordsman? I have not heard about you. Deng Hua shook his head, shot a disdainful look at Jian Wushuang. You are not thinking you can stop me, are you? How would I know if I don't have a try? Jian Wushuang said with a cold smile. At the same time, a powerful stream of battle intent arose. A heaven-defying level. This was the first time he had fought with a real expert of the heaven-defying level. He had not dared to fight with an expert of heaven-defying level before. After the Jiosha Cave Mansion, He had comprehended the second move of heart-killing sword technique, and his offense had increased. Therefore, he was eager to fight against an expert of heaven-defying level. I want to know how wide the gap between me and a real expert of nature-defying level is. Jian Wuxuang licked his lips. Seeing the battle intent in Jian Wuxuang's eyes, Deng He sneered. Seeking death! After saying that, Deng He charged toward Jian Wuxuang with a science saber in his hand and a big and tall saber soul phantom on his back. Heaven-defying experts had all generated souls. For example, Deng He had built a saber soul. It was nearly 20 meters high, which was a second-grade saber soul. Boy, show me whether you are able to survive my saber! Deng He roared, raising his science saber and slashing at Jian Wuxuang, as if it was splitting the heavens. With the blessings of his saber soul, it was powerful enough to frighten Stage 3 experts. However, Jian Wuxuang was waiting for it with keen, sparkling eyes. Good! Then he became serious. 2 first-grade sword soul phantoms rose behind him, which seemed much taller and bigger than Deng He was. Jian Wuxuang stepped forward and thrust his triple-kill sword. The sword shadow rushed out like lightning. It was the second move of heart-killing sword technique. Desperation. A move with almost all his power. It was powerful enough to impale a Stage 3 expert's body and hurt another one heavily. Then the lighting sword shadow crashed with the blade light. Boom! The whole Jiosha cave mansion shook, and the horrifying power wave caused by their collision spread out overwhelmingly. It shattered many stone stools, tables, and decorations in the main shrine. In a blink of an eye, the main shrine was flattened, full of broken stone and dust. Lady Red, who had retreated to the outside, was shocked after seeing the scene. She knew she would have died if she had not escaped the wave. In the center of the main shrine, the two forces separated after a good while, both Jian Wuxuang and Deng He stepping back simultaneously. Deng He came to a stop and looked at Jian Wuxuang, seriously rather than disdainfully. When he saw the 2 sword soul phantoms behind Jian Wuxuang, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Double first-grade sword soul, it seems I underestimated you. He didn't pay attention to Jian Wuxuang until now. But after a short fight, he was surprised by Jian Wuxuang's battle strength. The sword move he displayed was almost as powerful as mine, nearly reaching nature-defying level. Deng He thought secretly. I thought Bone King was the strongest among them, but didn't expect that Swordsman is much stronger than Bone King. Bone King was just capable of fighting with him, he wouldn't be a threat to Deng He. But Jian Wuxuang was much stronger than Bone King. It drew Deng He's attention. During the last fight, Deng He could not establish an advantage over him. Deng He, you're a top expert of heaven-defying level. Is this your strength? Jian Wuxuang stared at Deng He with furious eyes. You're challenging me. As you wish. Deng He's voice was cold. However, his battle strength was increasing and his white robe fluttered in the breeze. As he finished talking, he stepped forward. Whoosh! A thrilling sonic boom spread in the void. He was more powerful than before. Is this your full strength? Jian Wuxuang narrowed his eyes. That's what I'm expecting. Azura secret skill, Bridge of Helplessness. Boom! The whole Jiosha cave mansion was shaken. On the edge of the Blood River, a towering long blood bridge suddenly appeared, extending to the end of the river at an amazing speed. Jian Wuxuang stood on the bridge. A large amount of blood-red energy gathered around his body, as if he was an Azura in a blood-red armor. His battle strength jumped too, which was now no less than Deng He's. Chapter 429 Fight. Fight. Chapter 429 Fight. Fight. Bridge of Helplessness. Jian Wuxuang had mastered it when he was in Nanyang continent. It was powerful but used too much spiritual power. Therefore, Jian Wuxuang generally didn't use it. Fighting with Deng He, an expert of heaven-defying level, he had to use it. Fight! A deep shout rose, then a strong sense of battle intent surged in Jian Wuxuang. He was like a marvelous Azura in scarlet armor. Pushing out with his feet, Jian Wushuang jumped up to the void with a roar. The two sword soul phantoms behind him were also full of battle intent. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of Deng He. Boom! A sword stabbed out, decisively and desperately. It was still the second move of heart-killing sword technique, desperation. Deng He's look was frosty. When the sword approached him, he felt pressured. Acting with caution, he raised his cyan saber and waved it with all his forces. One by one, the dazzling light flashed like a sun. Apparently, Deng He was also using his best moves. Bang! An explosion erupted, releasing a power which seemed to almost destroy the world. Before the impact forces dissipated completely, Jian Wushuang moved his sword forcefully to counter the impact force. Whoosh! 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 3 moves of desperation in succession were displayed, and each one was fast and decisive. Humph! Deng He snorted. The dazzling light on him was shining even brighter, and the cyan saber in his hand was also sending out beams one by one. In a twinkling, they fought at close quarters. Bang! 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 The constant bangs vibrated in the Jiosha cave mansion. Luckily it was an impregnable cave mansion built by the Jiosha lord himself, otherwise, such a fierce fight would have destroyed it. Bang! With another roar, both Jian Wushuang and Deng He were forced back. Deng He backed and leaned on the wall, looking at Jian Wushuang in shock. Where does this young man come from? He can fight with me like this. Deng He was surprised. He was good at fighting at close quarters. If fighting at close quarters, he was capable of battling with the Lord. But he was unable to suppress Jian Wushuang in the last several attacks. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's eyes were full of excitement. He also admitted, Deng He is really a super expert of heaven-defying level. He has faced desperation more than 10 times in succession with the help of Bridge of Helplessness, but none of them prevailed. Compared with a super expert of heaven-defying level, I'm much weaker. Jian Wushuang knew that he had tried his best right now. As his strongest move, desperation was powerful but at the same time consumed his spiritual power. What's more, he also used 2 secret skills, Road to the Underworld and Bridge of Helplessness. Especially the Bridge of Helplessness, it consumes spiritual power too much, and too quickly. In such a short moment, he had consumed more than 80% of his spiritual power, and had too little left to continue fighting with Deng He. Though he had more spiritual power than normal Saint Realm because of his heavenly creation skill. If it were anyone else, their spiritual power would have been used up. Compared to Deng He, whose breath was still strong. Although he had used some spiritual power, his battle strength was still powerful. That was because he used what he was good at, which only consumed very little spiritual power. They are really powerful movements. However, the more powerful they are, the more difficult it is to use them. It seems you have exhausted most of your spiritual power, haven't you? Deng He looked at Jian Wushuang. Having double first-grade sword soul, you have more potential than me and it's possible for you to surpass me. But now, you have no chance. While saying this, a stream of killing intent was gathering in Deng He's eyes. He was shocked by Jian Wushuang's potential, especially his double first-grade sword soul. Even if it was him, he had made great efforts to have a second-grade sword soul. Such a peerless genius of great potential, who is also an expert of the opposing camp. How could Deng He let him off? Boy, go to hell! Deng He shouted and came at Jian Wushuang again. Jian Wushuang's breath had weakened and the blood river, including the Bridge of Helplessness, had vanished. It seemed he had little battle strength right now. After seeing Deng He rushing towards him, Jian Wushuang's mouth had a cold smile. Kill me? You are not strong enough. Then he waved his hand and released a streak of flowing light. Immediately a big and tall figure in scarlet armor, boots and scarlet helmet showed up. It was Jian Wushuang's blood puppet. Jian Wushuang gave the blood puppet 3 blood gems this time. After taking the blood gems, blood puppet's eyes gleamed like thunder and lightning. Blood puppet, kill him! Giving it an instruction, Jian Wushuang stepped back and took some spiritual power elixirs to restore his spiritual power. Receiving Jian Wushuang's instruction, Blood Puppet turned into a blood light and faced Deng He. A puppet? Watching a blood puppet rushing towards him, Deng He was surprised, but he didn't care. The blood puppet clenched its right fist, gathering a terrible power in it. Standing behind and holding his breath, Jian Wushuang was hopeful. A blood puppet made by the sword ancestor himself. With one blood gem, the blood puppet was able to defeat Shui Luo, who was quite strong in power and defense. 3 blood gems this time. Let me see how powerful the blood puppet is with 3 blood gems. Chapter 430 Explode, 3 Blood Gems. Chapter 430 Explode, 3 Blood Gems. Under the gaze of Jian Wushuang, the blood puppet collided against Deng He. With a cold face, Deng He angrily slashed out his cyan saber, whose blade light immediately turned into a sun, with overwhelming power. The blood puppet had condensed the power in its fist, and forcefully punched out. It was as if 2 stars were colliding head-on. An intangible blast wave rippled out, making the main hall that was already heavily damaged suffer even more destruction. The blood puppet consumed 3 blood gems. Jian Wushuang tightly stared forward with sparkling eyes. When the two collided, that Deng He did not take the blood puppet seriously, but when the power of the fist of the blood puppet really erupted. Boom! The saber in his hand at that moment was hit aside, and a strong power was transmitted along his arm. What? Deng He was aghast. When the great power moved up his arm, he could not help grunting, followed by vomiting out a big mouthful of blood. Then, his body was forced backward in an ugly way. As a dignified super expert at the heaven-defying level, he was hurt heavily by a punch of the blood puppet. If Deng He was careless or did not try his best, it may have been understandable. Yet, he had given his full effort just now and had wielded his most powerful saber technique, yet was hurt heavily by a single punch. Seeing this, a happy expression grew in Jian Wushuang's eyes. As expected, the blood puppet consuming 1 blood gem could directly outclass Shui Luo, the overlord among experts of Stage 3. If it consumes 2 blood gems, the blood puppet could compete with the ordinary heaven-defying expert. With 3 blood gems, of course the battle strength of the blood puppet would be more powerful than the heaven-defying level. The more blood gems the blood puppet consumed, the stronger it would be in battle. The power of 3 blood gems was indeed far beyond the ordinary heaven-defying level, at least much stronger than Deng He. Having heavily hurt Deng He with a punch, the blood puppet did not stop, but attacked Deng He again. Its order from Jian Wushuang was to kill Deng He, so before finishing the task, the blood puppet would not stop. Damn it! Deng He's countenance changed greatly when he saw the blood puppet rushing towards him again. With one collision, he had been frightened by the blood puppet. Where does this terrifying blood puppet come from? Its strength is even above mine. Even those lord experts would be hard-pressed to find such a powerful puppet fighter. How could this guy get one? Deng He was in disbelief. When the blood puppet rushed towards him, he was wiser and did not collide against it again. Instead, he decided to fight against the blood puppet with his speed and technique. However, he quickly found that the blood puppet was more powerful than him in strength, speed, and defense. It outclassed him in nearly every aspect. Its only disadvantage was that it had no intelligence, so its attacks were simple, without using skills. Relying only on its overwhelming strength and incredible speed, however, the blood puppet had placed Deng He in an extremely difficult position. This puppet fighter is just an iron block. I slashed him with my full strength, but it was nothing to him. His strength and speed are much superior than mine. Even though my strength could become the twice of the current level, I'm afraid I would not be able to defeat it. Deng He was shocked. He had clashed with the blood puppet several times. Yet, after the brief fight, he had no means to defeat it. My speed is lower than the puppet fighter. With his interference, I have no method to be able to kill the swordsman and that person deploying the formation. Instead, once the swordsman's spiritual power has recovered and he displays his realm again, in conjunction with the puppet fighter, I'll have no chance to survive. Deng Hua's pupils slightly shrank. When he was fighting against the blood puppet, he was observing Jian Wushuang not far away. While Deng Hua was fighting against the blood puppet, Jian Wushuang was swallowing elixirs and quietly recovering his spiritual power. Now, most of his spiritual power had been recovered. Once it was completely recovered, and Jian Wushuang used his realm to suppress him, it would be over. Anyway, if Jian Wushuang alone exerted his full strength, Deng Hua would be afraid. If Jian Wushuang, at his peak status, fought together with the puppet fighter against him, he would not be able to survive at all. I have to leave. He felt helpless. There was no other way. Jian Wushuang's ability was far beyond his imagination. The strength Jian Wushuang desperately displayed before had already stunned him. What's more astonishing, this puppet fighter turned up. This puppet fighter was too terrifying. It was absolutely the most terrifying puppet fighter Deng Hua had seen in his whole life. With this puppet fighter alone, Deng Hua could never kill Jian Wushuang or Lady Red. There was no use for him to stay there. Naturally, he needed to leave. Bang! Colliding against the blood puppet again, Deng Hua's face turned paler, after which, Deng Hua created some distance again from the blood puppet. You're lucky this time. With a cold snort, Deng Hua suddenly turned around and rushed out of the cave mansion. He wanted to leave, but Jian Wushuang did not agree. Want to run? Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold. Is it so easy to leave? Blood puppet, hunt him! Jian Wushuang directly sent out his order. Meanwhile, 70% of his spiritual power had recovered. Due to the heavenly creation skill, Jian Wushuang's spiritual power recovery was faster than the experts of the same rank. In addition, he had consecutively swallowed elixirs. Naturally, the recovery was very fast. 70% spiritual power is too little to use the bridge of helplessness, and would not last long, but it is enough to use the road to the underworld. Jian Wushuang smiled coldly. He focused his thoughts. Immediately, an overwhelming killing intent rolled out, and a long blood river flew out again. The blood river moved too quickly, and Deng Hua was covered at once. A powerful suppressive force was placed upon Deng Hua's body. Deng Hua's face turned solemn. He glanced at Jian Wushuang behind him and shouted in a low voice. Boy, I have decided to retreat. What are you going to do? What am I going to do? Do I need to tell you? Jian Wushuang sneered. You have consumed 3 of my blood gems. If I let you leave, wouldn't I lose too much? Vast killing intent surged in Jian Wushuang's eyes. He wanted to kill Deng Hua. Chapter 431 Chase and Kill. Chapter 431 Chase and Kill. Kill me? Are you able to? Flames of fury were surging in Deng Hua's eyes. He was a genuine heaven-defying expert. Even faced with an ordinary lord, he was able and prepared to fight with his strength. In the entire flaming battlefield, with no lord at present, who dared to think about killing him? Even the 3 heaven-defying experts at the Drifting Blood Marquis' side did not dare to say that. But now Jian Wushuang wanted to kill him? You'll know whether I am able to immediately. Jian Wushuang did not say too much. With the blood river suppression, the blood puppet had rushed in front of Deng Hua as soon as possible. When the blood puppet's fist attacked him again, Deng Hua's mouth corners twitched a little, but he had to defend with his full strength. With a huge bang, Deng Hua was forced backward by several steps. Before he obtained his balance again, however, a shadow turned up in front of him. An icy cold sword light, with a decisive and desperate intent, violently thrust at his head. Deng Hua's face turned pale. He immediately wielded his saber, which collided against the icy cold sword light. And then, the counterforce quickly generated a distance between the two. This boy. Deng Hua looked at Jian Wushuang with fear. His spiritual power was running out. In such a short period, it has almost recovered. How could that happen? Deng Hua was stunned. However, He did not know that Jian Wushuang had cultivated heavenly creation skill, which was originally in defiance of the natural order. Not only was his spiritual power recovery speed very high, but his elixir absorption speed was also very frightening. For elixir or spiritual liquid that could slowly enhance spiritual power, other warriors needed a long time to absorb them, but Jian Wushuang could absorb them much faster with the heavenly creation skill. He had just swallowed elixir to recover his spiritual power. Naturally, the effect of the elixir was quickly absorbed, so in a short instant, much of his spiritual power had been recovered. Damn! Deng Hua had an uneasy expression. The blood puppet and Jian Wushuang were fighting. The worst scene appeared in front of Deng Hua. Run! Without any hesitation, Deng Hua turned around and violently rushed out of the cave mansion. Go! The killing intent was surging in Jian Wushuang's eyes. The triple kill sword in his hand was vibrating like crazy as he chased with the blood puppet. Outside the Jiushi cave mansion, the fierce battle between the two camps was still going on and had turned white hot. The situation was very horrifying. In the drifting blood marquee camp of the two camps, He Yuchong was the weakest one and had been slaughtered. Besides, Xu Hua, an invited top expert of Stage 3, had also been slaughtered. Hence, 2 people had died. In the Pale Moon Marquee camp, except for the green-clothed elder who was killed by Jian Wushuang, another top expert of Stage 3 had died. Besides, 2 people were heavily hurt. This fierce battle was still in a deadlock. When fighting against Bone King, Duo Xian Marquis glanced at the entry of the cave mansion below from time to time. All the experts of the Drifting Blood Marquee camp are fighting against us here, so there should be an expert deploying the formation as well as swordsmen in the cave mansion. It should be very easy for Master Deng Hua to kill them with his strength. Why haven't I seen him come out yet? Duo Xian Marquis and the other experts from the Pale Moon Marquee camp had full confidence in Deng Hua's strength. In the entire flaming battlefield, with no lord at present, Deng Hua, the heaven-defying expert, was invincible. Bone King and the others were very worried. The situation here is stabilized. Now the key lies in the cave mansion. I am not sure whether Swordsman can pin down Deng Hua. Bone King thought. He did not expect Jian Wushuang to rival Deng Hua. He just hoped Jian Wushuang could pin down the latter, so that Lady Red would have a chance to deploy the formation. But right at this moment, bang! A huge roar was heard from the cave mansion below, followed by a figure who violently shot out like a cannonball. He's emerged? The battling experts from the 2 camps looked over across the void. It was seen that a figure was rapidly retreating. Obviously, that man had been forced out of the cave mansion. After he was able to stand steadily, his old face became apparent with bloodstains at the corners of his mouth. This is Master Deng Hua? Having clearly seen the face, the experts from the Pale Moon Marquee camp could not help but feel shocked. Suddenly, from inside that cave mansion, 2 figures, one after another, quickly rushed out. The figure in front was scarlet, and appeared extremely strong. He directly rushed towards Deng Hua like an ancient fierce beast. Then, a fist with the strength of billions of tons, with terrifying power surging inside it, directly struck out at Deng Hua. Deng Hua was aware how terrifying that scarlet figure was, so he did not dare to resist. His figure dodged and violently retreated. Bang! The tremendous fist was struck the empty space, but power still exploded and shook the entire sky and earth. This then penetrated the void and passed to the ground below. Immediately, the ground was lifted into the air. Dust was flying everywhere. A huge pit covering hundreds of meters, as deep as 10 meters, appeared. Deng Hua, who had just evaded the punch of the blood puppet and seen the power of that punch, was not even able to feel lucky before an icy cold sword shadow, like lightning, violently flashed towards his head with decisive killing intent. It was still that sword. It was Jian Wushuang's strongest unique skill. Damn it! Deng Hua cursed in his mind. He dared not fend off the blood puppet's attacks. Jian Wushuang's strongest sword skill, however, was also of unusual power. He could easily fend it off in normal combat, But just now he had just escaped from the blood puppet's attack, with no time to use proper techniques to fend it off. He had to move aside in a ferocious struggle. The lightning-like sword shadow penetrated the void beside Deng Hua's body and directly hit the cliff of the mountain behind them. The mountain was utterly penetrated, showing a spiral cave. Having seen the power of the sword, Deng Hua's face could not help but twitch a little. His body crazily rushed out. With cold eyes, Jian Wushuang did not intend to let Deng Hua go. With the help of the Blood River realm, he rushed out to chase Deng Hua. Quickly, Jian Wushuang, the blood puppet, and Deng Hua disappeared into the distant horizon. In the void outside the Jiushi Cave mansion, everyone was stunned. The experts from both the Drifting Blood Marquis camp and the Pale Moon Marquis camp were all stunned. Deng Hua, Master Deng Hua, is running away and being pursued? He is fleeing! How could it be possible? Deng Hua, the super expert at the heaven-defying level, the absolute invincible being at the Saint Realm, was fleeing? What's more, they had seen clearly that the man who was chasing Deng Hua was Jian Wushuang, together with a puppet fighter of terrifying strength. Stunned! Everyone was stunned. Chapter 432 Deng Hua, you cannot escape. Chapter 432 Deng Hua, you cannot escape. Swordsman, Bone King, Shuiyang, and Beast were astonished and looked at him with widened eyes. Before that, they had just hoped that Jian Wushuang could pin down Deng Hua, so that Lady Red would be able to deploy the formation. They had never expected anything else. But now, what had they seen? Jian Wushuang was chasing Deng Hua. Yes, he was chasing. What's more, whether Deng Hua could escape was unclear. Swordsman wants to kill Deng Hua? Even thinking of this possibility was breathtaking for everyone. Deng Hua was a heaven-defying expert. In the entire flaming battlefield, with no lord at present, he was definitely invincible. There had been so many battles at the flaming battlefield. When had a heaven-defying expert been pursued? Today's pursuit was definitely the first time. The flaming battlefield stretched across 8 million kilometers and was very vast. The outer area alone was incomparably vast. The experts from the two big camps, i.e., the groups formed by numerous experts of Stage 2, were fiercely fighting in the outer area. At this moment, just in the vast void of the outer area, two small teams were fiercely battling. Kill! Send them to hell! Their battle was extremely intense. At this moment, however, from the distant horizon, a huge blood river was fast floating towards them. Deng Hua, you cannot escape! A cold voice resounded throughout the sky, making the two teams, who were in a fierce battle, stop fighting. Many pairs of eyes began to look over at the blood river. Deng Hua? Which Deng Hua? All the experts from the small team of the Pale Moon Marquis camp were somewhat astounded. However, very soon, they saw the white-robed elder, who was crazily fleeing in front of the blood river. The aura sent out by the white-robed elder made everyone tremble. The experts of the small team from the Pale Moon Marquis camp immediately recognized the white-robed elder. Master Deng Hua! That is Master Deng Hua! The invincible Master Deng Hua, one of the 3 heaven-defying level experts in our Pale Moon Marquis camp. One scream after another was heard, astonishing the experts of the small team from the Drifting Blood Marquis camp. They were not very familiar with Deng Hua, but hearing heaven-defying level was enough to astonish them. Yet the scene in front of them shocked everyone. Master Deng Hua is being pursued. How could this be possible? It's impossible! The experts of the small team from the Pale Moon Marquis camp gave one exclamation after another to express their shock. Hurry up! Let's follow them! The expert team from the Drifting Blood Marquis camp were extremely excited. They stopped the battle at once. Both teams followed them simultaneously. Actually, the commotion of Jian Wushuang chasing Deng Hua was very disruptive. He had been chasing for tens of thousands miles from the Jiushi Cave mansion. The expert teams they had come across were far more than just these two. Yet, everyone was shocked by this scene. Many teams wanted to follow, but unfortunately, they could not catch up with their speed. In the midst of the Blood River, Deng Hua's face was extremely gloomy. His aura had weakened a lot. There was no way out for him. Trapped in the Blood River, his speed was limited. However, Jian Wushuang and that blood puppet, who were originally very fast, were faster than him with the assistance of the Blood River, and caught up very quickly. Every time after they caught up, he would try his best to fend them off, and then using the counterforce to generate some distance. Over and over, his wounds were adding up, and he could not repeat it anymore. With this Blood River, I can't escape. If it continues like this, I'll really die here. I have no other choice but can only use that. Deng Hua grit his teeth tightly. In his eyes there was a strong sense of unwillingness. Suddenly, Deng Hua stopped and turned around. Stopped running away? Jian Wushang and the blood puppet also stopped. The former shot a glance at the latter, and nodded quietly. From the start of the attack till now, a quarter of an hour had passed, but the blood puppet still had some residual strength. Consuming one blood gem can only support the blood puppet for half a quarter. Now I have spent 3 blood gems, not only making it more powerful, but also making it last longer. Jian Wushuang thought secretly. In the Blood River, Deng Hua looked a mess and was staring at Jian Wushuang with beast-like eyes. Swordsman! Deng Hua shouted. Near the Blood River, a lot of expert teams from the 2 big camps had caught up, observing the scene. When they heard Swordsman, a commotion was raised. Swordsman? The man chasing Deng Hua is called Swordsman. I know about this Swordsman. It's heard that he has just arrived in the inner area recently. It's said that he owns an extremely powerful realm technique, but his own strength is not very strong. But now, it seems the hearsay is wrong. His battle strength is terrifying. The scarlet figure beside him should be a puppet fighter. It is so strong? The swordsman does not only possess powerful strength and realm, but also has an awesome puppet fighter. He is so terrifying. Master Deng Hua has stopped running. He knows he has nowhere to go and plans to wage a life-and-death battle? The followed experts nearby were discussing in low voices. Swordsman. Deng Hua stared at Jian Wushang with killing intent flashing in his eyes. I admit I lose this time. Don't be smug. What has happened today will be doubled upon you when we meet next time. Next time? Jian Wushuang slightly narrowed his eyes. This Deng Hua had been forced into such a position. He wanted next time. What? You really think you can kill me? Deng Hua sneered scornfully, and then turned his hand upside down. A token appeared in his hand, with a strange wave in it. That wave was very familiar to Jian Wushuang. It was similar to a wormhole. That is... Jian Wushang stared at the token in Deng Hua's hand. Deng Hua was also staring at the token in his hand, unwilling to give it up. This transfer slip is the most valuable treasure I have after so many adventures in cave mansions. After so many years, no one has ever forced me to use this token, but you. Swordsman. You are a nobody. I have never heard of you before. Today's battle, however, will become your stepping stone. Very soon your name will spread across the entire flaming battlefield. Yet I'll find you very quickly. And then, I'll slaughter you by myself. Chapter 433 There is no next time. Chapter 433 There is no next time. Deng Hua's words were sonorous and forceful, with towering killing intent. The numerous experts hiding nearby couldn't help but change their countenance. I thought Master Deng Hua knew he had nowhere to go, so decided to wage a life-and-death battle with swordsmen. But now, it's not like that at all. Master Deng Hua is really a heaven-defying expert. He has so many measures. He even owns a transfer slip. It's a transfer slip. This is equivalent to a life. Such a treasure is of extraordinary value. I'm afraid Master Deng Hua will feel awful that he had to use it. This Master Swordsman could force Master Deng Hua to escape with a transfer slip. He really has marvelous skills. Many of the experts were gasping in admiration. Transfer slip? Jian Wushuang's pupil slightly shrank. He had heard about transfer slips. Its nature was similar to that of the space travel spell, both of which could be used to transfer people across space. However, the transfer slip was far more valuable than the space travel spell. The space travel spell could only connect two fixed spaces, with one wormhole as the center and the token as one junction. When transferring with the space travel spell, people could only be transferred to that wormhole, and at the other side of the wormhole some preparation was needed. Besides, even if using the space travel spell, the formation of the wormhole needed some time. Hence, at the crucial moment of life and death, the space travel spell would not be useful. After all, at the moment of life and death, you would have no time to wait for the slow formation of the wormhole. Besides, the connection between spaces was not steady enough. A random attack from the opponent would utterly destroy the wormhole. Therefore, the space travel spell was generally used for long-distance travel only. However, a transfer slip was different. The token itself was the center, and a wormhole would be quickly formed around the token. Then, the owner of the token could freely transfer to any place within range through the wormhole. It was equivalent to direct teleportation. In terms of escaping at the crucial moment, it was absolutely the best life-saving treasure. A transfer slip was extremely valuable. In the treasure vault of the Drifting Blood Marquis camp, there had never been such a treasure as a transfer slip. After being stared at by Jian Wushuang, Deng Hua, who was trapped in the Blood River and had nowhere to go, directly crushed the transfer slip in his hand. When the token was crushed, a strange space wave immediately rippled out. In the center of the Blood River, beside Deng Hua, a complete wormhole quickly appeared. It was so fast and so steady that Jian Wushuang could not prevent it even though he wanted to. "Swordsman, very soon we'll meet again." Deng Hua's voice was cold. After which, he stepped slowly into the wormhole. "Next time?" A cold smile appeared at the corners of Jian Wushuang's mouth. "There is no next time." The chilly voice echoed between heaven and earth. Deng Hua, who was going to step into the wormhole, shot a glance at Jian Wushuang unconsciously, but found the latter's face had turned red with a sense of madness flashing in his eyes. "Azura secret skill, the third move, 18 levels of hell." Boom! The Blood River roared. Above the Blood River, a blood cloud swirled, forming a huge vortex. In the vortex, there was an 18-floor scarlet pavilion. Slowly descending. Inside the pavilion, some ghost shadows were faintly visible, crazily screaming and roaring until the scarlet pavilion completely landed. The scarlet pavilion directly pressed upon Deng Hua's body. Buzzing! A blast of invisible waves spread out. Jian Wushuang had displayed the 18 levels of hell only once when he was desperate. At that time, he had to display it with the soul-devouring secret skill as well as the power of elixir and blood essence. Even though his strength had risen by several levels now, using this technique was still very difficult. At this moment, the use of this technique had utilized all his residual spiritual power and forced him to swallow several elixirs again. Only then could this technique be used. The power of this technique was incredible. When the scarlet pavilion landed and pressed upon Deng Hua, his pupils suddenly shrank with fear and astonishment. The 18 levels of hell were completely different from the road to the underworld and the bridge of helplessness. What was most terrifying in the 18 level of hell was the incredible deterrence, which directly targeted a person's consciousness and could trap someone forcefully. Like now, under this huge pressure, Deng Hua's consciousness seized up, and he was unable to step into the wormhole. Just like a fool, he stood there, looking absent-minded. The pause was very brief and fleeting. To an ordinary people, such a pause meant nothing. However, for someone with Jian Wushuang's strength, this brief pause was crucial. "Blood puppet, kill him!" Jian Wushuang angrily shouted. The blood puppet beside him immediately rushed out and appeared in front of Deng Hua in an instant. It punched at Deng Hua's head. After a brief pause, Deng Hua's consciousness recovered, just to find the blood puppet in front of him. At that moment, the latter's fist was only half a centimeter from his face. At such a close distance, Deng Hua was utterly unable to react. No! With a shrill roar, Deng Hua's head completely exploded, and he died. Before his death, one of his feet had already stepped into that wormhole, just leaving his body outside, but finally, he would never step into it. It was silent. The entire heaven and earth became silent at this moment. The experts from the small teams, who were watching in the void, were all astounded. He is dead! Deng Hua is dead! Deng Hua, the super expert at the heaven-defying level, the invincible expert of the flaming battlefield, has been killed. He took out his transfer slip, but at the very last moment, he was unable to escape. The atmosphere was electric. The entire crowd was shocked. Totally incredible. What on earth was Swordsman's last technique? What a terrifying technique! Did you see it? Deng Hua was made into a fool by that technique. He could not move even a little, and the puppet fighter killed him. Too strong! Swordsman is too strong! Everyone was terrified, and the crowd was boiling with excitement. In the flaming battlefield, there were countless deaths. The fall of an expert was usually an ordinary matter. However, the fallen expert this time was Deng Hua, one of the 3 heaven-defying experts of the Pale Moon Marquee camp. In the flaming battlefield, with no lord at present, the heaven-defying experts were invincible, and that was acknowledged to all. In the thousands of years of battle in the flaming battlefield, there had been some heaven-defying experts killed, but they were all killed by lords. But today, the man who had killed Deng Hua, the heaven-defying expert, was at the Saint Realm. His name was Jian Wushuang. Chapter 434 Made a Killing. Chapter 434 Made a Killing. Buzz. The Scarlet Pavilion dissipated slowly, as did the mighty Blood River. The blood puppet powered off and remained motionlessly suspended there. Everything finally quieted down. Jian Wushuang looked pale. He went to Deng Hua's corpse, took the white-robed elder's interspatial ring, and started binding the ring to himself. It took me a lot of energy and 3 blood gems to kill him. I hope his interspatial ring won't disappoint me. Jian Wushuang thought with expectation. As he checked the ring, many treasures began to appear before his eyes. After a while, his eyes sparkled with surprise and joy. Fantastic! He is worthy of being a heaven-defying level expert. Jian Wushuang spoke. He had never seen such a valuable ring that held so many treasures. There were hundreds of thousands of raw gems, lots of natural treasures, elixirs, magic weapons, manuals, and some treasures even Jian Wushuang could not identify. There were 2 treasures that delighted him the most. The first one was a heaven-breaking elixir. This elixir had the same function as the Saint Breakthrough elixir. It could greatly increase the probability of an expert at the pinnacle of the Saint Realm making a breakthrough to the Cloud Realm. Like experts at the peak of the Yang Void Realm or half-Saint level, who desired Saint Breakthrough elixirs, many Saint Realm experts often yearned for heaven-breaking elixirs. A large number of experts at Stage 3 or the peak of Stage 3 would go mad for this elixir. He prepared a heaven-breaking elixir. It seems Deng Hua intended to make a breakthrough. It's pity that he was killed before his breakthrough, Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile. The heaven-breaking elixir was very useful to him. He would use this elixir for his breakthrough. The second treasure that amazed Jian Wushuang was a token. The token looked the same as the transfer slip that Deng Hua had wanted to use to escape. It was another transfer slip. It is a second transfer slip. Jian Wushuang could not help but sigh. A transfer slip was something rare and precious that could save one's life at a critical moment. Deng Hua was unlucky. Even if he fought against a powerful lord, he could have escaped by using the transfer slip, but he had bumped into Jian Wushuang. 18 levels of hell that Jian Wushuang displayed could suppress Deng Hua's consciousness and even restricted transfer slip's effect, so Deng Hua ended up getting killed. Deng Hua said that the transfer slip was the most valuable treasure he got from exploring cave mansions, and no one could force him to use it. Actually, he gained more than one transfer slip, Jian Wushuang said and sneered. He understood that since it was a trump card for saving one's life, It was no wonder that Deng Hu lied and said he had only one transfer slip. I just spent some energy and 3 blood gems, but I received plenty of raw gems and countless treasures, including a heaven-breaking elixir and a transfer slip. I made a killing, Jian Wushuang said with a hint of excitement in his eyes. He really had earned a lot. What he gained was over 10 times what he used. It took Jian Wushuang quite a while to calm down. Then he looked around indifferently, noticing the shocked and terrified spectators, but he ignored them. After putting the blood puppet back into his interspatial ring, he rushed toward Jiosha Cave Mansion. The fierce fighting around Jiosha Cave Mansion had stopped. Both sides stood opposite each other in the air, waiting quietly. They were all waiting to learn about the outcome. A figure glided through the area and appeared in front of them. It was Jian Wushuang. Swordsman, Bone King, Shuiyang Beast, and the other comrades looked toward Jian Wushuang at the same time. Swordsman, where is Deng Hu? Bone King asked. Duo Xian Marquis and the other experts of Pale Moon Marquis stared at Jian Wushuang. They had previously seen Jian Wushuang chasing Deng Hu, but now Jian Wushuang had come back without Deng Hu, which was not a good sign. Jian Wushuang coldly glanced at them, his cold voice reverberating throughout the area. From now on, Deng Hu no longer exists in the flaming battlefield. Then he turned over his hand and revealed a token. It was an ID token. However, it was different from an ordinary token. It was purple gold. In the flaming battlefield, experts at different levels would have different ID tokens. For example, an expert at Stage 2 commonly had a silver token, while an expert at Stage 3 held a gold one. Only heaven-defying level experts were qualified to have gold and purple tokens. Everyone present was clear about who had previously possessed this gold and purple token. Since Jian Wushuang held the ID token, it meant that its previous owner was. Is he dead? Deng Hu, a super expert at the heaven-defying level, was killed? A heaven-defying level expert is dead? Bone King, Shuiyang, and Beast were stunned. The experts from Marquis Sangyue camp also widened their eyes. They had thought it was incredible when they saw Jian Wushuang chasing after Deng Hu. Now they had received the news that Deng Hu had been killed. He was a super expert at the heaven-defying level. In the whole flaming battlefield, many experts had died throughout its millennial history. Even some lords had been killed, but it was rare for a heaven-defying level expert to die. An expert from Marquis Piaoxue camp had been killed in the flaming battlefield, but it was a lord who killed him. Deng Hu was the second expert at heaven-defying level to be killed in its millennial history. Let's go! Duo Xian Marquis shouted in a low voice. He looked at Jian Wushuang in terror, and then led his people away. They knew that it was impossible for them to take back the Jiosha Cave Mansion without Deng Hu. Jian Wushuang wore a faint smile while watching his opponents leave. He did not intend to go after them. Chapter 435 Famous for the Fight. Chapter 435 Famous for the Fight. Swordsman, Bone King, Shuiyang, and Beast wore complicated expressions while standing in front of Jian Wushuang. When they met, Beast was somewhat disdainful of the young man, but now he was shocked by his strength. Swordsman killed Deng Hu, which means he could easily kill me if I were his opponent. Marquis Sangyue's people retreated. It's impossible for them to return in a short period of time, so we've basically acquired Jiosha Cave Mansion. Let's see how the formation is going, Jian Wushuang said casually with a faint smile. Okay. Bone King, Shuiyang, and Beast nodded, delighted in their heart. As of now, they had completely conquered Jiosha Cave Mansion and finished their mission. At this moment, in the huge tent of Marquis Sangyue camp, 3 tall and bulky figures sat with an angry look. They were lords in charge of the camp business. In front of them, their experts stood respectfully in terror. No one spoke. The whole tent was filled with an oppressive silence. After a good while, a burly middle-aged man with purple hair, who sat on the middle throne, spoke. Deng Hu is dead. A man called Swordsman killed him. I've never heard of this swordsman before, and he isn't on the list of experts our camp needs to pay more attention to. But Deng Hua, a heaven-defying level expert, was killed by such a nobody. He even used a transfer slip, but still failed to escape. Who can tell me where Swordsman came from? The angry voice of the burly middle-aged man frightened his underlings. A green-robed elder stepped forward and said respectfully, "Lord, I've investigated his origin, and know that he has recently arrived at the flaming battlefield. Over the past half a year, he became famous for his special realm technique in the inner area, but his own strength was not impressive. This time, when he followed Bone King to fight for control of Jiosha Cave Mansion, his strength improved greatly. According to Duo Xian Marquis' report, Swordsman fought with 2 experts at the peak of Stage 3. He killed one of them and forced the other to escape with only 1 stroke. His battle strength has reached the heaven-defying level. Besides his own strength, he was able to kill Deng Hua because his puppet fighter, which is also at the heaven-defying level, helped him a lot. The puppet fighter was terrifying indeed. It was more powerful than Deng Hua in the offense, speed, and strength. With Swordsman's realm technique, Sir Deng Hua had no choice but to use the transfer slip. When Sir Deng Hua used the transfer slip, Swordsman displayed a special technique and caused Deng Hua to lose his consciousness for a second. At that moment, the puppet fighter took the chance to kill Deng Hua. Swordsman has awakened the Sword Soul, and his Sword Soul was a double first-grade Sword Soul. In a word, Swordsman is a peerless genius who has great potential. He must have made a major breakthrough in origin or other aspects, causing his strength to improve greatly. Though his present strength is only close to the heaven-defying level, he had various skills and trump cards. The green-robed elder clearly said everything he knew about Jian Wushuang. Humph! The burly middle-aged man snorted and said, "I don't care what skills or trump cards he has. This time, we lost Jiosha Cave Mansion and Deng Hua was killed, both because of him. Jiosha Cave Mansion is very precious among the cave mansions under our control. It's just less important than 3 marquee cave mansions. Deng Hua was one of our 3 experts at the heaven-defying level. As we all know, lords won't join fights in the flaming battlefield, which means that the heaven-defying level experts are our backbone. Now Deng Hua is dead. Our battle strength at the heaven-defying level is weaker now, so we might suffer some losses in important battles. Moreover, Swordsman has double first-grade sword souls, so he has great potential. If given several years, he will become one of our powerful enemies. We can't give him such an opportunity. Tell them all that Swordsman ranks first on the bounty list of our camp. Find an opportunity to kill him as soon as possible." The voice of the burly middle-aged man was extremely cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. "Yes," said the green-robed elder. They quickly started discussing how to kill Jian Wushuang. At the same time, the news of Deng Hua being killed outside Jiosha Cave Mansion spread through the 2 camps at an amazing speed. After all, when Jian Wushuang chased after Deng Hua, they ran more than 5,000 kilometers and passed by lots of experts from both camps. So many experts witnessed Jian Wushuang killed Deng Hua. It was no wonder that the news spread so swiftly. It caused a sensation in both camps. Swordsman instantly became a new star in the flaming battlefield. Inside Jiosha Cave Mansion. "It's done!" As Lady Red set down the gems for the last formation, her eyes lit up. Behind her, Jian Wushuang, Bone King, Shui Yang, and Beast laughed. "Finally, we finished our task," Bone King said with a smile. "Haha, 10,000 battle achievements," Beast added, his eyes sparkling with joy. 10,000 battle achievement, it's a large amount for us. Of course, that could not be compared with what Swordsman received. Shui Yang looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Indeed, he gained the most from this task. With the best move Jiosha left behind, he had comprehended the second move of heart-killing sword technique, which improved his strength greatly, allowing him to kill Deng Hua. He became famous for this fight, and claimed Deng Hua's interspatial ring. Soon he would even receive 10,000 battle achievements. Other experts would be very envious of his gains. "Swordsman, I heard that our camp has a special reward for those who kill a top expert." Chapter 436 Special Reward. Chapter 436 Special Reward. A special reward? Jian Wuxuang asked with a faint smile. He had heard about it. There was a group of famous top experts, such as Bone King, Duo Xian Marquis, Heaven Stone Castle Lord, Shui Luo, and so on. Although they were only at the peak of Stage 3, they were able to fight against experts at the heaven-defying level, so they could be considered overlords in the flaming battlefield. These overlords were important to both camps. It was said that each camp had a list of top experts from the hostile camp. Only a few powerful experts were qualified to enter the list, and if someone killed an expert from that list, he would receive various extra rewards. Now that Jian Wuxuang had killed a heaven-defying level expert from the Marquis Sangyue camp, he would get a bigger reward. The formation is done. Lady Red, stay here. Everyone else will go back to the camp with me, Bone King said. Then they immediately rushed to the campsite. The moment Jian Wuxuang appeared in the campsite, a commotion arose in the camp. Countless experts looked toward Jian Wuxuang. He is Swordsman? That's him. He killed Deng Hua, the heaven-defying level expert. Amazing! I wonder when I will be as strong as Mr. Swordsman. Many of the experts around them were talking about Jian Wuxuang while ignoring Bone King, Shui Yang, and Beast. At this moment, Mr. Swordsman, Spirit Lord asked for you to meet him now that you've returned. Spirit Lord? Jian Wuxuang was a bit surprised. He did not know Spirit Lord. Since he was a lord, he must be a super expert in the Cloud Realm. Swordsman, there are 4 lords in charge of camp business. Spirit Lord is the most powerful among them, Bone King whispered to Jian Wuxuang. Now he wants to meet you. It should be related to the special reward. With an eyebrow cocked, Jian Wuxuang nodded slightly. Bone King, Shui Yang, and Beast, thanks for your hard work. Spirit Lord said you can submit your tasks now, the purple-robed person said. Bone King, Shui Yang, and Beast responded with a shrug as Jian Wuxuang followed the purple-robed person into a tent. It was a spacious tent with only one long narrow table. A stately man with stubble sat before the table. He was Spirit Lord. The instant Jian Wuxuang stepped inside, Spirit Lord immediately opened his eyes and looked toward Jian Wuxuang. The young man instantly felt as if he was being targeted by a viper, which chilled his blood. Spirit Lord. Jian Wuxuang slightly bowed to show his respect. Swordsman? Spirit Lord replied with a smile, which seemed to be filled with various emotions that drove the young man's fear away. I checked your record. You belong to Iron Saber territory and have recently arrived at the Divine Land. Right, Jian Wuxuang said while nodding slightly. When in Iron Saber territory, you were not that powerful and just had a good realm technique. Then, after you arrived at the flaming battlefield, you started displaying the battle strength that was at Stage 3. Your strength didn't improve until you traveled to the inner area. Especially this trip to Jiosha Cave Mansion, your strength soared to the heaven-defying level. In just half a year, you have made great progress in such a short period of time. Even I was surprised. Spirit Lord looked toward Jian Wuxuang and then asked, By the way, where are you from? Nanyang Continent. Jian Wuxuang replied honestly, but he was wondering why Spirit Lord inquired about that. I haven't heard of it before, Spirit Lord said while shaking his head. The Divine Land was at the center of the world and possessed countless lands, so it was normal that Spirit Lord had not heard of Nanyang Continent. Take it easy, Spirit Lord said with a smile. I just want to tell you that since our camp knows about your ability, so will the enemy camp. They will pay more attention to you. And since you killed Deng Hua, they will try their best to kill you. If I didn't guess wrong, you will rank within the top 3 or even first on the bounty list in their camp. So you should be careful. Don't give them an opportunity to kill you. The lords from both sides made a tacit agreement that they won't join common fights. However, if you pose a major threat to them, I am afraid that they will break the agreement. Upon hearing this, Jian Wuxuang narrowed his eyes and nodded heavily. Thanks for reminding me. Okay, take care of yourself. Spirit Lord smiled and said, Marquis Sangyue Camp has a bounty list with special rewards. We also have one. Killing the experts on that list means you get a special reward. You killed Deng Hua, who was a heaven-defying level expert and ranked second on the list, so you're qualified to get a special reward. Finally, Jian Wushuang thought with a hint of expectation. He was wondering what special reward he would receive after he killed Deng Hua. He expected it to be a big reward. As for your special reward, you have two options. Spirit Lord stuck out two fingers. First, you can freely choose a treasure from our treasure vault. On hearing this, Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up. I can choose whatever I want in the treasure vault? The treasure vault was filled with thousands of treasures, various secret skills, elixirs, and magic weapons. Even first-grade manuals, first-grade elixirs, and first-grade magic weapons could be found there. Even lords were eager to acquire some of the treasures there. This reward was quite amazing. What's wrong? The reward scares you? Spirit Lord looked at Jian Wushuang. As he saw the young man's eyes sparkle with surprise and joy, Spirit Lord could not help but smile. You probably do not know how important Deng Hua was to the Marquis Sangyue camp. In other words, you did not know how important a heaven-defying level expert is to the whole flaming battlefield. Chapter 437 Beima Cave Mansion. Chapter 437 Beima Cave Mansion. In the flaming battlefield, we have a tacit agreement that lords won't join fights. Therefore, when both sides fight for control of the cave mansions or other important items, Stage 3 experts and heaven-defying level experts mean a lot. Previously, each camp had 3 heaven-defying level experts, so both sides possessed equal battle strength. When fighting for control of cave mansions or important items, both camps would send their heaven-defying level experts to balance out the highest level battles, so they usually ended in a stalemate. However, now that you have killed Deng Hua, their camp has lost a heaven-defying level expert. You have upset the balance. In the near future, if we need to fight for control of a cave mansion or some important items, we will hold the advantage because, including you, we have 4 heaven-defying level experts. Their camp will not be able to beat us, so we'll gain more benefits. Spirit Lord said with a smile. Got it. Jian Wushuang immediately understood. If lords did not show up, a heaven-defying level expert would be the deciding factor in conflicts of interests. Although Deng Hua had not reached the Cloud Realm, he was still more important than a lord. After all, both sides have lots of lords, so it's no big deal for them to lose one. However, there were only 3 heaven-defying level experts in each camp. If such an expert dies, his camp will suffer a great loss. You killed a heaven-defying level expert, so you will receive more rewards than you would for killing a lord, Spirit Lord said. Upon hearing this, Jian Wushuang did not know how to respond. Since heaven-defying level experts were so important, it was no wonder that he would receive such a big reward. Spirit Lord, you just said I have 2 options. What's the second one? Jian Wushuang asked. Our camp controls 99 cave mansions. Of course, counting Jiosha Cave Mansion, we have 100 cave mansions now. The second option is to allow you to enter one of those cave mansions, Spirit Lord replied. Jian Wushuang was shocked. You mean that I can choose a cave mansion to explore once? Jian Wushuang clenched his hands with a gush of excitement in his eyes. Then he asked, Spirit Lord, are the 3 marquee cave mansions included in 100 cave mansions? Yes. Spirit Lord nodded. Okay, then I will take the second option and I want to explore Marquis Beima Cave Mansion, Jian Wushuang said without hesitation. Ever since he went to Treasure Vault and read the information about the cave mansions, he had been longing for the chance to enter Beima Cave Mansion. Marquis Beima had comprehended world origin to an amazing level. He left 3 opportunities in his mansion, and that was very attractive to Jian Wushuang. You really made a good choice. Spirit Lord looked toward Jian Wushuang and said, Of those cave mansions, the cave mansion Marquis Beima left is the most precious. It commonly costs 100,000 battle achievements to enter that mansion. As for the other 2 Marquis Cave mansions, you only need to pay 50,000 or 65,000 for each mansion. Jian Wushuang touched his nose. He still remembered how the cost of entering Beima Cave Mansion had startled him at the time. It was lucky that he received this special reward, or he might have to wait a long time to meet the requirement. Beima Cave Mansion is in the outer area. You should know its location, so you can go there whenever you want. Spirit Lord added. That's it. Jian Wushuang was a bit surprised. I don't need a token or a form of identification? No, I will send a message to the experts who are guarding the mansion. They will identify you when you get there. Spirit Lord replied. Understood. Jian Wushuang nodded. Then you can go, Spirit Lord said while waving his hand. Jian Wushuang immediately left the tent. After he submitted his task and gained his battle achievements, Jian Wushuang immediately left for Beima Cave Mansion. He could not wait any longer. Beima Cave Mansion was in the outer area. A few days later, Jian Wushuang appeared in front of Beima Cave Mansion. At the sight of it, he immediately perceived the powerful formation surrounding the mansion. The formation did not release any power, but it could still frighten him a bit. Beima Cave Mansion was heavily guarded. It had even more experts than Jiosha Cave Mansion. Jian Wushuang slowly approached the entrance but found the formation blocking his way. Who is it? A cyan-dressed man, who was standing by the entrance with several experts, shouted. Swordsman, Jian Wushuang answered. Swordsman? The cyan-dressed man and the experts beside him were shocked. The news that Jian Wushuang killed Deng He had spread through the whole flaming battlefield over the past several days, so the experts who guarded Beima Cave Mansion had also heard about it. Sir, you are Swordsman? The cyan-dressed man immediately changed his attitude and said respectfully, I received an order and know you have an opportunity to explore Beima Cave Mansion. I didn't expect you to come so quickly. The cyan-dressed man was an expert at Stage 3, but he still called Jian Wushuang, Sir. May I go inside now? Jian Wushuang asked. Sorry, sir. I do believe you, but we have rules. I need to identify you before you can enter, the cyan-dressed man said. How will you identify me? Jian Wushuang replied peacefully. As we all know, you've awakened a double first-grade sword soul and can display a realm technique. Blood River. Sir, as long as you perform one of those techniques, I can let you enter, the cyan-dressed man answered. Chapter 438 Lord Level Puppet Fighter. Chapter 438 Lord Level Puppet Fighter. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Then two towering sword soul phantoms rose behind him. Each of the sword soul phantoms was almost 100 feet tall and contained a mighty sword essence. The experts by the entrance could not help marveling at it. How about it? Jian Wushuang asked while looking at the cyan-dressed man. Sir, please wait a moment. The cyan-dressed man immediately went to open the formation. After a while, Jian Wushuang saw a hole appear in the formation, so he walked in through it. The cyan-dressed man stepped forward and said, Sir, I'm Feng and have guarded this area for many years. If you have any problems, you can ask me. Okay. Jian Wushuang glanced at the cyan-dressed man and nodded slightly. Sir, please come with me. The cyan-dressed man immediately led Jian Wushuang into the mansion. As a marquee cave mansion, Beima Cave Mansion covered a vast stretch of land, with a long channel connected to the entrance. Jian Wushuang was walking in the channel while inspecting some of the guards in it. Most of the guards were at Stage 2. He even saw some experts that were at Stage 3. Obviously, the security here was much more powerful than that at Jiosha Cave Mansion. Jian Wushuang sensed two streams of faint but terrifying auras. Obviously, there were two lords guarding this mansion. It's worthy of being a marquee cave mansion. Two lords actually guard it. Jian Wushuang sighed in private. Sir, we're arriving at the inner layer of this mansion. There are 3 opportunities in this mansion. I will show you later, Feng said. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded. They quickly arrived at the inner layer of Beima Cave Mansion and entered a huge secret chamber. The chamber was as large as a small martial arts practice field, with only a statue standing on the ground. It was like a human being, except for the fact that it had no aura. A puppet fighter. Jian Wuxuang immediately knew that it was a powerful puppet fighter as soon as he saw it. Behind the puppet fighter, there was a long narrow table with an interspatial ring suspended in the middle of it. The ring, which was covered by a layer of gray energy, easily drew his attention. "Sir, this interspatial ring is the first opportunity in Beima Cave Mansion," and Feng whispered to Jian Wuxuang. "The ring Marquis Beima left is filled with countless precious treasures, most of which even lords would like to possess. No one knows how many treasures this interspatial ring holds. Ever since our camp conquered this place, we've tried to take this ring away, but even Marquis Piaoxue did not succeed, let alone binding it to himself." "Oh?" Jian Wuxuang was surprised, but he immediately understood. According to the information he received, Marquis Beima was extremely powerful, and much stronger than an ordinary marquis. It was not surprising that such a super expert left a special spell on his interspatial ring so that not even Marquis Piaoxue could break it. "Though you can't take it away, you will be given a chance to receive some treasures from it." And Feng continued, "The only way to obtain treasures is to pass a test given by this puppet fighter." "Test?" Jian Wuxuang thought with some expectations. Commonly, opportunities were accompanied by tests. Just like the ancestors' land. There were a large number of opportunities in the ancestors' land, but in order to receive the benefits, one needed to pass 3 tests. As for the tests, sir, as long as you fight this puppet fighter for 10 breaths of time, which means that the puppet fighter doesn't kill you or drive you out of the secret chamber, you will have passed. And Feng said, "Fight for 10 breaths of time?" Jian Wuxuang was astonished. "Sir, this puppet fighter has reached the Lord level." And Feng replied. Jian Wuxuang frowned. "There must have been other experts that came here before me and took this test, right?" he asked. "Right." And Feng nodded. "Since the time our camp conquered this place, lots of experts have come here and passed this test. Each of them gained a treasure from the interspatial ring. However, they were all lords. As I expected." Jian Wuxuang smiled faintly. Entering Beima Cave Mansion would cost an expert 100,000 battle achievements. An ordinary Saint Realm expert could not earn 100,000 battle achievements, so it was only possible for them to be lords. Jian Wuxuang had the opportunity to come here because he received a special reward. "I wonder if I can hold on for 10 breaths of time." Jian Wuxuang thought with a hint of expectation in his eyes. "Sir, I will wait outside of the secret chamber." "Good luck," and Feng said. Then he walked out of the secret chamber and closed the door. The puppet fighter suddenly opened his eye and coldly looked at the young man. Jian Wuxuang's expression became solemn. As he watched the puppet fighter, which was emanating a mighty aura, he directly performed road to the underworld and tenfold realm, causing the blood river to spread out and cover the whole chamber. Then Jian Wuxuang pointed at the edge of Blood River, and the colossal bridge of helplessness stretched out over it. While covered by a scarlet armor, he was standing on the bridge like a peerless Azura. Then 2 towering sword soul phantoms rose behind him. "Come!" Jian Wuxuang said with a cold look in his eyes. He held his triple kill sword while exuding a soaring aura. His strength had reached its peak. The puppet fighter looked at the young man. He slowly lowered his crossed forearms and clenched his hands. As a streak of light flashed faintly, a surge of terrifying power began to gather in his hands. The puppet fighter instantly moved. Chapter 439 The Dragon King Bow. Chapter 439 The Dragon King Bow. Boom! A roar suddenly rang out, and the whole chamber started shaking violently. "The fight has started?" And Feng perceived the sound and began counting. "A breath of time, too!" Soon, 10 breaths of time passed, and the secret chamber became quiet. "It seems that he made it," and Feng said with a faint smile. Jian Wuxuang looked pale while gasping for breath. The puppet fighter had returned to the center of the secret chamber, and closed its eyes. "How powerful!" Jian Wuxuang sighed in private. Although 10 breaths of time was something transient, Jian Wuxuang still felt that he had just experienced a big fight. His Saint Realm's strength was nothing when compared to the battle strength of the Lord level. Fortunately, he only had to fight with a puppet fighter whose offensive skills were not complicated. Because of that, he was able to hold on for 10 breaths of time. If he had to fight with a real lord, he was not sure whether he could stick it out for the 10 breaths of time. Jian Wuxuang slowly walked toward the interspatial ring placed at the end of the chamber. Standing before the ring, he hesitated for a while. Then he stretched out his hand towards the ring, which was surrounded by gray energy. He immediately felt something. He did not know what it was, but he subconsciously grasped it and withdrew his hand. A streak of gold light followed his hand out of the gray energy area. This is... Jian Wuxuang stared at the object in his hand with a hint of astonishment. It was a gold longbow with a sharp golden arrow. A bow? Jian Wuxuang frowned slightly, but he immediately felt that it was an extraordinary longbow. It was covered with many mysterious cracks, and it almost seemed as if it was alive. Jian Wuxuang held the longbow and it felt like it weighed thousands of kilograms. The tip of the sharp golden arrow also frightened him. Let me bind it first. Jian Wuxuang immediately used his blood to bind it to himself. After that, he felt a rush of information surge into his mind. The first-grade magic weapon, Dragon King Bao! Jian Wuxuang was in a daze. First grade? A first-grade magic weapon? Jian Wuxuang was totally dumbfounded. He knew that the treasures in this interspatial ring would be amazing. However, he did not expect that he would be so lucky as to receive a first-grade magic weapon. First-grade magic weapons were rare even in the Divine Land. Inside the Marquis Piaoshue's treasure vault, there were less than 10 first-grade magic weapons. Moreover, they were all long swords, sabers, or giant axes, which were normally aggressive weapons. No first-grade magic weapons that were similar to this Bao could be found there. It didn't take long for Jian Wuxuang to understand how powerful the Dragon King Bao was. The Dragon King Bao was made from a demonic blood dragon at the Lord level. The body of the Bao and the bowstring were created by using its hardest bone and its tendon. The sharp golden arrow, known as the Dragon King arrow, was actually the sharpest horn on the demonic blood dragon. The Dragon King Bao had been created using the 3 most valuable parts of a demonic blood dragon. A first-grade magic weapon, how about its power? Jian Wuxuang thought with a hint of expectance. Then he began testing the Bao inside the secret chamber. He gripped the bowstring with his right hand and pulled it back with his full strength. Buzz! The instant he began to draw the bowstring, his mighty spiritual power crazily surged toward the Bao, but he could only draw out 10% of the full draw. Phew! Jian Wuxuang exhaled a breath. Then he slowly put down the Dragon King Bao. It is worthy of being a first-grade magic weapon. I tried my best but could only handle 10% of the full draw. Jian Wuxuang sighed in private. He could not display its full power. However, he felt its terrifying power while drawing the Bao. Furthermore, he had not used the Dragon King arrow. Good stuff. Jian Wuxuang was privately delighted. Then an idea flashed through his mind. He immediately turned his hand over and a transparent jade bottle appeared. He opened it and let a small amount of white fluid flow out. The white fluid was the venom Jian Wuxuang had gained from refining the icy heart poison. Icy heart poison was the most frightening venom that Jian Wuxuang had ever seen. Now that venom was flowing towards the Dragon King arrow, where it quickly merged with the arrow tip. After that, the gold arrow tip became extremely white, which would terrify people. Jian Wuxuang laughed. Even a lord should be unable to detoxify his body if this arrow pricks his skin. Jian Wuxuang thought with a flicker of craftiness in his eyes. As a first-grade magic weapon, the Dragon King Bao combined with the Dragon King arrow was more than powerful enough. With the aid of the icy heart poison, it could strike terror into any lord's heart. From now on, I have one more terrifying trump card. Jian Wuxuang was filled with excitement. Once he calmed down, he left the secret chamber. Sir? And Feng, who had been waiting outside, walked over and said, "It looks like you're very satisfied with the treasure you received." "Yeah, not bad," Jian Wuxuang replied with a faint smile, but he was actually quite satisfied in his heart. "Please take me to the place with the second opportunity," Jian Wuxuang said. "Okay." And Feng led the way, and they quickly arrived at a side palace. The palace was spacious and without any decoration. There was only a thunderbolt pool, with a large number of purple thunderbolts, placed at the center of the area. Even though he was standing so far away from the pool, Jian Wuxuang still felt that those thunderbolts were terrifying. "Sir, this is the second opportunity Marquis Beima left, the Universal Thunderbolt Pool." Chapter 440 Universal Thunderbolt Pool. Chapter 440 Universal Thunderbolt Pool. Jian Wuxuang walked toward the Thunderbolt Pool. The closer he moved towards it, the more he felt how powerful those thunderbolts were. There were thousands of purple thunderbolts flickering in the violent Thunderbolt Pool. Each of the thunderbolts was extraordinary. "How do I use the Thunderbolt Pool?" Jian Wuxuang asked. "Sir, you might not know this, but those purple thunderbolts are Purple Heaven Thunderbolts. Unlike ordinary offensive thunderbolts, those are powerful but not violent. Experts can absorb them to strengthen their bodies," and Feng replied. "Strengthen their bodies?" Jian Wuxuang's eyes lit up with joy. And Feng added, "Sir, you should know how important a powerful body is for a warrior. As experts of the Saint Realm, we might not be able to display its power, but once we reach the Lord level our bodies change and become like a weapon, so the Purple Heaven Thunderbolt is very useful. Purple Heaven Thunderbolts are rare and precious in the vast divine land. Normally, it's hard for even lords to get one, but Marquis Beima gathered thousands of Purple Heaven Thunderbolts here and created the Universal Thunderbolt Pool. After our camp conquered Beima Cave Mansion, many lords have come here and tried to use the Purple Heaven Thunderbolts to strengthen their bodies. However, normally, they were only able to absorb 7 or 8 thunderbolts since these thunderbolts are extremely powerful. Black Yuan Lord has probably gained the most. He absorbed 15 Purple Heaven Thunderbolts, and his body became so powerful that it is comparable to a second-grade magic weapon. With such a powerful body, he ranks third among our lords. Jian Wuxuang nodded in private. He was very clear about how important a powerful body was for a warrior. After all, his own body was also terrifying and extraordinary among Saint Realm experts. His body had been improving. Though I'm only at the Saint Realm, my body can be compared with a medium third-grade magic weapon, much stronger than other lords. What's more, my body is full of potential because of heavenly creation skill. I wonder how many thunderbolts I will be able to absorb. Jian Wuxuang thought with expectation. "Sir, I'll wait outside," and Feng said and then left. Purple Heaven Thunderbolts. Jian Wuxuang looked at the Universal Thunderbolt Pool with sparkling eyes. Then he flew into the pool. He immediately sensed the Purple Heaven Thunderbolts around him. Each of the thunderbolts was powerful, but they lacked offensive power. Otherwise, he would have been smashed to pieces by these thunderbolts. "Come on." Jian Wuxuang immediately sat down inside the pool with his legs crossed. He closed his eyes and began operating the heavenly creation skill, directly absorbing a Purple Heaven Thunderbolt. After the thunderbolt entered his body, he immediately felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The thunderbolt crazily swept through his bones and 8 extraordinary meridians, finally changing into a purple power and merging with his body. Nice. Jian Wuxuang wore a smile. When the Purple Heaven Thunderbolt was strengthening his body, the sense of electric shock refreshed him. He did not feel any pain. In the blink of an eye, he had completely absorbed the first Purple Heaven Thunderbolt. That's it. Jian Wuxuang was surprised. He thought it would be hard to strengthen his body with the Purple Heaven Thunderbolts, and that it might be accompanied by some pain, but it actually went very smoothly. He clearly felt that his body had become stronger than before. Let's do it again, Jian Wuxuang said expectantly. He immediately started absorbing the second Purple Heaven Thunderbolt. It was also done easily. Then the third Thunderbolt. Jian Wushuang found that it was very easy for him to absorb the thunderbolts. Normally, lords could absorb 7 or 8 purple heaven thunderbolts, but Jian Wushuang, a Saint Realm expert, had already absorbed 10 with ease. It was a piece of cake for him. Everything went smoothly while Jian Wushuang absorbed the thunderbolts. 10 purple heaven thunderbolts, but I haven't reached my limit. Black Yuan Lord absorbed 15 thunderbolts, which was the most so far. I am not a lord, but I might be able to absorb more thunderbolts than him. He immediately continued his work. The 11th thunderbolt, the 12th thunderbolt, the 15th thunderbolt. He absorbed 15 purple heaven thunderbolts, and caught up with Black Yuan Lord, but he still felt it was easy. Then the 16th thunderbolt, the 17th thunderbolt. Time flies. Jian Wushuang immersed himself in absorbing the purple heaven thunderbolts, and lost his sense of time. He eventually opened his eyes. I'm full and can't absorb any more purple heaven thunderbolts, Jian Wushuang thought. At this point, he exited the universal thunderbolt pool. Standing by the pool, Jian Wushuang clenched his hands and felt the mighty power flowing through it. He also looked stronger than before. 37 thunderbolts, Jian Wushuang thought, with a surge of excitement in his eyes. It was true that he absorbed 37 purple heaven thunderbolts before his body finally reached its limit. 37 thunderbolts. Jian Wushuang absorbed 37 thunderbolts, over twice as many as Black Yuan Lord. Chapter 441 Cottage World. Chapter 441 Cottage World. At first, Jian Wushuang felt it was odd that he was able to completely absorb 37 purple heaven thunderbolts, but he quickly realized why. Purple heaven thunderbolts were used for building up and strengthening the body. However, Jian Wushuang cultivated the heavenly creation skill and was already a venerable master. Right now, the biggest difference between Jian Wushuang and normal warriors was his body. This wasn't in reference to his physical strength. Instead, it was his body's foundation. After he broke through to the level of Venerable Master, his body continued to strengthen, gaining unlimited possibilities. How much a body could be strengthened and how many purple heaven thunderbolts it could absorb depended on the body's foundation and the warrior's endurance. Obviously, Jian Wushuang was able to bear much more than those lords. Even the Black Yuan Lord could only endure 15 purple heaven thunderbolts, but Jian Wushuang was able to absorb 37 of them. Now my body is... Jian Wushuang couldn't help inspecting his body. He could only vaguely sense its strength at the moment. Previously, my body was only on par with a medium third-grade magic weapon. However, after absorbing so many purple heaven thunderbolts, it seems to have reached a new level. But now, it should be good enough to match up against superior second-grade magic weapons, shouldn't it? Jian Wushuang thought secretly. Superior second-grade magic weapons only rank second to first-grade magic weapons. This is the current strength of Jian Wushuang's body. Such a strong body was already incredible among many lords, not to mention those in the Saint Realm. With this body, which was comparable to superior second-grade magic weapons, if Jian Wushuang stood there and let a Stage 2 warrior, or even an ordinary Stage 3 expert, attack him, they wouldn't be able to hurt him at all. If they wanted to harm him, the opponents need to be in the upper level of Stage 3 or even possess a heaven-defying level of strength. But even then, they would only be able to hurt him. As far as killing him though, ordinary lords wouldn't be able to do that. Since my body was strengthened so much, what about my power? Jian Wushuang was filled with expectations as he clenched his right fist and launched a punch toward the area directly in front of him. Bang! A powerful wind-breaking sound filled the area. This punch, which flew through the air, created a thunderous sound that caused the whole area to tremble. This power! Jian Wushuang was shocked. 8 times! The power of that attack was 8 times stronger than before. Jian Wushuang was very happy and surprised. With the increase of his physical strength, his power had skyrocketed. The strength of his body has risen from a medium third-grade magic weapon to a superior second-grade magic weapon. It was strengthened so much in such a short time, it was no wonder his power had also been enhanced to 8 times that of his previous ability. His overall ability surged to a new level once again. Now, if he met Ding Hui again, he would be able to kill him without using the blood puppet. Unfortunately, I am only in the Saint realm. If I could break through and become a lord, I would definitely be able to absorb a lot more of the Purple Heaven Thunderbolts inside the Universal Thunderbolt pool. Jian Wushuang sighed. Anyway, I should be satisfied with this. Jian Wushuang was delighted. He turned around and left the Universal Thunderbolt pool without any hesitation. Outside the hall, and Feng had been waiting there for a few days now. When he noticed Jian Wushuang exiting the hall, he rushed to welcome him as quickly as possible. However, upon seeing Jian Wushuang again, Feng was surprised. He noticed that Jian Wushuang was obviously different from several days ago. Even though his aura was still the same as before, he could tell that Jian Wushuang was much stronger. Previously, he felt slightly stressed when facing Jian Wushuang, but that was because of Jian Wushuang's amazing battle results. Now, when Jian Wushuang was standing in front of him, he could feel a harsh oppression. It seemed that he could easily be killed by Jian Wushuang. Congratulations, Lord Swordsman. And Feng immediately realized that Jian Wushuang had improved immensely inside the Universal Thunderbolt pool. Jian Wushuang smiled at him and said, "And Feng, take me to the place with the third opportunity." Jian Wushuang was filled with anticipation towards the third opportunity, which was also the last one in the Bayamo Cave Mansion. After all, the first couple opportunities had already satisfied him a lot. He received a first-grade magic weapon, the Dragon King Bao, from the first opportunity, granting him another terrifying trump card. He completely absorbed 37 Purple Heaven Thunderbolts in the second opportunity, tremendously strengthening his body, which improved his overall ability enormously. Both of these opportunities had already benefited him greatly, so what about the third one? And Feng and Jian Wushuang quickly arrived at an open space in the deepest part of the cave mansion. There, in the middle of the open space, stood a thatched cottage. A thatched cottage? Jian Wushuang was secretly surprised. Bayamo Marquis left a thatched cottage in his cave mansion. That was really unexpected. My lord, this thatched cottage is the third, the most precious, and most important opportunity. It has a name to go with it. We call it the Cottage World. And Feng said, Cottage World? Jian Wushuang was surprised. World origin? Yes. And Fen nodded and said, Bayamo Marquis had reached great heights in comprehension of world origin. Among these 3 opportunities, only the Cottage World is related to the world origin. I think the reason that you came to the cave mansion of Bayamo Marquis is to comprehend world origin as well, right? Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. This is it. I don't think that the opportunity inside the Cottage World will disappoint you at all. But before you enter, I must inform you that you need to proceed with caution. Everyone only receives one chance to enter the Cottage World. It's very rare, so you have to take advantage of this opportunity. And Feng said, My lord, upon entering the thatched cottage you will see a futon. Once you sit on it, you will understand what's special about the Cottage World. However, you will also quickly fall into a gentle slumber afterward. Slumber? Jian Wushuang looked at him with a curious expression. Don't worry. This slumber is definitely something good. You can take it as a form of enlightenment, and the longer you spend slumbering, the more beneficial it will be for you. However, the instant you wake up, the opportunity will end. And Feng said, That's it. Jian Wushuang didn't know how to react. You have to go into Cottage World and experience it yourself to truly understand. And Feng said with a big smile. Jian Wushuang nodded gently, then he slowly walked toward the thatched cottage. Once he reached the front door, Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, opened the door, and entered the thatched cottage. Chapter 442 Slumber. Chapter 442 Slumber. The inside of the thatched cottage only contained a few simple objects. There was a futon on the ground, a wooden table beside the wall, an oil lamp on the table, and a picture on the wall. The futon, wooden table, oil lamp, and picture were all the objects in the thatched cottage. After entering the thatched cottage, what Jian Wushuang saw first was a picture on the wall, on which there was a towering mountain. This picture. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. The picture was not very abstruse. Instead, it was too ordinary for Jian Wushuang. Indeed, it was an ordinary picture without any mysteries. The drawing technique was also very clumsy and ordinary. In addition, the futon, wooden table, and oil lamp were also very ordinary. There was nothing extraordinary. But Jian Wushuang was clearly aware that since those things were here, it meant they were not normal. Jian Wushuang walked towards the yellowed futon while taking some time to think, then he sat down on it. As soon as he sat down, Jian Wushuang felt like the thatched cottage had utterly changed. A hint of shock flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes. In his consciousness, the futon, which had been ordinary just now, was connected to the wooden table, oil lamp, and picture. The four simple objects seemed to have become an entire world in an instant. An entire world. Gosh! With a shocked face, Jian Wushuang sat upright on the futon. He was able to sense the structure of the invisible world even more clearly now. He was also able to clearly sense the vast world origin that pervaded the world. World, this is the world. Where there is life, there is death. Where there is destruction, there is creation. Embracing everything. Immediately, Jian Wushuang was lost in the world formed by the futon, wooden table, oil lamp, and picture. His heart completely calmed down, and his consciousness gradually became faint. After a little time passed, he fell asleep. Slumbering. Anyone who meditated in the cottage world would fall into slumber, and Jian Wushuang now was slumbering too. This status was actually a big opportunity, equivalent to enlightenment. The longer one stayed in this state, the more beneficial it would be. In his complete slumber, Jian Wushuang had totally ignored the passage of time. Outside the cottage world, Anfeng knew Jian Wushuang would be staying in there for a long time, so he left early. The cave mansion of Marquis Beima had also become quiet again. Outside the cave mansion, on the flaming battlefield that covered 8 million square miles, the battles were continuing. The experts from the two major camps were still fighting for their respective interests and battle achievements. By slaughtering Danghua, Jian Wushuang had indeed won himself a lofty reputation in the flaming battlefield. Many people were in awe of him, and everyone on the flaming battlefield was talking about his feat for now. However, as time passed, new events occurred and new experts emerged, replacing the topics regarding Jian Wushuang. That was just how the flaming battlefield was, where experts constantly emerged and fell like stars. As for Jian Wushuang, he knew nothing about this because he was in a state of slumber for 1 month, 2 months, 1 year, and then 2 years. Before he knew it, Jian Wang had been in a state of slumber for 2 years and 4 months. The inner area of the flaming battlefield. A towering khaki stone fort was standing at the top of the mountain. This khaki stone fort was the residence of the famous Heaven Stone Castle Lord. In the hall of the stone fort, before each table, there were some people sitting. Other than the Heaven Stone Castle Lord, there were 3 more people. Heaven Stone Castle Lord, you hurriedly sent for me. What's up? An indifferent man in a short robe asked. This indifferent man, as well as the other 2 people, were all top experts at the flaming battlefield, each of whom was in the overlord rank and not much weaker than Heaven Stone Castle Lord. In Marquis Piaoshua's camp, if one could kill any one of these people, he would get a special reward. Please don't worry, all your questions will be answered shortly. All in all, it is a very rare opportunity for you all. Heaven Stone Castle Lord smiled in a mysterious way. The 3 people, including the indifferent man, who were invited by Heaven Stone Castle Lord slightly frowned. Just an instant later, another person turned up in the hall. Once he appeared, everyone, including Heaven Stone Castle Lord, stood up. Master Long Xiang! Heaven Stone Castle Lord said modestly. Master Long Xiang! The 3 invited people, including the indifferent man, were all respectful. Long Xiang was from Marquis Sangyue's camp, and he was one of their 2 heaven-defying experts. Originally, there had been 3 heaven-defying experts in Marquis Sangyue's camp. However, Deng He was slaughtered, so there were only 2 left. Heavenstone Castle Lord, as well as the 3 people, were all called overlords at the flaming battlefield, but they still had to be respectful in front of a heaven-defying expert. Tianshi, you know my temperament. If you don't have something that interests me, I'm afraid you won't like the consequences. Long Xiang shot a glance at Heavenstone Castle Lord with cold eyes. Master Long Xiang, you and the other 3 can rest assured. Heavenstone Castle Lord smiled and said, Since I have invited you here, there is definitely something very special. It's useless to talk here. Please follow me, and you'll understand. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Hearing this, Long Xiang nodded slightly. Heavenstone Castle Lord immediately led Long Xiang and the others towards the deepest section of the inner area. After traveling for half a day, they finally arrived at a rift. This rift was surrounded by mountains in all directions, located in a barren area with only a few trees. Tianshi, why do you take us here? Long Xiang shot a glance at the rift below. The inner area was very vast and there were numerous similar rifts like the one below, which had no extraordinary features. Heavenstone Castle Lord smiled in a mysterious way and gave no answer. Then, he directly jumped towards the bottom of the rift, where he proceeded to pat some of the stone walls, leaving behind several handprints. At this moment, an impressive secret entry appeared on one stone wall. That entry was not horizontal, but vertical, reaching down to the bottom of the rift. However, it was too deep to see clearly. The only thing visible was the total darkness. What's this? When Long Xiang and others saw the entry suddenly appear, their expressions became weird. This entry, is it? Long Xiang's pupils suddenly shrank. Master Long Xiang, you're right. This is the entry to a cave mansion, Heavenstone Castle Lord said and grinned. Hearing this, Long Xiang and the other 3 people were astonished. A cave mansion? An undiscovered cave mansion? And here in the inner area? A cave mansion in the inner area? Chapter 443 might be a Marquis cave mansion. Chapter 443 might be a Marquis cave mansion. Though most of the 330 cave mansions on the flaming battlefield had come to light or been found, some of them were still hidden. Normally, a newly found cave mansion would not have surprised Long Xiang and the others that much. What was beyond their belief was that the mansion was in the inner area. After all, nearly all the mansions under the 2 camps' control were found in the outer area or even at the edge of the battlefield. No one had thought that someone would leave their mansion in the inner area, where the final battle between the Marquises, the 322 experts in the Cloud Realm, and the great demon Di Jing had taken place. Therefore, the mansion before their eyes was the first one that had been found in the inner area. Tianshi, are you sure there is a mansion here? Long Xiang finally asked. I'm sure. Heavenstone Castle Lord nodded seriously. It was by coincidence that I found this mansion, and I checked inside it immediately, but I was not able to find out who the owner was because I was kicked out by the guards. The guards? Long Xiang was confused. Yes, the guards, they are puppet fighters, and very powerful ones at that. I can't break in on my own, so I asked you all for help. Heavenstone Castle Lord explained. The Lord's words caused the eyes of Long Xiang and the indifferent man to light up. For them, an unexplored mansion was a great treasure that they would definitely be drawn to. Let's go down now, Long Xiang suggested. The 5 people immediately landed at the bottom of the rift, then they passed through the entrance on the wall and started their adventure. A half-day later, a booming sound echoed through the rift as fierce battle took place. Swish! Swish! 2 figures flashed out from the entrance. They too figured were Long Xiang and Heavenstone Castle Lord. They found a foothold in the air above the rift, both looking like they had been roughed up. Especially Heavenstone Castle Lord. He had a pale expression, a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth, and his aura was slowly dying out. Their eyes were filled with horror as they stared blankly at the black entrance. Those puppet fighters were so terrifying! Horrible! Ling Rong and the other two were overlords on the flaming battlefield. They might even have been strong enough to battle against a lord. Nonetheless, they were killed by the puppets before they could even put up a struggle. Those puppets are stronger than lords. 5 people entered the mansion together, but only Long Xiang and Heavenstone Castle Lord managed to escape. This cave mansion is unusual. Long Xiang had a grave expression as he said, "We had to run away even though we were only in the outer layer. This mansion is indeed dangerous, even more so than the 2 mansions that I have previously explored. However, more danger means more treasures and a more powerful owner. I reckon this mansion belonged to a lord as powerful as Jiosha Lord and Black Yuan Lord. It may even belong to a marquis." A marquis? Heavenstone Castle Lord was shocked by this assumption. After all, lords would never be interested in an ordinary lord's mansion, and only experts in the Saint Realm would care about that. If the assumption was true, the mansion would definitely attract lots of experts and lords. Among the 8 marquis mansions, only 2 had not been found so far. In the past 1,000 years, every new marquis mansion that was found brought about a bloody war between the super experts because everyone knew that marquises possessed incredible techniques, so their mansions had to be invaluable. As proof, even though it had been found long ago, Marquis Beimo's mansion still had 30% of its value when Jian Wushuang went there, and his adventure was very rewarding. Therefore, there had to be many more opportunities in a newly found Marquis mansion since it had not been explored yet. "The opportunities in this mansion don't belong to us," Long Xiang said while gasping. Heavenstone Castle Lord nodded in recognition of his words. Both of them were clear about the fact that they were a bit stronger than ordinary lords and would not lose their lives inside, but it was still impossible for them to seize any of the opportunities. The shadow of being chased by a terrifying puppet fighter and being so near to death's door was still hunting them. "Let's send the news back first," said Long Xiang helplessly. Right then, they heard a voice that said, "What are you doing here, Heavenstone Castle Lord in Long Xiang?" Along with the voice, a handsome youth with black hair approached them, carrying a long spear on his back. "Oh no!" After they saw the man, the expressions of Long Xiang and Heavenstone Castle Lord both became dark. They knew they could not hide the news anymore. The youth neared the rift and saw the entrance on the wall. The previous explosion had enlarged the entrance, and the aftermath attracted the youth's attention. "Is this a mansion?" The youth widened his eyes. "A mansion in the inner area? Damn!" Both Long Xiang's and Heavenstone Castle Lord's faces fell. The youth had discovered it. Chapter 444 4 Marks. Chapter 444 4 Marks. Inside Marquis Beimo's cave mansion, Jian Wushuang finally woke up from cottage world. The moment he opened his eyes, the world connected by the futon, wooden table, lamp, and painting immediately disappeared in front of him. The 4 objects returned to being ordinary. "Amazing!" Jian Wushuang called out. Marquis Beimo lived up to his fame as a top marquis. He must have reached great heights in world origin to create such a wonderful cottage world. "How long have I been asleep?" Jian Wushuang was curious. Because of the long slumber, he had lost track of time. Suddenly, he looked down at his right arm, where the power of world origin was gathering. "Am I about to condense another origin mark?" He smiled. It was a fantastic slumber. He had been immersed in meditating on the world origin in such an efficient manner, and the outcome was satisfying. A short while later, a new world origin mark emerged on his right arm. Similar to Slaughter origin mark, it was shaped like flame, but this mark was purple. However, the power of the world origin was not disappearing. Instead, it started to condense a second mark, then a third mark. In the blink of an eye, 2 more marks appeared on Jian Wushuang's right arm. 3 origin marks was the symbol of an expert in stage 3, and even those who were at the heaven-defying level could not form more than 3 marks. For a long time, Jian Wushuang had been weak in comprehension of the origin. After all, he had not been cultivating for very long. But now he was finally catching up. After the 3rd mark was condensed, the power still remained and continued working until a 4th mark was completely condensed. 4 origin marks! A spark flashed through Jian Wushuang's eyes. Before, he had only possessed 1 slaughter origin mark, but now, after meditating in the cottage world, he had 4 world origin marks as well. That was to say, he had surpassed many experts at stage 3 and even the heaven-defying level. With the power behind every mark, he was now several times stronger than before. He was above heaven-defying level, which he had reached while only relying on 1 mark, a strong body, and techniques like the heavenly creation skill, road to the underworld, and so on. An ordinary warrior has to condense 3 origin marks and awaken his soul to reach the heaven-defying level. For me, condensing 4 origin marks by itself should be enough. Jian Wushuang pondered. Of course, he didn't forget that he also had a slaughter origin mark, but the power from different origins could not be combined, so he could only apply 4 marks at most. Nonetheless, it did not change the fact that he had reached the heaven-defying level. Maybe he was even far above that level. With the advantages of the heavenly creation skill and having strengthened his body in Universal Thunderbolt Pool, he was a dozen times more powerful than an ordinary expert. He might even be on a par with the Lord. Not only that, his double first-grade sword soul and trump cards provided him with even more support. As of now, killing an expert like Deng Hu would be a piece of cake for him. It is said that no matter how powerful an expert in the Saint Realm is, he has no chance of defeating a lord because there is an unbridgeable gap that separates them. However, I feel like my current strength is enough to destroy that belief. Jian Wushuang was filled with confidence. And, as he clenched his fists, his eyes seemed to sparkle. He simply believed in himself despite the fact that he had not battled with the Lord yet. After standing up, he could feel an outpouring energy exploding in his body. It seems that I've been inside for quite a while. Jian Wushuang walked out of the cottage world with a smile. Sir, you finally came out? Unfeng came up to Jian Wushuang just as he walked out. How long have I been in the cottage world? Jian Wushuang asked. 2 years and 4 months, replied Unfeng. So long? Jian Wushuang was amazed. The amount of time that passed was much longer than he had thought. Shouldn't staying longer be better? Unfeng couldn't help grinning. Jian Wushuang was speechless. He handed Unfeng an interspatial ring and said, There are some raw gems in this ring. Please take it as my reward to you for guiding me while I was here. Unfeng accepted the ring, and his eyes lit up after he used his consciousness to inspect the contents. Thank you. Sir, why don't you stay inside a little longer? The mansion is so large, there must be some undiscovered treasures lying around. With a bit of luck, you'll be able to gain even more. Unfeng added. I'm afraid I can't. Jian Wushuang shook his head and continued. I've already benefited greatly from these 3 opportunities, so I'm satisfied. He had other things to do, so he left the mansion that same day. Chapter 445 A Feast for Experts. Chapter 445 A Feast for Experts. In Marquis Piaoshu's camp, a burly man with a purple saber on his back was noisily drinking by himself. Lei Dao, why are you drowning your sorrows in wine? The man heard the voice and turned around only to see Jian Wushuang walking towards him. He beamed and said, Wow! Swordsman! Jian Wushuang smiled at the man as well and continued walking towards him. Lei Dao, it's been a while since I last saw you. In fact, it had been 3 years since they had last seen each other. They had come to Flaming Battlefield as part of a group, but 3 years ago Jian Wushuang had left to go to the inner area while Lei Dao and Shi Ling had stayed in the outer area. Where are Shi Ling and the others? Jian Wushuang asked. Lei Dao's eyes became dark when he heard that name. He died 1 year ago, so did Yan Mo Bingyu and I were the only 2 survivors. She went back to our territory with Sir Axe that same year. Alas! Jian Wuxuang shook his head, looking sad. The flaming battlefield was full of danger and everyone could lose their life at any time. They knew it very well before they stepped onto the field. We're no match for you, swordsman. Lei Dao suddenly looked back at Jian Wuxuang. You managed to kill Deng Hua, an expert at heaven-defying level. That's good for you. Lei Dao admired Jian Wuxuang from the bottom of his heart. 2 years ago, the news that Jian Wuxuang killed Deng Hua had really astonished him and the others. Now 2 years have passed, and you must have progressed even more than before, Lei Dao added. Just so, Jian Wuxuang said humbly. Right then, 2 figures appeared in the void above the camp, radiating a powerful aura that chilled the experts below. Lords? Jian Wuxuang spotted the figures. However, after a short stay, the 2 figures headed towards the flaming battlefield. Why are they going to the flaming battlefield? Jian Wuxuang looked curious because all the experts on the battlefield knew that lords only participated in battle on special occasions. Just 2 more people who want to try their luck in the Marquis Mansion, answered Lei Dao. A Marquis Mansion? What do you mean? Jian Wuxuang questioned further. You don't know? Lei Dao shot Jian Wuxuang an odd look. I've been cultivating inside a mansion for the last 2 years, so I do not know anything that has happened. I see. After a nod, Lei Dao continued. Several days ago, a new cave mansion was found in the inner area. Inner area? Jian Wuxuang narrowed his eyes. As far as he knew, almost all the mansions on the flaming battlefield had been found in the outer area or on the edge of it. None had been found in the inner area yet. When this mansion was found, the unusual news immediately attracted the 2 camps' attention. They sent some experts there to look around and it was quickly confirmed as a Marquis Mansion. We haven't figured out the Marquis identity, but whoever he was, the mansion must be invaluable, let alone that it's a newly found one. Now, nearly all the experts of the 2 camps have been driven crazy by the news and are hurrying there. I reckon there is already a large gathering of experts in the mansion. After all, there are over 50 lords from our camp among them, including Iron Saber Lord. Iron Saber Lord went there as well? Jian Wuxuang was a little surprised, but it didn't take long for him to understand that the mansion deserved this level of attention. In this case, there must be over 100 lords inside the mansion. It really is a feast for experts. Jian Wuxuang clenched his fists while feeling thrilled. He was about to witness a gather of hundreds of lords, something that only happened once in a blue moon. Swordsman, you're powerful enough to try your luck in the outer layer of the mansion. I heard some experts in Stage 3 have gone there and gained some opportunities and treasures, said Lei Dao. His words aroused Jian Wuxuang's interest. He is right. This mansion has just been discovered, and as the first mansion found in inner area it must be special. It should contain many opportunities and treasures inside. I can't miss this chance. Jian Wuxuang thought to himself. Lei Dao, I have to go now. Jian Wuxuang said goodbye to Lei Dao and went to the camp's treasure vault. Since he had made up his mind to adventure in the mansion, he had to be well prepared. He selected 2 things from the treasure vault. I want to exchange for the 2nd manual of triple shift technique and 5 blood gems. However, I'm in a hurry to go to the inner area and can't wait for 3 days, so can you give them to me now? Jian Wuxuang asked the gray-clothed elder. The elder raised his head and glanced at Jian Wuxuang, then he said, Okay. Normally, one had to wait 3 days to get the treasures they wanted in the exchange. If Jian Wuxuang had been an ordinary expert in their camp, instead of one of the top 4 geniuses at heaven-defying level, the elder would not have approved his request. Jian Wuxuang paid for the items with his battle achievement. Currently, he had an abundance of battle achievements. He had gained 10,000 points at the Jiushi Cave Mansion and a certain number for killing Deng Hua, an expert at the peak of Stage 3. Those battle achievements were more than enough for him to exchange for the 2nd shift manual, so he spent the remaining achievements on blood gems. Although he still had some blood gems in his possession, after considering that he was going to a place full of lords and that he might need to use his blood puppet, more blood gems might be necessary. Having received what he wanted, Jian Wushuang headed towards the inner area. Chapter 446 Wu Ming. Chapter 446 Wu Ming. With the appearance of the Marquis Cave Mansion, the inner area had attracted everyone's attention. Even though I've been in the inner area for a long time now, I have only seen 2 experts. It seems almost all the Stage 3 experts have gone to the mansion. Setting out from the campsite, Jian Wushuang traveled at a fast speed towards the inner area. It wouldn't take him long to get to the Marquis Cave Mansion. Right at this moment. Oh? Jian Wushuang paused, looking towards a figure that was walking a short distance away from him. It was a dark-skinned bald man with a giant axe on his back. Not perceiving his token, Jian Wushuang knew that he was an expert from the opposite camp. Jian Wushuang was heading to the Marquis Cave Mansion, so it was better to ignore normal experts of the opposite camp. However, this man wasn't just any normal expert. It's him. Seeing his face, Jian Wushuang immediately thought of a name. What are the chances I would meet him here? Jian Wushuang grinned, then he moved. In the grass, the bald man, Wu Ming, was walking forward slowly with a cold and indifferent look on his face. 3 days, I haven't seen an expert from the opposite camp for 3 days. Apparently, they have all gone to the Marquis Cave Mansion. Wu Ming's eyes were cold. Humph, idiots! Opportunities are always accompanied by danger. More than 10 experts at the peak of Stage 3 have died since it was found, and so have several lords. If you're not as strong as experts like Bone King and Heaven's Stone Castle Lord, you will die even you are only exploring the outer layer. And those opportunities are worthless to you if you die. Wu Ming knew his strength well enough. He gave up after learning that it was a Marquis Cave Mansion. He knew it was nothing more than seeking death for him. Many experts had died in the cave mansion in just the last few days. It's better for me to stay in the inner area. Here, no one can kill me unless he's an expert at the heaven-defying level. Wu Ming was busy thinking when a sudden wind-breaking sound reverberated from nearby. Wu Ming raised his head and saw a flowing light rushing towards him. The light left a residual shadow in the air as it moved toward him in the blink of an eye. Wu Ming! While standing above an empty space in front of Wu Ming, Jian Wushuang shouted to him. You're... After gazing at him and seeing his face, Wu Ming only thought of one name. A terrible name for him. Swordsman? Wu Ming was astonished, but he quickly calmed down and greeted him humbly. Nice to see you, Master Swordsman. What can I do for you? Wu Ming knew that with no lords present, Jian Wushuang was invincible in the entire flaming battlefield. If he behaved himself, such an expert would not attack him just for the battle achievements. Jian Wushuang watched his every tiny expression and smiled slightly. Wu Ming, I heard that you have a ring which can display something similar to a realm technique. Wu Ming's heart tightened. He instantly remembered that Jian Wushuang also had a powerful realm technique. Is he after my ring? Wu Ming's heart fell as he looked at the scarlet ring on his finger. He had found it in a cave mansion by chance, and it had saved his life several times now. It was quite important to him, it was even the most important treasure he had. So it's the scarlet ring. Jian Wushuang looked at the scarlet ring on Wu Ming's finger. He had kept it in mind ever since he heard about it from Shui Yang. He had not been striving for it, but he had unexpectedly met Wu Ming here. Since he came across it, Jian Wushuang surely would not leave without it. I'm curious, which one is more powerful, yours or mine? Jian Wushuang asked and smiled. Hearing this, Wu Ming's eyes narrowed then. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Wu Ming turned and tried to flee. Run! Run! Wu Ming dared not fight with Jian Wushuang, and he was also unwilling to give him the scarlet ring, so his only remaining option was to flee. Seeing that, Jian Wushuang smiled. Then a vast blood river flowed out, completely covering Wu Ming and the space around him. A powerful force tried to put pressure on Wu Ming. Wu Ming had a sullen look on his face. Upon perceiving the blood river that was rushing towards him, he gritted his teeth. Then, an intangible bloody flame arose and a blood-fire domain swept out. Jian Wushuang's blood river tried to break the blood-fire domain, but it was only able to compress it into a small area. Road to the underworld can only contain it? Even though Jian Wushuang was surprised, he just smiled slightly and muttered, "Interesting." Then a stream of soaring sword essence appeared, along with a vast sword realm. They turned into intangible waves and began to flow forward. Sword realm, hundredfold realm. Before getting into Bayamo Marquis Cave Mansion, Jian Wushuang had only mastered the first level of the multifold realm, tenfold realm. However, he could now display the hundredfold realm. Road to the underworld and the hundredfold realm were being displayed simultaneously, immediately causing the blood-fire domain surrounding Wu Ming to break down. What? Wu Ming's face turned pale. He was confident in his scarlet ring. Even though he had heard that Jian Wushuang had a good realm technique, he didn't think that it was stronger than his scarlet ring. But it turned out, his scarlet ring was much weaker than Jian Wushuang's realm technique. Too much weaker. Chapter 447 Blood-Fire Ring. Chapter 447 Blood-Fire Ring. The blood-fire domain crumbled and Wu Ming felt like he was carrying a mountain on his back, moving as slowly as a snail. Jian Wushuang shuttled through the air, straight towards Wu Ming. He quickly appeared in front of Wu Ming and launched a punch. Wu Ming raised his giant axe and crazily fended against it. Boom! The heavy hit knocked Wu Ming's giant axe away and Jian Wushuang's fist continued on its path towards Wu Ming's head. Wu Ming's head was smashed, instantly bringing about his death. After killing Wu Ming, Jian Wushuang took both his interspatial ring and scarlet ring. While holding the scarlet ring, Jian Wushuang used a drop of his blood to bind it. The next moment, he felt a rush of information surge into his mind. Oh? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Now he understood why the scarlet ring was able to display a realm technique. The scarlet ring, called the blood-fire ring, was not a magic weapon because both the material and refining method used to create it were common. But it contained a formation. This formation allowed the blood-fire ring to simulate a realm. Unique, strong, nice. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. With only a thought, the blood-fire domain swept out and began mixing with the boundless blood river, causing the power of the blood river to instantly skyrocket. Road to the underworld, hundredfold realm, and the blood-fire ring. With such a strong combination, I'm afraid that even lords will be suppressed by it. Jian Wushuang's eyes were full of excitement. His battle strength had improved once again. It was only due to luck that Jian Wushuang met Wu Ming on the way to the Marquis Cave Mansion and acquired the blood-fire ring. He continued on his way for another half-day before finally arriving at the entrance to the cave mansion. At a giant rift in the middle of a barren area, two mountains stood facing each other. On the mountains, there were two temporarily built camps stationed, in which many experts had gathered. Among the experts, the weakest was at Stage 3. Many were at the peak of Stage 3 and a few of them were even lords. Jian Wushuang's arrival at the Marquis Piaoshui campsite attracted a lot of attention. Is that Master Swordsman? It's him. He disappeared right after he killed Deng Hui 2 years ago. It seems like Swordsman has finally returned today. Inside a tent, Jian Wushuang greeted Spirit Lord, who was currently in charge this time. As one of the 4 lords in charge of the Marquis Piaoshui camp's business, Spirit Lord held a high status and many lords had to obey him. Swordsman, did you just return the Bayamo Marquis Cave Mansion? Spirit Lord looked at Jian Wushuang. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. I expect you must have improved a lot since you remained there for over 2 years. Spirit Lord said in a teasing manner, then he continued somewhat sternly. All right, no more nonsense. It's good that you were able to arrive here in time. I will tell you some of the details about this cave mansion. The cave mansion that lies beneath us is quite unusual. Regardless of the inner layer, which is the battlefield of lords, the outer layer is a vast and boundless maze that contains many opportunities. The experts of our camp and the Marquis Sangyue camp have both searched through many areas in the outer layer over these last few days. But we haven't explored it thoroughly. The two camps have fought many times over opportunities and treasures, but we have always been able to gain the upper hand. I believe your arrival will increase our advantage even more. Outer layer? Maze? Jian Wushuang frowned and asked. Spirit Lord, do you have a map of the cave mansion? Yes. Spirit Lord nodded and proceeded to say, every 2 hours we update the map according to the searches currently taking place. As of now, the map is still incomplete, but something is better than nothing. At this point, Spirit Lord gave Jian Wushuang a map. After taking a glance at it, Jian Wushuang understood the basic information. Both the inner layer and the outer layer are mazes? And it's such a big mansion. Jian Wushuang marveled at it. The experts of both camps had explored the cave mansion every day since it had been found, but they still hadn't completely explored it yet. Therefore, it's easy to imagine how large it must be. When are you going inside? Spirit Lord asked. No, Jian Wushuang said. Be careful, there should be no danger for you as long as your luck isn't bad, said Spirit Lord. Jian Wushuang nodded while thinking of a plan. Jian Wushuang quickly arrived at the entrance of the cave mansion and directly entered without hesitation. Nobody knew that there was a magnificent hall at the bottom of the cave mansion, nor did they know about the humongous ancient stone pillar that stood at the center of the hall. A skinny elder sat cross-legged in the hall, so quietly that it seemed as if he was dead. As soon as Jian Wushuang entered the cave mansion, the skinny elder suddenly raised his head, revealing a pair of eyes that seemed to glow. This aura! Young Master, it's the young Master's aura! Who has come here? The skinny elder's roar echoed throughout the hall. Chapter 448 Help Me, Swordsman. Chapter 448 Help Me, Swordsman. After traveling along the path to the entrance, Jian Wushuang went inside the cave mansion at the bottom of the rift. He looked around and noticed that there were 5 channels in front of him. The cave mansion was a huge maze, and each channel led to a different place. The middle one leads to the inner layer. Jian Wushuang squinted and gazed at it. Spirit Lord had warned him to be careful in the outer layer, but Jian Wushuang's chosen destination wasn't the outer layer. There were many opportunities in the outer layer, but they were insignificant opportunities that were only attractive to those Stage 3 experts. The Lord's battlefield was in the inner layer. The opportunities and treasures in the inner layer were much rarer. The outer layer was not challenging for Jian Wushuang, so he was eager to go to the inner layer. Let's go. Jian Wushuang chose the middle channel without any hesitation. The map he received from Spirit Lord, though incomplete, clearly showed how to travel from the outer layer to the inner layer. Jian Wushuang just needed to follow the map. Entering the channel, Jian Wushuang found that there were some secret chambers on both sides. There were many secret chambers in the cave mansion, most of which were empty, but a few of them hid some opportunities and treasures. This was the goal of the experts from 2 camps who were exploring the outer layer. Passing by all these secret chambers, Jian Wushuang continued walking directly towards the inner layer. Right as he walked past the entrance to one of the channels. Boom! Boom! The sound of loud explosions reverberated through the cave mansion. Bang! A figure crashed into one of the stone walls of the cave mansion heavily enough to cause a disturbance, but not enough to break the wall. Shuiyang, are you okay? A blue-clothed lady arrived next to him. It's nothing serious. Shuiyang, a cold youth with sword-shaped eyebrows, raised his head. Shuiyang Mengyu. 3 figures approached them. They were Long Xiang, Heaven's Stone Castle Lord, and Fire Demon. Give me the interspatial ring you got in the secret chamber, or both of you will die. A stream of killing intent surged from Long Xiang's eyes. Just now, he saw Shuiyang and Mengyu get an interspatial ring from a secret chamber. An interspatial ring. Over these last few days, they had been searching for treasures in the secret chambers, but each secret chamber had only possessed one treasure. only one item to split. None of them had found an interspatial ring. No one except Shui Yang and Meng Yu. So it was naturally quite valuable. Don't even think about it, Shui Yang said and snorted. Very well, it seems you'd rather choose death. Long Xiang shouted. Kill them! Long Xiang, Heaven Stone Castle Lord, and Fire Demon instantly attacked them at the same time. Run! Without hesitation, both Shui Yang and Meng Yu ran towards a different channel. You think you can run? Long Xiang released a strong killing intent. As an expert at the heaven-defying level, he was much faster than Shui Yang and Meng Yu. Damn it! As he watched Long Xiang slowly catching up, Shui Yang's face turned deathly pale. He is faster than us, and once he catches us he will easily kill us. Master Water Mirror is on the way, Meng Yu said. I'm afraid we'll be dead before he can get here, Shui Yang said through gritted teeth. Water Mirror, one of the heaven-defying level experts from the Marquis Piaxue camp, was exploring the cave mansion as well. At the very beginning, when they met Long Xiang and were attacked, Shui Yang had sent Water Mirror a message using the messaging slip. But he was exploring another channel, so it would take some time for him to arrive. What should we do? What can we do? Shui Yang was anxious. Do I have to give up on this interspatial ring? He shook his head immediately. They had gone through a lot of trouble to get it. They were naturally very unwilling to give it up. Most importantly, they believed that even if they gave him the interspatial ring, Long Xiang would still kill them. As Long Xiang approached, both Shui Yang and Meng Yu felt desperate. Suddenly, ahead of them, in the front channel, a figure appeared. It was a young man with a long sword on his back. It was Jian Wushuang. Oh? A man? Even though Jian Wushuang was walking towards the inner layer, he had yet to meet an expert from either camp. Up to this point, he had only met one of the cave mansion guards. That guard was a puppet fighter, whose strength was at the peak of stage 3. As expected, Jian Wushuang had easily dealt with it. When Jian Wushuang saw Shui Yang and Meng Yu, his expression became somewhat strange. Shui Yang? Jian Wushuang was surprised. At this moment, Shui Yang also saw Jian Wushuang. Swordsman? Shui Yang was stunned, but he was also happy. How lucky was he to have come across Jian Wushuang while he was being chased by Long Xiang. Swordsman, please help me, Shui Yang called out urgently. Jian Wushuang realized that Shui Yang was running for his life from 3 people, and they were 3 people he recognized. Heaven Stone Castle Lord, Fire Demon, and an expert of the heaven-defying level, Long Xiang? Jian Wushuang smiled while thinking to himself. That's why Shui Yang and Meng Yu decided to flee. He moved towards them without hesitation. Long Xiang, who was chasing Shui Yang, instantly changed his expression the moment he recognized Jian Wushuang. He is Swordsman! Swordsman? Both Heaven Stone Castle Lord and Fire Demon were astonished. The reputation of a person is like the shadow of a tree. It had been more than 2 years ago that Jian Wushuang had killed Deng He, but it was still something of a hot topic. After all, he was the only person on the flaming battlefield to have killed a heaven-defying level expert while at a lower level. Even now, the results of that battle had a great impact on Jian Wushuang's reputation. Chapter 449 An Encounter. Chapter 449 An Encounter. When they saw Jian Wushuang approaching, Heaven Stone Castle Lord and Fire Demon both stopped where they were, but Long Xiang continued moving forward. Swordsman might have mastered a powerful realm technique and own a strong puppet fighter, but his personal strength is somewhat lacking. Long Xiang didn't fear Jian Wushuang at all. The news about Jian Wushuang killing Deng He caused an uproar. He was also shocked when he first heard about it, but he quickly understood that Jian Wushuang had only been able to kill Deng He because of the blood puppet. As for his personal level of strength, he was only just barely at the heaven-defying level. That was why Long Xiang turned up his nose at Jian Wushuang. He wasn't afraid of facing Jian Wushuang. Humph, I'm not as stupid as Deng He. Long Xiang glared at them with cold eyes as he rushed forward with his scarlet long spear in hand. He didn't hesitate in charging towards Shui Yang and Meng Yu, not even when Jian Wushuang moved to block his path. Go to hell! At the same moment that Long Xiang shouted out, a tall spectral image instantly appeared behind him. A scarlet ripple spread out from the long spear and formed a vortex that seemed to swallow everything in the area as if it was a black hole. Suddenly, a bloody light shot forward. That light came from the scarlet long spear that was rushing towards Jian Wushuang's head with strong and cruel killing power. It was so terrifying that even Shui Yang and Meng Yu, who stood behind Jian Wushuang, began shaking fearfully. Swordsman, be careful! Shui Yang couldn't help shouting out. Oh! Seeing the bloody light, Jian Wushuang's lips curled up, revealing a cold smile. The very next moment, he clenched his right hand and stepped forward while gathering a purple thunderbolt in his fist. As he released his strength, his fist shot out like a falling star. Seeking death! Long Xiang sneered at him. Long Xiang had gone all out, but what about Jian Wushuang? They all knew that Jian Wushuang focused on sword principle and had awakened a double first-grade sword soul. However, Jian Wushuang hadn't even unsheathed his sword. Instead, he was trying to counter the spear with his fist. Was he trying to get himself killed? However, the second Jian Wushuang's fist collided with that scarlet long spear. What? Long Xiang was shocked. He felt an immense weight behind Jian Wushuang's fist that easily deflected his scarlet long spear in a head-on collision. But it wasn't even enough to make Jian Wushuang slow down. His fist continued moving forward and struck Long Xiang's head. Bang! Long Xiang's head instantly burst open like a watermelon. During this simple exchange, Long Xiang, an expert at the heaven-defying level who was stronger than Deng Hua, was instantly killed by Jian Wushuang. The other four people who had been watching, Shui Yang, Meng Yu, Heaven Stone Castle Lord, and Fire Demon, were speechless as they looked on in wide-eyed shock. Did he just kill an expert of the heaven-defying level in a single blow? And even worse than that, Jian Wushuang was an expert of sword principle, but he hadn't even used his sword or his sword soul phantom. What did this mean? It meant that Jian Wushuang had not even used his full strength. He had killed Long Xiang with nothing but brute force. Run! Run! Heaven Stone Castle Lord shouted in panic, then he turned around and fled. Fire Demon was also panic-stricken. He swallowed, glanced at Jian Wushuang, and then fled to another tunnel as well. However, Jian Wushuang didn't chase after them. Jian Wushuang waved his hand and took Long Xiang's interspatial ring, then he turned and looked towards Shui Yang and Meng Yu. Shui Yang, I haven't seen you in a long time, but you have improved a lot, Jian Wushuang said and smiled. He noticed that Shui Yang had improved a lot since he last saw him 2 years ago. He was almost at the same level as Bone King and Heaven Stone Castle Lord. His improvements were probably due to the 10,000 battle achievements he received from that task. After hearing Jian Wushuang's words, Shui Yang came to himself and took a deep breath and said, with a bitter smile, Yes, but my improvement was much less than yours. Jian Wushuang looked at him with an odd smile. By the way, why was Long Xiang, an expert at the heaven-defying level, trying to kill you? Did you find something special in the outer layer? Jian Wushuang was curious. Meng Yu hesitated. But Shui Yang instantly replied. The two of us found an interspatial ring in one of the secret chambers, and Long Xiang found out. Is that so? Jian Wushuang nodded and said, Well then, I'm going on ahead. You two take care. Thank you for your help, Shui Yang said gratefully. It was nothing. Jian Wushuang waved his hand and left, continuing on his way towards the inner layer. It didn't take long for him to disappear from their sight. Shui Yang, it seems you have a good relationship with Swordsman. Meng Yu looked at Shui Yang. 2 years ago, we attacked the Jiushi Cave Mansion together. At that time, he killed Deng Hua. Shui Yang continued. It's only been 2 years since then. I didn't expect his strength to improve so much after that battle. Meng Yu fell silent after hearing this. It had only been slightly more than 2 years since Jian Wushuang killed Deng He. But since he had relied on his realm technique and puppet fighter, his true strength had been questioned. No one thought that his strength had reached such an amazing level. It seems he is going to the inner layer. Shuiyang gazed towards the direction in which Jian Wushuang had disappeared. The inner layer? Mengyu was surprised and said, "How could that be? Isn't the inner layer a battlefield for lords? Do you still think that his strength is only in the Saint Realm?" Shuiyang shot a questioning look at Mengyu. Mengyu was stunned, but she quickly understood. Jian Wushuang had killed an expert at the heaven-defying level in a single exchange. Not even a normal lord could do that, so he was definitely capable of exploring the inner layer. There will be another supreme expert in Marquis Piaoshu's camp. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.